Hello everyone from the FAB world. My name is Elliot, joining me is Newson, and today we are at Calling Manila. Newson, how are you feeling about this event so far, my friend?
This event was a long time coming. After seeing years and years of dedication from the Philippines community,
Yeah.
I'm finally glad that we're in Manila to celebrate that.
Oh, absolutely. I always remember like they were sharing a post about 100+ person armory
Yeah.
here in the Philippines. We have very notable players here at this event as well. Justin Koo, one of the finalists from Calling Taiwan last year as well. Not the finalist.
Not
He's
finalist,
the
the
winner.
winner.
The winner of Calling Taiwan is here as well, representing his country. We have people from around the world. Shoma Yamamura, PT champion, also here in the building. And we're going to get a lot of fun watching his match in the first round today. But we have also a ton of things to talk about. So first, let's break down a little bit about what the stakes are for Calling Manila. So, classic constructed format, 7 rounds today. It's going to be a bloodbath, right?
100%. You're gonna see the best of Asia. You're gonna see
Yeah.
right? The most competitive players in Asia here.
Yeah. We have people
most
from
of the-
Australia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, the Southeast Asian region really showing up. And of course, with our newest friends, all the way from Japan, I saw a full contingent of them on the ground. Do you manage to clock any of them while you were here?
I saw Shoma.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no one knew Shoma was gonna be here until he posted online that he was catching a flight. And then
Oh,
he
my
happened
goodness.
to just arrive yesterday, and I was like, oh wow, he actually came.
Wow.
And that's an amazing story because, as we know, that Pro Tour Amsterdam was Shoma's first international event. He managed to take that down, incredibly. And now, 2 weeks later, he's at a second international event at Calling Manila. And this is his actual first calling.
Wow. Oh, yeah. That makes a lot of sense, right? So, first Pro Tour, first Calling. I remember the narrative is that he was first time flying out to
Yes.
play a big event. So this is really new territory for this man, and I'm expecting big things for him. He did such incredible performance at PT Amsterdam, and today they'll be playing. As you guys can see, the breakdown over here. The first place, $2,400, nice minted money, and a gold foil extended art balance of justice. Like that thing is beautiful. We've seen it throughout like a year's season's worth of calling events already, and it still doesn't get old. The rest of it, of course, from second, we have 1,200 USD. Your legendary black envelopes, one of my favorite things to open. I'm sure a bunch of people, you guys are watching, you've seen, in your own nationals back home, just people really ripping those things up and getting to hopefully open something that they can play for themselves. But yeah, all the way, third, fourth, you get 600 USD. You still get that gold foil legendary black envelope, a PTI, and 5th to 8, you get 400 USD. So here's a breakdown of it. Everyone coveting for that first place. This is our last calling before the Rosetta season starts. So actually, we do have a few upcoming events to spotlight because while this is the last calling, that isn't the actual end of this CC circuit up the way to world premiere. So next up, August 16th to 18th, all the way in Los Angeles, I'm so glad we have these learn to play events now. Have you gotten a chance to see the new First Strike decks, Newson?
Yes, I've actually gotten to play with them too.
Wow.
They are very fun. It's a very great beginner's product.
Out of the two heroes for Team Earth and Team Lightning, which deck do you prefer?
I'm more of a Team Earth guy.
Oh yeah, that's a man after my own blood.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Next up, August 23rd to 25th in Osaka, we'll have a Battle Hardened for Classic Constructed. The same place that we'll be visiting closer to the end of the year, but more on that later. August 24th to 25th, Battle Hardened San Diego, another Classic Constructed event. And then back to Gamescom. Wow, this is one of those places which you just need to be at. August 21st to 25th in Cologne, Germany. Another Learn to Play event. I'm so excited that we're really reaching out to new players this year. How do you think that's been for LSS throughout 2024?
Yeah, no, it's great. I think we've always wanted that convention presence, and I'm very glad that we were able to pull that out this year. Like we were in Gen Con, we were at Gamma, and then the turnouts were amazing.
Yeah, and I love the new Learn to Play booths as well. It looks so cool, the part Miss Vale vibe to it.
Wait till you see the Rosetta one next month.
Oh, come on, you can't tease me like that, Newson. August, September. So August 30th to September 2nd, we'll be at PAX West as well, doing another Learn to Play in Seattle. Then our final Battle Harden for the season, closing out the Part the Mistveil expansion, August 31st to September 1st in Lisbon, another Classic Constructed event. And unfortunately, I won't be at this one. World premiere Rosetta at Florida, Tampa Bay, September 6th to 8th. Newson, will you be at this one?
No, unfortunately
Oh,
not.
no.
But that event is going to be hype.
It's so hype, dude.
It's going to be amazing.
So hype. Yeah. Like, just the art. There is an exclusive Calling playmat here for Earth's Embrace at Calling Manila. So, for anyone who's watching at home and you have friends here and you want that playmat, dude, you have to check it out. The art is just banger from the beginning. I think we were at, I was at the Calling Tokyo where we had world premiere for Mistveil, and that was such an incredible, incredible event. If that's anything to go by, you don't want to miss out Rosetta at Tampa Bay, Florida from September 6th to 8th.
Yeah, these world premieres are very amazing, right? It's a very great casual event. You get to play with the new cards a week early. You get to see the new cards because Rosetta, we're not spoiling any high rarity cards until the world premiere.
Yeah,
and so people are going to see Majestics that they've never seen, Legendaries they've never seen, and even Marvels that they have never seen.
Yes, I am so hyped for that. Speaking of spoilers, actually, throughout today, we'll actually have a couple of spoilers for you people at home, so you don't want to go anywhere. Throughout later in the day, we'll also have some special guests come on to talk about these cards, so should be a very fun time. Let's close out the upcoming event schedule. We have Calling Sydney, September 20th to 22nd. This will be for Rosetta Sealed during the world premiere itself. Then it's over to Battle Harden Tokyo, September 27th to 29th. Classic Constructed. Lyon, all the way in France, September 27th to 29th. Same weekend for Classic Constructed Calling. Then we have September 28th to 29th, Battle Harden Milwaukee for Classic Constructed. And then Washington, D.C., October 4th to 6th for another Battle Harden Classic Constructed. Okay, so
September looks like a great month of Flesh and
September
Blood.
is crazy.
Free callings. All these Battle Hardens, you do not want to miss out in September.
Yeah.
When Rosetta releases and the format will change.
Yes, you're going to be wanting to see these matches. You're going to go play these games because in little to no time, we'll actually be going into World Championships. World Championships going to be the big one for us this time. All the way in a nice little corner of Japan, my favorite place, World Championship Osaka. So that's going to be, I think, one of the biggest events we're going to have this year. Not only because it's back to a country where we've won a bunch of new ground, I guess, this time, but more importantly, this will be the first time we're doing Worlds in Asia, right?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I love going to Asian events. It's just the energy's different. Everyone's so nice. Everyone wants to play well.
Yeah.
And then it's just you feel a different kind of energy in Asia.
Yeah, and I love the food there as well.
Can't forget the food.
No. Play the game, see the world, eat the food. Like, that's what my motto, actually. But yeah, I think we're almost ready to go into the games. So the players are getting ready. Our first match for the day, two powerhouses. One of them, you've known his name, Shoma Yamamura, sitting over there with his, signature Uzuri Switchblade. And on the other side, Newson, a good friend of yours, yes?
Yeah, I'm a good friend, a good collector.
A good
as
collector,
well. The
yes.
infamous Peng Joon for DGen. And I'm sure majority of you guys have seen his epic videos of just opening gold foils, opening judge packs, and yeah, what a matchup for round one.
What a matchup
Peng
for
Joon
round
versus Shoma, right?
Yes, this is going to be a really nice one as well. Not just because of who they are, but I think the matchup itself is very interesting. Kayo. People have, kind of dismissed Kayo in the past couple of weeks. But in my eyes, he's still a real powerhouse, even though he's, one limb short. Whereas Uzuri, in this case, I think Shoma really showed us a masterclass during Pro Tour Amsterdam, just mauling his way through that top 8 and even doing super duper well during the CC and draft portion. So this man just really making waves during this time. So the game is getting set up. The players have gotten their hands. They're ready. And let's see our calling round one. Starting off with an isolate.
One of the best starts if you're going first in Uzuri.
Yeah, you want to leak as much.
Dominated attack with 3 cards in hand, and you're going first. So basically, you're always guaranteed to leak damage.
Yep, that's right. So, throwing out here the surgical extraction. That's a really, really good one to have. Yes, you're only leaking 1 damage, but now you're going to get a lot of information from your opponent's hand, and Kayo honestly really needs.
And hits the blue.
And hits the blue, so that's 1 silver. He's going to see that hand, and if there's any good... Oh, my
Blood Rush
goodness.
Bellow.
There is a Blood Rush. There's also a Smash Instinct Blue, I believe, there. So it's a matter of what Shoma wants to get value from.
100% ripping that Blood Rush Bellow out. That's one he doesn't have to worry about, and there's only 2 left. So a great start from Shoma. Turn 1. Leaking 1 damage, making a silver, which is super important for those Black Tech Whisperers. And most importantly, getting rid of one of Peng Joon's most powerful cards in the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, one of the things about Uzuri in this matchup is that we usually don't think of Uzuri as a very high damage cap sort of hero, right? You're thinking and playing it more as like a control, very steady tempo-based kind of deck where you want to whittle your opponent away. And not a fantastic start for Peng Joon here. Without that Blood Rush, not only not creating a Might token, but it's just going to be a CNC for 6, not triggering the KO ability. It's very vanilla.
Yeah, easily blockable by Uzuri, since most of the deck is 3 blocks, right?
Yeah.
Just 2 cards, and the best thing is Uzuri likes blocking and playing with 2-card hands, right? Just because of her hero mechanic. Like we see here again, another isolate dominated, 1 card in hand. It's just so hard to deal with.
It's very difficult to deal with. Not only are you not incentivized to like fully block this, but that Arsenal card that Shoma's holding, things like Shred, any sort of attack reaction in this case gives us a lot of information. And if we go by Shoma's PT list by any standard, he's not afraid to Arsenal those Shreds. So in this case, getting blocked, activating Uzuri, switching out. Oh my goodness. And here is one of those powerful cards into KO. Weakest Link not only gives you information from your opponent's hand, but if there's something here, it allows Shoma to at least drop a card, right? In this case, it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like a ponder when you have Arsenal already. But still, that information, very valuable.
Yeah, you kind of just can picture what Peng's going to do on his next turn, right? Oh, okay, you don't have any go again. You're just probably going to throw in a CNC. I don't have to be so worried about, a Blood Rush Bellow or anything coming like that.
Well, this is very
nice.
helpful. By blocking with the Clash of Agility in the previous turn, Peng Joon using the Agility token to combo with the Runner, now making another Agility token for the next turn.
Yeah, very strong. Just a 6 power go again, creating an Agility. So this turn he has access to 2 attacks. Whereas taking for 6 isn't the best against the Uzuri. You wanna pressure the Uzuri player. You don't want to let her keep as much cards in hand. You don't want them just to block with 2 cards and just stay on 40.
Absolutely.
Because the life will dramatically change turn after turn with Uzuri's leak damage.
Absolutely, absolutely. In this case, I think because Shoma knows what Peng Joon has in hand, he saw another Command and Conquer. He needs to be very, very careful. And this Inertia Trap here, not getting the full value out of it because there is no +1 coming over the top from Peng Joon's side. No Might tokens here. So no Inertia tokens given, but the CNC now doing nothing.
But the most important thing is that CNC, he knows he had the CNC, he has the defense reaction. It's a very great way to block with it instead of just leaving an arsenal for a CNC target.
Oh yeah, 100%. That weakest link really gave him so much information and allowed him to make an optimal play like that,
100%.
rather than keeping the Inertia Trap for a more optimal turn. But in this case, perfect way to block.
Shoma just taking that CNC for 6.
Yep.
Keeping 3 cards in hand, probably wanting to swing back with more disruption.
Here we go, and this is not one of the more threatening stealth attacks from Shoma's deck, but Pick to Pieces here is a stealth card, allows Uzuri to do her shenanigans as per usual, and with 2 cards in hand, it could be anything. We know that there's a shakedown in Shoma's hand as well from what we saw just now, and that's pretty powerful because it allows Shoma to really just strip either the power card or the resource card from Peng Jun's hand. Not something that Kayo wants.
Yeah, it's actually very hard for Peng to play around this as KO. They don't run many defense reactions. They don't run any. They don't run. I think the only cards he runs is the Reckless Swings and the No Fears, which No Fear is really good against Uzuri.
No Fear is okay against Uzuri. Usually it's really good against Assassins, but in this case, because of the flick knives, wow, getting rid of that pulping as a red. But looks like this hand's actually going to be pretty painful on the return for Shoma because
Blood Rush Bellow,
that Blood Rush is
Beast
coming
Within.
in. Yeah, Blood Rush Beast Within is one of those things where when it lines up, it really lines up.
Oh, and he hits the blue off Beast Within as well. So he will have access to those Mandible Claws.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So creating that might.
Yep.
So I think this is the turn that Shoma will probably cash in his Balance of Justice.
Mm-hmm.
There's already one balance. He already banished one Blood Rush Bellow at the start of the turn. This is the second. So
if he can stem the bleeding here and not take too much damage during this turn, I think Shoma's in a pretty decent position. Not only has he not used the Black Tech Whispers to block yet, he's already got that Silver Generation up and going, and that Balance of Justice will come in clutch, allowing him to still maybe keep one card in hand, draw an additional one, and continue tempoing Peng Jun down.
yeah, I think the thing about Uzuri is that they're happy to block. Like we've seen Shoma multiple times just block out his forehand pass, block out his forehand pass, or even sometimes just keep one card, pitch, play the Arsenal, play a disruption card, and you're basically telling the KO player, I respect it, or just you won't have your crazy turn.
Yeah, absolutely. In this case, not the most powerful attack to start. And this is quite telling of the kind of cards Peng Jun drew from his Blood Rush. Another blue in the Assault and Battery. So this is coming for 7 in this case, which can be quite easily blocked here. But just, I think, blocking 3 and with a Fateful Scene, so covering the entire thing up. Very defensive play. Opting for 1 as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Peng. It's just now Shoma knows that one card left, one resource. It's either he's attacking with an attack or he's attacking with Mandible Claws. So a pretty weak Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Yeah, this is a total of, 12 damage across the entire cycle of a Blood Rush turn. Not what you want to do. In this case, wow, just
especially when he had Beast Within and he hit that blue.
Yeah.
He was really digging for those big red attacks, the swing bigs,
absolutely
bear fangs, and so on.
This was a bit of an unfortunate draw, going straight into 3 blues off of Beast Within and the 2 Blood Rush cards.
Shoma didn't even have to block with his Balance of Justice.
Yeah.
Elliot,
No,
on
he
a
was
Blood
happy.
Rush Bellow turn.
Yeah.
And he leaked 1 damage.
It looks like we're just gonna send 7 back after doing that block.
I think it's 5.
Oh, this is a 5 draw
draw
card. Yeah, 5 draw card. This is really, really good for him. Getting that Arsenal, I think one thing which Shoma's showing here, which is a really, I think, good conservative play, is to try to leave D-Reacts in the Arsenal in case of pulping. He's seen Peng Jun's hand from the earlier rounds having that pulping, and every time you can catch them off guard by showing the defense reaction from Arsenal, that's a big win. You can turn off some very powerful turns, especially in the Savage Stash lists that want to capitalize on the discount.
Yep. The great thing about Uzuri is you kind of can Arsenal anything in your deck, right? The blue stealth attacks. You can just play that out, have one card in hand, and then use Uzuri's ability to tag it out. So any card in Shoma's deck is very playable.
Yes, absolutely. His tunic has been sitting on 3 for a while, and this pulping, like I was telling you, I think Peng Jun is smelling blood in this case because he's seen so many defense reactions being used already. It's very unlikely that the card that Shoma drew from the previous turn was a defense reaction.
So that is coming for 7 Dominate.
7 Dominate.
So do we see Shoma?
Shoma has a do-react in the hand, but that's not. We're not sure what's in his arsenal at the moment. Thinking very carefully about how to block this one. But also a pretty decent red hand here from Shoma. We see a Nick as well. One of those new cards from Shoma's deck, from the assassin list, honestly. And then oh my goodness, that is a full. He really did draw. And the inertia trap was the thing off the top of the deck from the E-Strike draw card. That to me is just what an excellent
That's
excellent
incredible.
play.
And because of that, that turns off Peng's go again because it was blocked by 2 cards.
Yes, there's no go again. And in this case,
Oh, that is
the
so bad. And the inertia.
inertia, and he can't Arsenal that
Oh.
wild ride, which would have been such a perfect card to Arsenal in this case.
Luckily for Peng, he did have the agile wind up to take advantage of this.
If not, it would have been a very
would-
big IP penalty for that turn. But yeah, wow. Shoma just using 2 cards from hand, blocking out 7, so no leak from that turn. And we're going to see him use just straight up
Weakest
a weakest link. And he's going to Arsenal this just the Nick. What a tricky, tricky man.
Yeah, as we saw from Pro Tour, that just the way Shoma used just the Nick on those matches were incredible.
Yeah, the double just the Nicks can be crazy
Yep.
sometimes. And I think he's setting that up because we've gone through about, 5 hands now at this point in time. And this is his first just the Nick that he's seen.
Yeah, this weakest link is very good against Kayo. I think we have not seen any bare fangs.
Mm-hmm.
We have not seen any wild rides.
Yes.
We've seen 1 Pulping. So there's still multiple of those cards in Peng's deck that this weakest link can hit. And as we see, there is a Pulping in Peng's hand.
Yeah.
So we might be seeing some equipment come out.
I think that would be the better play in this case, right? Like what they're trying to do now is Peng needs to stem the bleeding and to try to take some tempo back at the same time. He is at, I think, like a 9-point deficit at this point, and he hasn't blocked the Savage Sash. Normally, from watching some of the games that Peng plays, he's quite aggressive with blocking the Savage Sash because you never know when you need to crack it and go off. But he does know there's only 1 Blood Rush left in the deck. And I don't believe he's running Cast Bones in this case. We haven't seen any. It may or may not be in his list, or maybe why we sideboarded out just for this matchup.
And he does have the runner to go well with that agility token that he made last turn.
Yeah. So it's really a big question. He could take the damage and lose the pulping as a result. But what would that do for you, right? In this case, it's just to recycle the agility token.
Yeah, it's pretty bad to
It's
take that damage,
yeah.
rip one of your go again cards.
This,
And the most important, you're giving your opponent hand knowledge.
yes.
It's so important, and it's so much easier to know. Okay, what's coming to my face? Oh, there's no on hits. There's nothing threatening me. I can block accordingly because I know what's in your hand. I know what you're doing next turn.
This is a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, right? Peng has to give up a bunch of cards here. And finally, using that equipment, both the Scab Skins and the Savage Stash as well. So once you block the Savage Stash, that signals a lot of different things, right? It also allows the player to go off when they find their next power card. Eat a bunch of damage, crack that Sash, use the Apex for blocking. The Scalding Flashback in this case doesn't do a lot because Uzuri isn't technically a very go wide sort of character. So even if you're trying to intimidate a card from their hand, sometimes it doesn't really work out in your favor.
Yes, but the thing with Flashback is it's before the reaction
Yes,
step. So and
absolutely.
Uzuri plays a lot of reaction. I mean, her hero ability is an attack reaction, right?
Exactly.
So if you're able to catch a turn where Shoma just plays a stealth attack and have 1 card in hand, that flashback can save you from a lot.
It's one of those very skill check type of equipment pieces because you need to be able to
Popping-
read that.
popping
Wow.
the stash.
Here we go. Cracking that Sash. He's going to do this into pulping afterwards. So that's going to be a very aggressive turn.
Recreating the agility.
Very interesting play
Interesting.
here.
Yeah.
So
I
he's
think
just going for 6
Peng
and a
feels
6.
that. Okay, I've gone through 2 Blood Rush blows. He's still on 33 life. The life difference is trickling, and I need to apply some pressure. That's probably why the Savage Slash was used this turn. We need to get close to numbers because if we're on the same life, or even if you're on a higher life than me, it is so hard to get the Uzuri player down to low life.
Yeah, to claw back
Because
every single
they're
time.
so happy to the block. They have so many defense reactions.
Absolutely, absolutely. In this case, Peng's only follow-up here is probably that pulping in hand that's going to come in for probably 6 dominate. But I don't think there's a follow-up from that afterwards, right? With one floating,
No,
you can't even
probably
claw on this case.
hopefully it hits the 6 and creates a might. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we hit the swing big here in this case, making that might token. But this is a Savage Sash that has only produced, I think, 6 points of additional damage in this case. Not exactly what you want for Savage Sash, but Peng really playing to his outs here. And look at that, Shoma just saying, yeah, we'll eat
Happily
that 6.
take that.
Yeah, we'll eat that
Vanilla
6.
damage.
Very straight vanilla damage. There's no arsenal for Shoma to kind of like fear in this case. And perhaps with some sort of disruption and hand knowledge, which Uzuri is just so good at getting at these days with cards like Weakest Link and Shakedown, or even like things like Surgical. Man, this is very, very powerful. This CNC, though, not doing a whole lot here.
But still sending 6 damage. That
Yes.
is a quarter of Peng's life.
Absolutely. Sometimes 6 damage is still 6 damage. But the on-hit effect on this, not super relevant. Only turns off, I think, the Reckless Swing in Peng Jun's deck.
I think Peng would be very happy to see that it's CNC coming. No
Yeah.
disruption to the hand. And he can finally keep a 4-card hand to to come back
Yeah, a bit of a
and gain some
breather
tempo
here.
back. And he has the agility ready to
Yeah.
go as well. So this turn is it's looking good for Peng.
Yeah, finally a breather room here for Peng to really try to claw himself back into this game. Starting off with a CNC
Not bad.
go again for 7. Yeah, that's always very nice. Shoma's been very disciplined about using those Black Tech Whisperers as well. Hasn't blocked with them just yet, so the breakpoint easily covered. The question is, how precious is that arsenal at the moment? This is the last CNC.
I believe it's still that Just a Nick that he arsenaled a couple
That's
turns
true,
ago.
that's
and
true.
That is a very powerful card.
Yes, it can close you. It can close you games, and more importantly, get you more information off the top of the deck. Shoma's hand here,
Oh, that hand does
very difficult to block, especially with 2 codexes.
and Sync below.
Yeah, 2 codices, a Sig below, and that Leave No Witness. This is one of those spots where he might have to.
Oh, he's letting it go.
He has to let it go.
Okay,
And losing the
Losing-
Just a Nick. Wow.
that is huge.
That is huge. Taking 3 damage only here, but the follow-up, I think Peng's gonna really send the build over with the Wild Ride coming in for another 6 damage. So this is really, really good. Making another Might token, gonna have the Claw after this as a follow-up. This was a positive EV turn for Peng Jun.
Yeah, that Command and Conquer just put in work. But also, I can see why Shoma's happy to let go. He does have Codex of Frailty, and he has no way to get rid of that Just Nick from the Arsenal. So that kind of Command and Conquer kind of just helped his hand a little bit.
That's true. That's
to
true.
be honest, because that Just Nick he wasn't getting rid of it from his hand.
Yeah, there wasn't any good legal targets for that one. So letting go of that Just a Nick, very helpful here. And with a 1-card play, he just blocked with a Leave No Witnesses. So we can just play this Codex,
Yeah.
get LNW, and then send it back to Peng's face.
Yeah, get your value, get your ponder.
Get your Ponder, making sure that Peng Jun drops a card from hand as well.
That's huge.
It is huge.
Does Peng have the Beast Within to make it?
Get some value out
Get
of
some
it as
value,
well.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
So strong when you play Codex. And then they just got a Beast Win. Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was very nice of you. A generous donation. Now the question is, what are some of the good options that Peng Jun might want to take back from this Codex? He knows he's going to be 1 card down from his hand, and he might still have to block with 1 card and maybe the Apex in this case, or just use the Scab Skins.
Yeah, use the last block of Scab Skins as well. Probably looking for, I think, Swing Bag.
Swing Back is a pretty good
Good
option
stat.
in this case. Yeah, he can also take a pulping of some sorts. In this case, if he's feeling like he wants to go a bit wide, or a Wild Ride, which is a lot safer in this case, but might not leak damage. some
Technical difficulties.
small technical difficulties here, but we're back for the game. Let's jump you right back in. To be very fair, nothing much has happened in this case. If you guys can hear us, just give a thumbs up in chat so that we can. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're back. We'll help you fix up the the live counters and stuff in just a bit. Just had a little bit of a system reset happen here.
So nothing's really changed, Elliot.
Nothing's really changed.
Still thinking about that Codex target?
We're still thinking about the Codex target here, so there is time for us to readjust everything. Just a pesky Maxx, just attacking our hardware at the moment. But the game proceeds as per normal. I think Peng Joon really put in a very tough spot here, having to decide not only what card to put in his arsenal, but what card to let go. This is a hand which is kind of like running on 2 blues, but a E-strike and a swing big. So currently, we're not looking at any go again targets. And Peng Joon trying to put that C in arsenal kind of tells a lot. It's probably going to be something like, 5 go again into CNC?
So he has to block out the leave no witness,
Oh,
so
he has
he'll
to block
lose
out the
another
leave no
card.
witness.
I think it's because Ping knows that, like I said before, any arsenal is good for Uzuri. Either it's attack reaction or it's a stealth card, even a 6 power disruption attack is good. So Ping has to fight back with some disruption himself. Which is why he chose the CNC. Sure, it's only coming in. It's still coming in for 6 because of that might. But ripping 2 cards and offering a disruption is too valuable.
It's still very valuable.
Right now.
Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, using that last point of the scab skins, the scab skins is not destroyed, in case anyone's wondering, but he has placed it face down for his own effect. But back to Shoma, back to Peng Joon now, who we know has both frailty and might, and this CNC just straight coming, as you said,
We'll just cancel out each other,
4-6.
And getting Arsenal swing big as well.
Getting Arsenal that swing big, that's always big.
Blocking with 2 shreds.
Oof. Okay. So Shoma very aggressive with that blocking with 2 shreds. I mean, that's one of the things that you can only say in Flesh and Blood, you aggressively blocking with. But this isolate from Arsenal, not giving a lot of information to Peng Joon. And I love the flexibility that these new Uzuri decks have, right? Depending on how they block the isolate, it allows you to actually choose which card in your hand you want to use for the Uzuri attack reaction and which one you want to arsenal.
Yeah, and the thing of these new stealth attacks is, thanks to Part the Misfit, they did get new stealth attacks, and good stealth attacks.
Good
like
stealth
on-hit abilities.
yeah.
Your Bonds of Agonies, your Persuasive Prognoses.
Yeah.
Those demand cards to block earlier. They're not vanilla damage.
It's like it's one of those mind games you have to play with your opponent when they're running these new stealth on-hit cards that are more than just like your infects and whatnot.
Yeah,
right?
Azalea, all good. I'll take 2.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that. But with new ones, they
Disruption,
rip your hand apart.
Oh man, and this Death
Death
Touch
Touch.
coming in for 6 and 2 more from the Blood Rot. Pox token, that's an 8 damage isolate. One of the better things you can do in this Uzuri list. So Shoma not only controlling the board state, but honestly, just putting in that damage, trickling little by little. And Peng Joon, the clock is ticking on the amount of answers he has.
Yeah, he's getting really. It's very value that Shoma is playing. Just, I'm not doing massive damage. I'm doing tiny bits of amount of damage. I'm disrupting you as well. I'm making you feel uncomfortable. And maybe after 10, 15, maybe even 20 turns, I'll get there when you have no more resources and I'm so far ahead of life and I can take a little bit more damage to apply more pressure.
Yes, absolutely. And, very interesting enough, Shoma's been playing this 2-card hand for the longest time. And even that previous turn, I think Peng didn't really have an opening to use the Scalding Flashback. By keeping 2 cards in hand and playing the Isolate from Arsenal, it really disincentivizes that gamble with the Scowling at the same time. So
Shoma has actually played around the Scaling Flashback very well this game.
Yes, I cannot agree more with that, Newson. So this is just blocking for 4, gonna leak 1 damage, opting downwards. Let's see what Peng's follow-up is. We know that there's a swing big in Arsenal. Is he just gonna send a straight 10 here? Or is there more to this kit? Here we go. That's 10 damage.
8.
Oh, that's 8. Sorry, 8 damage. Why did I think it was 10?
Yeah,
I was like a blood rush turd. That's an 8 damage attack.
I was like, Swing Peg's already
It's pretty good. It's pretty on rate. It's pretty on rate. Yeah,
But-
yeah.
When you said 10, I was like, well,
10 is a bit too good.
2 cost 10?
2 cost 10. Yeah. That's a bit too good. Yeah, coming for 8 damage. Shoma's still, about 6 points ahead in terms of life.
And he does have that Sink Below in hand.
He does have that sink below. He still has that balance of justice that's sitting there. and the
his
black
equipment.
tech. Yeah, and the equipment's still there. If he takes this straight 8 and goes down to 10, well, technically him and Peng Joon are about the same life parity. I'm not sure if Peng wants to play to pitch for the Blood Rock Pox, but this is kind of evening out the odds a little bit more. Interesting time. Does Shoma want that quicken token? Looks like he's going to draw a block for 8. So with a card and a defense reaction in hand, it looks like we'll be blocking for a... we're taking 4. So
Okay.
okay, nice.
Very valuing that defense reaction in the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Turn off critical cards like pulping, like he did before. So his turn, I think he's just happy to pitch, send the card in his Arsenal, whatever that may be, probably a disruptive card, Arsenal to sink. Feels very safe for next turn.
Absolutely. And here, instead of paying for the Blood Rock Pox, Peng Joon, and I think this is a great play, opting to really just make that agility and might token to try to set up for the next one. 14 is actually a precarious life total for Uzuri, or at least when you're playing as Kayo's side, that's exactly where you want to be at.
And here we see the bonds.
Yeah, this is the one of those new cards that everyone's so hyped about. Shoma showing us that you can actually activate the entire suite of abilities on it because you have those flick knives.
You have the black tech.
You have the black tech that you already blocked with, and a shred might spell doom because not only are you blocking, but
Shred, just an X.
just an X. Yeah, those are some of the more powerful ones in this case. And there's also very fun tech where you can just Uzuri to bring in another bonds, and it counts as an activation. So drawing the 2 bonds of agonies together aren't always a bad thing. You can just swap them from each other.
This card is actually so hard to play around in Uzuri. That's kind of new. You can kind of figure out the numbers.
Yes.
Uzuri, there are so many defense reactions that can trip you up. Your shreds, it's just the next. You don't know the scale of what power you can get. And if you do block with a certain healthy amount of cards, you can just get punished with a Uzuri hero ability.
Yes.
And as we saw in Peng Joon's hand, that is a Blood Rush Fellow.
That's his last
That's
blood
his
rush.
last one.
If this gets
Oh.
taken away from the bonds of agony, Peng's options to drop is going to be very, very high.
So this could be a 50-50. We do know one hand card is sink. Is he able to hit the defense direction?
Oh, that's all.
Oh, that's all.
That's all. So a bit of mind games. Being able to keep a 4-card hand with the Blood Rush.
And agility.
This is Peng Joon's big turn. Very exciting.
Very critical that Scarlet Flashback hit that attack reaction.
Yes.
If he had one.
If he had one. But if, we know that there's probably a defense reaction in Arsenal for Shoma at the moment. He needs to play very defensive this turn. But that balance of justice going to come in very clutch at this point in time.
That is a very strong start. Savage Feast with the agility token, with the Blood Rush Fellow.
Oh, but
One
hitting a
cost
Bare
8.
Fangs red, that's actually a pretty good one to get rid of. It raises the ceiling to like a 10 damage Bare Fangs on a turn like this, but we're
It's coming in
starting
for
with
9.
Yeah, we're starting with a Savage Feast for 9. That's also not easy to deal with.
That's pretty good. All right.
So we're currently blocking for 6 and taking 3, not opting to sink anything below.
Shoma liking his hand. Probably wants to block as much as he can this turn, keeping the free blocks.
And wow, this follow-up is going to be
Popping the balance.
popping a balance. We have a 5-card hand. Now the question is, How much else do we want to block? Or are we taking damage to tempo down? This is the last Blood Rush turn. Blocking 3, taking 2.
2 floating, probably sending another, hopefully, red big attack. And that is...
It's a clash of agility, so it's only
8.
coming for 8, but 8 out of 9 health is actually pretty darn good.
I mean, you're playing against Brew, right? You can't actually get to 2.
You can't get to 2. Well, we see that he's pitched a Reckless Swing on this turn for this hand. So if Shoma's gambling on the fact that Peng Joon might only have 1 Reckless Swing, as a lot of these lists do, he can technically go to 1.
He can risk it, but I don't
risk it. But I don't think
a lot of players are comfortable risking
I wouldn't
going down
either.
to 2 against Brew.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Shoma's still sitting on this 4-card hand, thinking, how can I block this particular 8 damage?
Such a strong turn from Peng. He really needed this turn to come back into the game.
Yeah. And that Bonds of Agony, he also had to take a bit of a gambit here, right? That there was no additional reactions on top of it.
If it was 2 reactions, or even if it was a 6 attack power, because he only blocked for 3 that turn. Blocked for 4, sorry.
He blocked for 4. But, you know, any sort of attack reaction from hand and using the black tech plus the flick knives, that could have spelled disaster for him. So here we are, thinking about the blocks.
Shoma thinking, can I afford to go down to a lower life, or what do I need to disrupt them? I do have 4 cards. We do see a Codex of Frailty in Shoma's hand.
Yeah, a partial block here might be interesting.
Licting this, okay, blocking 3, licting to take 5, dropping down to 4.
Yeah, dropping down to 4 in this case, with a Might token the next turn, but Peng Joon is as good as Naked at the moment, right? Just that 1 block left
On Apex.
From the Apex. So anything else that needs to be blocked from an on-hit effect, that's going to be cards from hand most of the time.
Okay.
All right, we're going wide here with looking for scrap. This is going to be a 5 go again.
You know how I said that when you're versing against the Brood, you can't drop down to 2?
Yes.
When you're sitting against an assassin with
You
flick
also can't
knives,
drop to
you
2.
cannot drop to 2 either. So they're basically playing on 8 versus 2 at the moment
Yes.
for both players.
Absolutely.
And yeah, we will probably see those flick knives used really soon on critical turns.
The flick knives always the fake Kadachi lock, right? Without having to pitch for cards sometimes. You can just throw and isolate and then boop, flick a knife.
And that Spider Bite is so important because of the Codex of Frailty, getting the Leave No Witnesses and making Peng's free blocks turn into 2. So he can't efficiently block with a free block and his Apex Bone Breaker. He has to commit 2 cards if he lets the Spider Bite hit.
This is an excellent turn. We know that there's last Codex of Frailty in his hand. If Peng chooses to block this Spider's Bite, he's going to have very few options left. And throwing the Scale Peelers to give no value for the Predator, for the Apex, when he's going to get that Leave No Witnesses, is going to be huge in this case.
And it's lethal. And
It's lethal in this case, yeah. Oh, so it's getting
even better, Death Touch with the Tunic.
6 with the Tunic is actually a crazy play in this case. Forcing Peng Joon to really throw some cards in front of this.
Honestly, what an amazing turn from Shoma. You know, this is why he is the Pro Tour champion.
Yes.
This is why he was able to pilot Uzuri. Just
And
reading these lines,
Oh, yes.
knowing that, hey, I'm happy to take 5 and I'm ready to close out the game on this critical turn, knowing every step to get there.
Giving no breathing room in this case. And Peng's hand here is not set up to really block this Death Touch. He's taken the Spider's Bite on hit. He's got a bunch of 2 blocks. He has a 2 block from the Agile Wind-Up, a no block from the Wild Ride, and then a Riled Up and a Runner. So even blocking this Death Touch is going to be very difficult.
He needs to throw 3 cards down.
He has to throw 3 cards down. And just
and lose the Wild Ride.
And lose the Wild Ride in the process? Oh my goodness. Yes, he's got to discard a card from this as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because he can't let it hit. It's just going to give him a Blood Rot. He's on. And every other day he'll be on 2.
Yeah.
So that Blood Rot will kill him.
I think the Blood Rot will kill him from this turn. I don't think there's any other options left in this case.
He has to throw down his hand this turn.
And even then, if so, he's gonna block for 1/2/2. That's 5. He's gonna take 1 from the death touch itself, and then 2 from the blood rot pox. And I think that might be game.
Yeah, that flick knives.
That flick knives did
Flickering
work.
that spear, turning off the apex is huge.
Yeah, that did work. That did a lot of work. Peng Joon sitting in the tank here. I think he's doing the math to realize that there are no good blocks in this case. He has to discard a card. He can
Throw his
only
hand down.
Throw his hand down here. Can only block for 5 in this case because it's all these attacks. So we're blocking for 1 less because of the spider's bite.
I believe he could block for 2/2. Yeah, 2/2/1. Yeah.
2/2/1. That's 5. So 1's gonna leak through.
Also, he'll.
No cards from hand. Blood rot for 2.
So I think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, right.
I think so. He's trying to do the math to figure out if there's another way out.
But yeah,
But I think it's
I-
exactly lethal. Yeah.
2/2. Yeah, 2/2/1.
2/2/1. Yeah. So it's taking 6,
Taking
6
fi-
damage, and then taking 1
One.
from the
And
death
then,
touch.
and
Going
then
down to 2.
taking
Yeah.
the blood rot.
Yeah, taking
Yeah,
the blood
right.
rot. Yep. I think so. I think so. But let's see how he pilots this. I'm very interested to see what goes through the boot brain cell. Very few options left. I love the fact that Shoma played around that 1 Apex Predator block.
Basically, what won him the game. What won him this game. Actually,
It won him this game. Just
that
knowing
one
like-
block would have been so crucial this turn. Being able to block that 1 damage that
and go
he's
down to
missing.
1. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like he wouldn't be dead.
He wouldn't be dead, but
If-
the noose is right there.
Yeah.
Shoma really showing why he is the Pro Tour champion. Just these very minute calculations and reading when's the time to strike. That was honestly just some of the most maneuverable plays we've seen in Fab this year.
Yeah, 100%. I love watching Shoma play. It's just very thoughtful. He's not greedy. He's very conservative, and he knows the lines to get the most value from in each play.
Yes. Methodical is the exact word I would use for
Yep.
this man. He's got surgical precision in the way he's using his resources. Nothing premature. In fact, we haven't seen him swung these daggers the entire game. It's just this little closeout turn when
Until
he
now.
knows. Yeah.
Spider's Bite was his first attack. It was
This is the
Spider's
fir-
Bite.
Exactly. The first time he's used it, and he knows exactly when to wield the right tools.
But we can't discredit Peng. He's
Oh.
he's battled through a rough game.
This was a
Turn
very
1, Blood
good
Rush
one.
Bow, banish. Multiple disruptions after that. He did have that critical turn on his third Blood Rush Bellow, where he's kind of able to gain back the tempo. His second Blood Rush Bellow wasn't even that good anyway.
The second Blood Rush was like, what, 9 damage? Oh,
Nine-
It was like, so
It was
7
like blue-
plus
it
5,
was
12?
7 plus 5, 12 damage.
12 damage turn, not what you
With a
expect.
Beast Within.
And
trigger
a
as well.
Beast Within
Yeah.
trigger. And also the Sash turn didn't really go super in his favor, also only coming in for 12 damage for that turn. So a very uphill battle for Peng in this case. But bringing down Shoma to 4, really not that bad a deal. But I think
Yeah, Peng's,
yeah. Peng's just deciding, like, which card to let go in this case. And
He has to let go of the wild, right?
he has to let go of the wild, right? There is absolutely no choice. And this is just the first round of the day, Newson. We've got...
I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah.
To the rest of the rounds and the rest of the tournament.
We've
If-
got
If
6
we're
more.
expecting games like these.
Absolutely, absolutely. We haven't even seen some of the best players in the Philippines show up on stream
Yep.
just yet. And we can't wait to put them on afterwards. We have people like Justin Koo, Carlos Ope, who will be up. Hopefully, I'm wishing them all the best. When you're on home ground, you always have that
Oh,
home
no,
ground. Right?
yeah.
He's showing the cards.
He's pointing on the daggers. He knows.
He knows that the time is a ticking here, and he can't really block
They're
fully.
blocking for. Take.
So he's going to block 4, take 1. Oh, and if it's a blue
Oh, yeah,
agile
okay.
wind
So
up,
he did find a way to.
he found a way to get through on this, and he's going to be able to just pitch for the Blood Rot Pox in this case.
Just
he's
sit.
going to just try to kill from this point.
So
It is a blue, right? Okay.
also this is lethal actually. It's coming in for 6 -1 5 7 dominate.
Yeah, I mean,
But
he has the
there's
equipment.
equipment.
yeah,
yeah.
he has the equipment suite here. So it doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. Just throw this Unique and a card, and after which it should be perfectly fine. Peng Joon still used the Apex Predator just to get the Might token off of this. But yeah, as long as he keeps the Flick Knives up,
It doesn't need to keep the flick nose up. That blood rot will finish him.
the Blood Rot will finish him with this turn, yeah, absolutely. So as long as he can get through the damage here,
Or
taking all the way down to
And-
2, and then Blood Rot will end the game.
yeah, here we see what amazing game from Shoma again.
Yeah, and
As-
Peng Joon finding that little bit of out just to try to catch him off guard. But yeah, with the equipment suite still up, I don't think there was much doubt that Shoma was going to close the game anyway. But really, both players going through the grinder. I think they both played quite methodically in this case. But Shoma just showing that those little edges you can take at the end of each turn, using those codexes in, I think, very efficient ways as well, and blocking just
Yeah,
masterfully.
that turn he was dealing with a blood rush spello turn to the face, and he was still able to keep cards to basically seal up the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's incredible. When you're facing against the blood rush spello turn, you're like, oh, okay, I want to take as least damage as possible. But with Shoma, he's like, yep, cool, I'll take all your damage and I'll just close out the game.
Yeah.
Which is very incredible to see.
Yeah, great decision making in this case. Lots of foresight, I would say, in terms of how much he needs to navigate. Even going down to 1, right? That goes to show that this man is using life as a resource all the time. So that's our first round of the day. We are gonna go take a short break after this. Yep, we're gonna take a short break after this, but when we come back, we'll have a lot more announcements for today. We have some spoilers to share with you all throughout the day, and also just many more games of amazing flesh and blood.
You don't want to miss this stream. There is going to be a lot of goodies.
Oh yeah,
Lots.
lots of goodies actually. That's not. Newson's hinting at something very, very big for us. So if you want to win some cool prizes, you should stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a bit. Take care.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
and they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows. Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. what beauty lies in death.
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Because Pudding's just a great player in general. Of course. Yeah.
Round 1 ko, Victor, pare. Talo ako. Wag. Sa round 7 na tayo magkita. After winning everything. Yeah, I was trying to look for you round 1. No, bro, don't joke like that right now. Oh, ano gamit yan? Top story. 1-1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Calling Manila. We're going to jump into round 2 very shortly, and we have a very fun game for you guys. We're not only going to have a great player, Mr. Pudding Tam, on stream, but he's going to go up against another Japanese player, Kiyoshi Sato, who's playing what I would say is an unconventional deck in this meta. We've seen a lot of it happen at Pro Tour, but Dash.io, is that a deck you were expecting in this meta, Newson?
100%. I think that deck is super underrated. The output of damage that deck can bring to the table can match Zen. And we've seen it time and time again from players such as Mara Ferris that I think she went.
She had a very good run.
At Pro
Her
Tour.
CC record was like almost like I think X1 or
X1,
XO.
yeah. So this deck's nothing to sleep about. If you're not prepared against this deck, you will be shocked when that output of damage comes.
Yeah, boom grenades off the top always feel very, very good. And being able to, use your protocols to get some max velocities back into the game can always feel very devastating. Those are huge 20+ damage turns, sometimes even 30+. So that's going to be a really fun match for us to watch. The players are getting set up for the games. This is only round 2. We've got a total of 7 rounds for you in the entirety of the day. And in between them, we'll be spoiling some cards from Rosetta. But without further ado, I think we're going to go jump into the game real shortly now. Pudding, of course, famously, he's going to be running a ninja, right? So this is Zen, Tamer of Purpose, as per normal. We expect nothing less from the ninja god himself.
He said he's playing Zen until Living Legends, and hopefully he gets, maybe he gets back his bonds and ancestries.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited for him. And he's probably going to be very excited today for some of the things we're going to talk about later in the stream. Hint, hint. But yeah, so putting on his Zen list, generally speaking now, post-nerfs, we've seen the impact of some of it during Pro Tour Amsterdam itself. We have only 3 copies of Bonds of Ancestry, which is the legal limit, I suppose, in this case. And aside from that, we'll be expecting him to run the standard suite of equipment pieces. We'll still be looking at the amazing headpiece here with Traverse the Universe, Strides of Reprisal in the feet. Probably the interesting one here would be what handpiece he wants to use. Some people have opted time and time again for the Tiger Stripe Shuko, which should be the item of choice. And the weapons-wise, in Dash.io, the question is he going to bring in the Zephyr Needles, which have become very popular in this aggro meta, or is it going to be the Tiger Taming Kakura?
I believe it should be the Zephyr. I don't think Pudding has not tested against Dash.io, and he probably knows that it is going to be a race,
for sure. Yeah.
an aggro race, right? So just looking by his list, we do see his signature card, Flick Flack.
Oh yeah, he loves those Flick Flack.
When we saw Flick Flack in his deck at Pro Tour Amsterdam, everybody was shocked. But Flick Flack is very good in the aggro race.
Oh yeah, against Dash.io, when you have to kind of respect the boom grenades coming in across, off the top and in a wide sort of like combat chain, those Flick Flacks put in a lot of work. They make you be able to block those breakpoints quite consistently on that combat chain and stemming a lot of the bleeding, while not giving up too many cards in the process. In Kiyoshi Sato's list, because he's running that Dash.io, I expect us to see a lot of very aggressive cards, maybe like BIOS update, right? Getting a lot more value from being able to see the top of your deck, and Sparks of Geniuses in order to find more resource generators like your Teklo cores, even sometimes finding the backup protocol in order to extend the chain a little bit more, or rather just get more attacks, right? Recycle those attacks from your discard and from your graveyard.
Yep. Kiyoshi definitely wants to see, those T-bones, disrupt that equipment, and Pulse Wave Harpoon, disrupt their hand.
Yeah, anything that can take cards away from Zen or to make his equipment a little bit less, try to get less value out of the equipment suite in total. That's how you kind of like close out and gain points within this matchup itself. But I'm always excited to see the Japanese players come out, bringing some of these, what I would have previously considered to be wild, fringe decks. Shoma showed us you can bring a fringe deck and just do absolutely well in a long series tournament. This is only round 2, so the players are in the 1-0 bracket. they're just getting shuffled up, getting to present their decks, and once we're ready, we'll jump straight into the game. Dash.io, famously, less health than most heroes in the game.
That's how powerful she can be.
Yes,
Right?
yes, yes. That's just goes to show you can play with like intellect 5, and that warrants just a couple of health knocked out. We also have a bit of a meta breakdown that we'll try to get to closer to like round 3 or 4. But just want to give you guys a heads up. You know what's the third most represented deck here in the meta, Newson? It's Prism. Awakener of Soul. Just an insane deck. And famously, if only at 32 health, in this meta, she seems to be one of the decks of choice going into what I think it should be a highest Zen representation and then a new representation at second place.
Yeah, I know. I definitely know you are a big Illusionist fan. So when those games come, I'll give you that. I'll give you the spotlight on that.
Thank you so much.
Because-
I love talking about Illusionists all day, every day. But we've seen a lot of them being showing up here at Calling Manila. Famously also piloted by a bunch of the locals here because they know generally how it goes. So fist bumps are going out. Players are putting down their equipment, and it looks like the match is underway.
Yep. So if we see from Pudding's equipment suite, I love how he did not put any arcane barrier or into it. I don't think that T-Bone is. I don't think you can respect T-Bone that much to give away
To put some null rune inside.
to the fence arsenal to the fence block because it is a race.
It is a race.
That 2 block can matter so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. And wow, what an
Good start.
opener here for Kiyoshi. Just throwing out that boom grenade off the top of the deck and a red one at that. This is going to be one of those hands where any break point will matter from now onwards.
Yeah, and loading up that symbiosis shot.
Yep, the symbiosis shot. Interestingly enough, he's also running the adaptive plating in the arm slot here. This is one of those cards which we're looking at outpace. I believe this is a 1 for 4. You can't block with equipment. One of the reasons why Dash, both Inventor Extraordinaire and oh no, he's not looking at, he's thinking of the wrong card in this case. It's not Pulse Wave Harpoon. Outpace is the one that
Okay, Pudding just. All right, I don't like my hand.
oh, he's just blocking the entire
Blocking
hand.
the entire hand?
Oh, I see. That's so. I think Kiyoshi. That was such a cute moment, honestly. Kiyoshi like, no, I can't see these cards. He's like, no, sir, I'm
I'm blocking,
I'm blocking of all of them.
And that's really good. He's filling up his graveyard for the Bonds Ancestry. He has.
Yeah.
I think he used 100 wins, a Tiger Swipe, and another combo card.
Yeah.
Which is very good. You want to fuel up that graveyard for Bonds.
For Bonds of Ancestry, you only have 3 copies, so you have to make them count. When you
Yes.
draw them, you need to make sure there is fire and fuel ready to go. So this, that boom grenade, not doing a lot at the start, but it also means that for next turn, Pudding has to kind of respect because it will still be on board, and there's also another opportunity to flip one more off the top of the deck. I believe Pudding is showing us a Mauling Chi
And
in-
a Art of War.
and an Art of War, so this could be pretty explosive. Now, game plan-wise, what do you think Pudding needs to do in order to get ahead in this game?
Pudding really needs to sit. So first of all, you really want to transcend early.
100%.
You want to turn that Traverse the Universe live as soon as possible because this game might only be 3 or 4 turns, and if you can't find a transcend card early, that hit equipment only blocks for 2, basically. Not you really utilizing the full advantages.
Yeah. And this is a very nice start for Pudding. Drawing a mostly red hand, I assume. And in this case, just sending a vanilla 6 damage, but it says Command and Conquer on the top. Have you seen, by the way, just a quick sidetrack while these players are thinking. Have you seen the new CNC print with the Kasai on it
Yes.
from the deathmatch season?
Yeah. What do you think about it?
That's beautiful.
I know that's
It's beautiful.
exactly what I said.
Oh, this is going for 6, and it kind of forces the block if Kiyoshi really wants to protect that arsenal. This is great, right? You want to make sure to strip as many cards from Dash.io when those boom grenades are on the table. Give them less opportunities to explode in your face.
And he set up an Art of Wooden Arsenal as well. And Dash.io, not one of the decks that disrupt arsenals, right?
No, not at all.
But
Here we go with the 0 to 60 here. Just coming for 4 go again, boosting away a zipper hit. This is great, right? You're not using any additional cards to try to get a breakpoint attack. 0 to 60, one of the best to pull,
Red.
to pair with the red boom grenade. And if there's one more on top, and Pudding says, well, looks like 8 damage.
Yeah, really making it awkward for Pudding. You don't want to block with 2 cards, and you don't want to use your equipment that early.
Not that early, not that early.
But there is merit of him using strides this early, because he does have the Outerwood and Arsenal to make advantage of that Crouching Tiger.
That would be huge here. That would be huge. So let's see how Pudding intends to block this one.
But also, Pudding probably knows he's still got 2 cards in hand. He's going to have other attacks. I can't respect that boom grenade that much. I'd rather just take the damage, deal with it now, and not have to worry about it later.
Absolutely.
Which is what Pudding basically did.
Yep, block with 1, chase the tail, just blocking for 3, but taking 5 to the face. Now, the combat chain continues. Kiyoshi looks like there are more attacks in the hand and a protocol, I think, that he's going to pitch away for this. So just a dive over here, coming in for 4. This is dive through data, coming for 4. Go again. And just trying to see if you can... I think he's trying to dig through...
And when it hits, so you get to opt 1.
You get to opt 1
utilizing dash eye, maybe finding a Tickler Pounder.
Yeah.
Or a Tickler Core.
That's all you can hope for at this point in time, really. Looks like it hits. He's going to close the chain and doesn't
like
use it. Yeah.
Doesn't like what's on top. Use your Tickler Pounder, try to get rid of it.
Get more
try
resources. Get more resources as a as a consequence of using the Techno Foundry Heart and just trying to find another item on top. But looks like that's
Doesn't look
not
like
happening.
no.
Yeah. And he can't afford to really use the he wants to load up the Symbiosis shot as much as possible so that those big high octane turns, when they do come, they're gonna matter.
Speaking of high octane, it's one
right in his hand. Yeah, absolutely. Putting here, getting off quite easily on that turn, taking 9 damage in total. Managed to keep, I think that was a 3-card hand and 1 in Arsenal. Not using the Art of War as well and just closing that combat chain.
I love how Pudding's so disciplined with that Out of War. It's just
Nothing good to do. Just
he's waiting for that perfect time to use it, and he knows this because this matchup, he knows that Dash Eye will not be disrupting his Arsenal that much. Maybe I Command and Conquer come out, but that's what his equipment's for. That's not like he's versing New or Uzuri where it disrupts your Arsenal so much. And just sitting back another Command and Conquer.
Just send 6.
6?
No, there's no real threat in this case because there's no Arsenal, but 6 is still 6, right? We always talk about the damage.
Your first your life in this matchup, right? Basically, first one to drop down to 0. But in this matchup, honestly, it's a race.
That's just good old flesh and blood, right? Going down to 0 is the aim of the game. Pudding headed to the end step. And because Sato just took all that damage that faced that turn, you can expect quite an aggressive retaliation. This case, boosting away that Pounder. Not exactly what you want to see in this matchup. Because those Pounders are worth 6 points of value every single time you get one on the table.
Yep, and Kiyoshi basically wanting to sit up. You know, he has the Hulk in hand. He's not playing. He wants to Arsenal it. He knows that he might not have another chance to see another one, and he wants to utilize the efficiency of that card as much as possible. Similar to Pudding's Out of War. You know, you have your power cards that you want to keep for the right turn to push back.
Yeah. I think this is the difference between like a player who wants to be able to make those big turns and close out those games in the aggro matchup, right? It's not enough to just keep sending 12 every single turn. It's about getting those 20 to 30 plus damage turns that will really give you that edge.
And here we see the stride of reprisal block.
Yeah.
Creating a Crouching Tiger, so next turn. So Kiyoshi probably knows that there is an Out of War coming his way next turn as well.
Yeah. Sato here, Kiyoshi Sato here, not necessarily boosting some great cards. We've seen a lot of his power reds actually go into the banish zone, which is quite unfortunate.
And he's really not finding those items on top.
Yeah. And that's something you want as Dash IO all the time, right? You want to be able to set up cards efficiently by playing with your extra intellect off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So
having that one resource floating, just not being able to find an item with Dash IO's ability hurts.
And this head is looking spicy for Pudding Tom at the moment. The Orihorn, a blue, he still needs to be able to set it up. So
I think he has 2 trends. One Transcend.
It's a one Transcend and one blue and the Art of War and Arsenal. So probably just using the Orihon here as resource, gonna banish that Striders, hoping to find another blue and at least Transcend for the first time. So
So Art of War activated. Most
Yeah.
likely banished for 2 and +1.
you know, just another day doing AOW things.
And he does have bonds in his hand.
And we find the
finds
Biting
blue.
Breeze. Yes, we find the Biting Breeze blue. That's going to be able to turn on the Transcend card here.
And yeah, finding that Descendant Gust with the go of the bonds.
Just
Just send things.
Just Zen things. And this is the turn, you know, patience really pays sometimes. And being able to both Transcend on this turn as well. So Traverse will be online from here on out. As well as to just make a good damage line in this case is massive. I believe the Transcend card in hand is Preserved Tradition, so finding a target that he can put back into his deck is still very important, and that will play a part when deciding, okay, if I'm going to Bonds of Ancestry here, I need to make sure that I'm still putting a good card with Preserved Tradition back into the deck because I want to search for it later.
Oh, 100%. Because thing about Zen is you can reuse those cards. You can tutor for those cards.
Yes,
At any time you want when you draw a chi.
Absolutely, absolutely. This will be his first chi. So, great thing about Zephyr Needles in this case, and you can see putting, sort of considering whether or not he needs to use them, is just how resource efficient the deck can be. You hardly have any spare resources at the end of the turn because of the way your weapons are costed. This Biting Breeze here coming for 2 go again, and if it hits, we're going to get one more.
100% blocking with that Balance of Justice, utilizing that effect from the Art of War. Being able to draw a card. You need every card possible in these matchups.
Yeah, you know that something spicy is going to happen when you open with a blue attack after Art of War. So here we go, using that Preserved Tradition, going to find an attack action. He has blocked with things like Tiger Swipe earlier on. There's Chase the Tail as well. Lots of great options. But the question is, what does he want? What he puts in will determine what bonds line he's going to take as well. Because they're not say a plethora of options at the moment that he can use.
All right, just choosing a good old CNC.
Yeah, a card that you can't tutor, but you don't mind having back in your deck, right? So it still keeps a lot of the bonds lines open for putting, depending on how Kiyoshi is going to block this one. And Art of Water, that +1/+1.
Transcending.
Yeah.
Free floating.
3 floating. Using it, activating Zen. Let's go tutoring, getting that Crouching Tiger, searching through this deck. Now, options. Are we going to find a closer? No, we're going to find and use that resource efficiently with a Descendant Gust Wave. This will come in for 4 go again, where we don't need to close the combat chain. We're just going to start this. And once you search for this, it kind of telegraphs what's going to happen next.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you know it, but you know a bond is coming.
You know it's coming.
You know it's coming.
There's no reason not to find the red one if you know the bonds is coming. I wonder if
There's
putting
no reason to play that card without a bonds, right?
Absolutely,
And with,
absolutely.
I believe still 4 cards in hand, free.
It should be 3 cards with a Crouching Tiger in hand in this case. Would have been crazy if you had an additional blue to activate that Orihon, but you can't always be choosy about these kind of things. Still, damage is going to be very, very wide this turn. We have the Shuko, which is going to be online as well because we've started with the Biting Breeze. So that Crouching Tiger is going to come for probably 2 later on, unpreventable damage.
Yeah, Kiyoshi is just very happy just to take damage.
Yeah.
Drop as low as possible because he knows he can fire off a similar or even more damage turn as Pudding, right?
Yeah.
With his High Octane in his arsenal, 5 cards in hand.
Now, it's how much damage do you want to take in order to retaliate? And getting Chase the Tail here is a very big tell as well because not only will your Chase the Tail get... Well, the Crouching Tiger that follows up from the Chase the Tail will have the Shuko effect. No, I think the first one will have the Shuko effect.
First one will have the
Yeah,
Shuko
the first
thing.
one, the Shuko effect. But the second one will still come in for like, what?
4?
4 damage.
Because of Art of War,
Because of
yeah.
Art of War as well. That's got to be a very painful turn.
Coming with Tiger. Crouching Tiger, getting that +1 from Shiko.
Yes, 2
4.
damage all the way through. Here we go with a Chase the Tail.
So we probably see the Tickler Value card being used this turn.
Yeah, just
And,
to mitigate some
Just
health.
to mitigate some damage. So that's
Yeah.
coming for 5. He knows that the next Tiger will be coming in for another 4, so he's working out how much damage can it. Oh, it's blocking with a 0 to 60.
Yeah, and here we go.
Aspect.
The Aspect coming in for 4, making that Tiger that is going to be the follow-up from the Chase the Tail. And with still one floating, it could be anything, right? We could see a spinning wheel kick coming in for 5. This is just
Or
so
Zephyr
much.
Needle.
Or just a Zephyr Needle and an Arsenal passing
Yep.
here. All of this could be really, really good. This Chase the Tail. Oh. Follow up the Crouching Tiger. How much damage is this turn, man? 2 plus 4 plus 5. That's already 11. 11 plus. That was 1,
11,
12 plus 5, 17.
21.
21, 25 damage, and a Zephyr Needle for 2. So a total of 27 damage presented on this turn. Hey, thanks for tuning in to hear me live count math in front of you all, showing that I'm not great at mental sums. But 20, that's a huge turn coming in from putting, and still an Arsenal card. You gotta feel pretty good with this turn.
Okay. Using Dash IO.
Yep.
Oh.
Flipping
turning-
over.
Turning that red boom grenade at probably
Couldn't
not
block
the best in
anyway.
his hand
Mhm.
into a tickler called gating him 2 resources. Exactly what he needs to use that high octane for free.
Yes, absolutely. To just go net positive on one card in this case is going to be huge.
Heads up from Kiyoshi, seeing that line.
Very, very,
Yeah.
very good play here.
Now the high octane turn just turned a lot better without having to pitch a blue.
Yes,
But you can't play
absolutely,
it.
absolutely. In this case, using that high octane here, drawing a card back to a 4-card hand. Also has a Spark of Genius. Now that's going to be huge in order to not just extend the chain, but sometimes you can find cards like Protocol in order to make the turn just slightly better. This is a Fender Bender, I believe. Yes, a Fender Bender red. So he's running a lot of cards that disincentivize putting from blocking with armor, because in a way it just makes them block for 1 less.
Yeah.
In some regard, right?
So the high octane netting him another action point.
Yep, boosting 1, so getting 1 action point there. Dash IO here. Loving those action points because it helps with those symbiosis shots. Fender Bender is a 4-go again. If Pudding wanted to go off while using the armor, it doesn't stop him from doing that, unlike cards like Outpace, but it certainly makes it less effective at mitigating damage. You gotta love these dash techs, right? As they have so many options coming from bright lights.
Yeah, card pool is so huge,
It's
right?
huge, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what you get when the whole set is just dedicated to your one class.
And yeah, you see your dash IOs. They have been showing up on the top tables. They have been winning.
Yeah.
Major tournaments.
Very excited to see how this turn plays out. So many little tricks and little pocket things you can take out of the bag. That Spark of Genius here is flexible, and you can kind of choose what cards you want. Whether you want to use it for a setup, finding a pounder, for example, for the next turn, or whether you want to keep pushing the damage by getting those protocols on the same turn. That's all up to how Pudding defends in this case.
And being able to draw a card. Very strong.
Very
especially
strong.
with multiple action points. Thanks to that.
No doubt. So looks like Pudding really thinking about just blocking for essentially 2 damage if he uses 2 pieces of equipment here.
I think he just really wants to make use of the traverse.
Yeah,
that
time
chi.
to go off, I suppose.
Because I don't think he will have another opportunity. Either this turn, Kiyoshi finishes the game, causes him to block, or he can't output enough damage.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you have to give up the armor while you can still use health as a resource as well.
Yeah.
And this, it looks like to be the time where he's going to try to cash in. And interestingly, not cashing in the Shuko because that's also damage. You can't discount the one damage.
That one
from it.
damage matters.
Oh yeah, when you're at 4, every damage point matters. So this would be essentially blocking for just like 2 damage, right? Because he'll have taken 4 regardless. But it does help activate Traverse.
Searching that energy.
Yeah, so taking 2 damage
2?
in this case.
Will we see a maybe boom grenade from the top?
If that happens, the crowd will go wild.
It's probably most enjoyable interactions. Just
Just
play a make attack. Oh no blocks. Oh, use that show. Flash in a red boom grenade. Oh,
like-
take 10.
Take 10. It's like, oh, that went real south real fast. So yeah, finding his one traverse piece, going for that spark of genius, closing the combat chain. Very important here to be able to think. I think Pudding wants to think about whether he wants to use the Kasaya. Yeah, looks
Yeah.
like he's going to use the Kasaya in order to prevent one more.
Utilizing that Zen state.
Yeah, use like the Zen state here. So not going for a super aggressive turn back, but when you have Zephyr Needle and your opponent's on 4, that's the pseudo Kodachi lock as well.
Yeah, the Sparkle Genius is very good here. He knows the top card of the deck is an item. So Sparkle Genius being able to search an item, drawing card, and most importantly, shuffling his deck to give him another chance to dig for another item.
Yes.
Very strong.
Wow, and here we go, getting a Teklo Core in this case. So another setup card, but this isn't a setup for aggression. This is a setup for like a bit more value play, right? So you can block a little bit more and still have a turn. Next thing you get 4 free resources, and that could be huge in this case. We know there's a zipper hit in his hand and another, I believe, 0 to 60. But he's going to get a draw card off of this. What does he get? That's a throttle. That's a red hand with not a lot of resources
60
left.
red too?
Oh, I think it's
I think it's
a blue.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So
So
the
worked
turn
out
is
for him.
saved. Yeah, the turn is saved.
Oh, and he hits the boom grenade.
Boom, wow. So he is going to crank this boom grenade for an additional action point and also to top up that symbiosis shot.
So that is the
for
yellow
1.
boom grenade.
It is a yellow, yep. Hey, 3 damage is 3 damage,
Three.
man. And not only that, when you think about boom grenades as well as a high octane turn with the symbiosis shot,
Oh, those are 2.
oh, those are 2 good
bad
ones, though.
banish.
Yeah, you don't want to see those banishes. Every time you crank an item, it's also worth an additional 2 damage because of the symbiosis shot. So lots of value, even for a yellow card.
So, yeah, pretty good turn. And utilizing all the resources with the zip hit into the throttle into, I believe, should be 4 symbiosis shots.
I think it should be 4 symbiosis shots, and he has enough items played on the table to let those 4 go as well. So zipper hit coming in. This is 5 or 8.
5 is actually quite annoying with the Zen state, right? You know,
Yeah.
your free block isn't enough. So you're gonna leak that 1, and then that will trigger the boom grenade.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a break point of 4 where
Yeah.
block
But
3.
the boom grenade is its own trigger, right? So
Yep.
the Zen state will reduce that damage
So he'll be taking 2.
to be
instead of
taking
3.
2 instead of 3. Yeah. This is
So playing quite defensive this turn from putting, you know,
he's not afraid
using
to
the
go on the
equipment.
defense. Yeah.
creating a Zen state, losing losing a card from traverse, and now he's blocking. So very strange. I feel like most players, you know, win a life for instance, I believe it was 25-4. You know, they would just usually take all the damage and
Yeah.
just try to close out the game next turn. But
Yeah.
Pudding being very disciplined
Yeah.
on when to take damage and when to go off.
Yeah, some players are like, send me the receipt, and Pudding here is writing and doing all the calculus he needs in order to do some strict accounting.
So that broom grenade will trigger
Yep, so
because
taking
that's
2,
a dead hit leaking 1 damage.
taking 1 damage. So total taking 3,
3 damage.
just because of the Zen state token. And this should just be the throttle here, coming in for another 6 go again.
And that Zen state's huge. against those symbiosis shots.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
'cause
It kind of
two
reduces
turns
the
into
value.
one,
Yeah.
and that's okay. So did draw a pretty bricky hand, you know. Drew 2 tiger swipes. They're not really useful if you can't make a crouching tiger to utilize the go again.
And all these are just going to be 1. So we're just going to keep taking
I think it's-
pings of 1. I think it should be 4 pings of 1, given the amount of boosts there were and -1 action point from the Spark of Genius.
And this Zen State putting in work
Yeah,
in this turn
that's-
against that symbiosis shot.
Yeah, we're reducing a total of like what? 5? No. Oh my goodness, my math's so bad. 4 plus 4. Reduced 8 damage off that Zen State token. Yeah, off of using the Traverse and the Zen State from the Kasaya, like that felt really, really powerful. And he's going to get Nadsen of that. That's what makes Zen State so good, right? He's not going to lose it until the end of his next turn.
And keeping a 2-card
What's up,
hand, 1
Sixto?
card in arsenal with Symphony Needles live.
Yeah, it means it kind of forces Kiyoshi to start respecting these Zen Needles, blocking of actual cards from their hand. Yes, once you start blocking of an attack, these Needles will technically break, but when you're this close in health, you don't necessarily want to keep giving up cards, which is, when I think about it now, like those Techno cores really make a lot of difference because you can kind of treat it as though, yeah, I'm blocking with resource cards, but I still have resource to play my turn.
Oh, and he did draw that Tickler Pounder.
On the turn that he wants to block.
And he does not want to see that because of that. He doesn't want to see any blue cards in general this turn, right? Because of the
Yes.
2 Tickler cores, needing him 4 resources next turn.
Yeah, not the card that you want to see in your hand. You want it on top of the deck most of the time.
So blocking with the T-Bone onto the first Symphony Needle, we see another block on the second, really respecting that.
There's a Pulse with Harpoon, a Zipper hit as well in this hand. So
Okay, electing just block 1 out.
take
and
2
take
here.
2.
And this is,
Oh.
he strikes 7
Well,
here.
that's a very good IRA line.
Yeah. Yeah, throwing back to WTR. Ira for, well, she always did 1-7-1.
1-2-7.
1-2-7, but this is a
2-2-7.
2-2-7. I think pretty good, pretty good.
So we're going to see that playing. Yep, using the Galvantalized ability to destroy the Tickler Core
To give a little bit
to
more.
get a little bit of defense.
Oh. So I think that should be blocking fully. Yes, 3,
3,
plus-
4,
yeah,
3, 4, 7. Yeah.
yeah, 3 and 4 is 7.
2 cards in hand. Tickler Core still active, getting him the 2 resources.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of those cards is the the Pounder, so not gonna really do much. And we've been seeing, unfortunately for Kiyoshi, a lot of these boosts have been like the power reds, right? A lot of twin drives, max velos, a lot of the red 0 to 60s have also been kind of like taken away. So not the spot you want to be in when you're in the Dashio seat.
Yeah, Pudding very happy to take that. Knows that
It's coming.
2 cards
yeah.
you cannot fit in lethal, and I want to keep that 4 cards to close out the game.
And there's still the Zen State token as well. So like he only took 3 damage from that. And more reds being banished. Like it is not, the deck is not cooperating at this point in time.
Yeah, he hasn't seen the T-Bones early enough. He hasn't seen the Pulse Harpoons early
Yeah,
enough.
very few
So-
disruption pieces in this particular match. But
Setting up
that's
Tickler
what
Pounder.
happens when you play Dashio at times, right? When you get the miracle draws off the top of the deck, that's going to be massive. But when you start flipping away your red boost attacks, oh, it can feel so punishing. And here we go, spinning wheel kick, another breakpoint starter. So a 1 for 4.
1 for 4 go again.
If he has more spinning wheel kicks, that's going to be a 1 for 5 on the next one. So leaking 1 damage,
Yeah, dropping down to 1.
dropping down.
So
to
now
1.
basically every card is a must block. Dasha has so many items that don't block. It's looking very bad for Kiyoshi.
Yes, this is one of those really precarious spots to be in. 2, go
At
again.
least the Symphony will break. playing Levels of Enlightenment.
This is just coming for the straight five. So
Give me the
can
last
he
two
block?
cards.
Yeah, give him the last 2 cards. And if there's an item in hand, it looks like that is game.
Game. Well,
So Pudding really showing that that defensive turn was actually huge because we brought the life gap so much tighter. That brings Pudding on Zen going up to 2-0. Really just an unfortunate series of draws for Kiyoshi in that one. We didn't get to see him do anything really explosive.
Yeah.
A lot of the best cards that he was using were flipped away by the Teklo Foundry Heart. And we only got to see maybe like 2 good item flips off the top of the deck.
yeah, and that high octane turn was very hindered by that Sensei activation.
Yes.
So saving him 8 damage.
8 damage is a lot of health in the
In the
aggro
race,
matchup.
yeah.
And all he did was block with equipment pieces most of the way, and still found ways to kind of use a little bit of damage to claw himself back and still steal cards from Kiyoshi's hand. So congratulations to Pudding Tom, bringing him up 2-0 at the start of our day here at Calling Manila. Just excitement in the room. We've been walking around. The vendors are having a great time connecting with the community. I think just the players themselves look very excited. We're in a wonderful building at One Ayala in Makati, Philippines itself. And the food around is actually really top notch. You have to eat some.
I will. I'm looking forward to trying some
local
Filipino-
delicacies,
Yep.
man, dude. Over here, a lot of the Sisiks, you have to eat them. So we have some cool products that have been released this year. If you at home are watching these games are wondering, how can I get into Flesh and Blood? Well, this year we started off, you guys have created some great product, Newson, with the Armory deck Kayo. We saw some of the great cards like Run Roughshod in Peng Jun's deck in round 1.
Savage
Sash, who can forget that one? It's really defined. And, one of the great key things about these Armory decks is you can just play them out of the box, add an Armory at a competitive level.
Yeah, that was what was super important to us. Just creating a product that you can just buy off the shelf, sleeve it up, and enter a tournament and do well. I have seen multiple events that were won by Armory decks. So that is a fantastic product to get into the Classic Constructive event.
100%. Even for a lot of Bolton players, they've been very excited for the new equipment suites. These the beacons of Bellona's Voice, the Warpath of Winged Grace, even the Solar Plexus, all really fun cards. Saving Grace as a new Soul Shield Plus has always been just amazing. I know a lot of Bolton players have been very excited. So whether you're new or a returning player, these decks can really add a lot of spice into these current heroes.
Here we are, our latest Armory deck, Azalea.
The Philippines has a lot of really famous Azalea wielders as well. Justin Koo, when he won against Nick Butcher in Calling Taiwan 2023, it was on this Azalea. A lot of new equipments, a new card of Stone Rain, which I heard has been amazing. I haven't tested it myself, but word in the grapevine is that is a A-star piece alongside Sharpshooters, which is kind of like a alternative to older cards like Bullseye Braces. You guys have really done a stellar job building decks which feel competitive but not just reprints of older stuff.
Yeah, we want to keep it fresh and new, right? We don't want to just put reprints in a deck.
Yeah.
We want to give new cards and incentive for newer players and the old players.
Yeah.
And the fun thing is, these Armory decks are localized, and I believe the Azalea, the Kayo, and the Bolton were released in Japan. Japanese language this week.
Wow. Okay, dude, that's so exciting. I can go get myself some Japanese cards for these decks. And we're dead in the middle of the Mist Veil season, and we're not over. We're like 1 month shy from Rosetta World Premiere, so very exciting times. But in between that, we actually have Skirmish Season 9. Our battle hardened this week will also be Blitz, and that's one of the formats that we'll be having during Skirmish Season 9, where you can win for yourself. You can see on the screen here a beautiful coal foil Blaze Fire Mine. What a banger of a hero, man. Like this, it's so powerful in the format. I've seen it even after the bans of like Aether Wildfire and what's that? What Aether Flare as well. This deck is still so good. So if you're out there wanting to compete for some great prizes, including a Corfell Channel Mount Heroic, just in time for Team Earth to appear in Rosetta, we have great participation promos in Lightning form and Earth form that we'll probably see
Yeah,
as
extended art as well.
extended art.
Look
The
how nice they look.
beautiful rainbow foils. I believe they come in red, so and they should be in rainbow colors, I believe, for this one. So very,
And-
very exciting times.
And the playmat too, just a nick.
Just a nick.
Who wouldn't like that playmat as well? Most importantly, it's not only Blitz this season, it's
oh.
Living Legend.
Yes.
And I have heard a lot of good things about.
Oh, well, our previous
Yeah.
for Living Legend and Blitz itself. So it's
No, I don't.
It's not Living Legend
No,
Blitz.
it's not Living Legend Blitz, it's Living
and
Legend
Blitz.
and Blitz,
Yes,
yeah.
it's Living Legend and Blitz. But the Living Legend format, I think in our latest at PT Amsterdam when you guys were playing, the top 8 looked diverse as heck, right? Like
I believe it was 8 different heroes
8 different
in that
heroes.
top 8.
Yes, we saw a skew of great lineups there. You know, this is come a long way from the time where it's like Stavo dominated top 8s. I think the balance team, you guys have done such a good job in really making that format feel so alive. People like me, I love playing my old school Prisms.
Old school Icelanders,
old school Icelanders,
chains,
chains, right? Even Briars.
everyone's fan favorite, and we want
These are all
people,
pet decks.
we want people to really enjoy that format, do very powerful things, and
Yes.
just have a good time.
Yeah, the Eternal format for what we're trying to do here in Flesh and Blood just has been so stellar. If you guys are interested, this is the best time to bring those old decks out. Put them in with some new spice. Season 9 Skirmish, 24th August to 8th September 2024. This is probably one of the most fire skirmish seasons we've seen with the prize kits. So I'm just so hyped to get down to my local stores, play them out, and that will just be in time for the Rosetta World Premiere. We have 2 spoiler cards for you. I'm going to just say it right now. We have 2 spoiler cards for you guys throughout just day 1 itself. And we're going to try to bring on some special guests to talk about these cards. But you can expect 2 very spicy ones. 2 very spicy ones. Maybe just give them a little hint. They're 2 class cards. Specifically, class cards.
Yep, class.
2 class cards. They will be for the expansion slot. So a lot of people at home here, which heroes do you think this will be for? What class do you think this will be for? You can drop it in the comments and let's see if you get it right. It's going to be super duper fun. And it won't be too long. In a couple of rounds' time, we'll be actually doing some sort of a giveaway for all of you at home. And this has to do with a big event at the end of the year, World Championships Osaka. So you don't want to go anywhere. We have tons of great games. Still 5 more rounds in the day of amazing Flesh and Blood. News and I are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, round 3. See you soon.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. what beauty lies in death.
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racy to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Sonora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Wow, I haven't seen this many people since the...
Hey everyone, welcome back to Calling Manila. We're here in Makati, Philippines. A great town to be in, very exciting space, and also very exciting games happening today. So we're going to do a bit of a meta game breakdown. Newsom, why don't you take us through the top few decks?
So obviously we have the most represented tech being Zen. So
That's a very high number.
that's very... I think everyone would have expected that coming into this meta. 28 news as well. Surprisingly, 26 KOs. That is very high for a...
Was that a number you were expecting?
No.
Like 26 KOs? No. Okay.
I feel like KO would have been on the high 10s, but not the third most represented deck.
Right. Compared to Prism, though, I think we really expected a lot of Prisms, especially in Southeast Asia. In this particular meta, not only are they good into the Zens, but also into the new matchups where poppers aren't like abundant, and
Yep.
it's very hard to deal with the Angels sometimes as they gain a lot of value over time. The Angel of Protection in particular, giving all those spectral shields to stop a lot of the dagger pokes, getting no value from the Mistblade in particular. I thought that was going to be as expected, like 20 of them. Quite a
Yep.
number.
I know Asia really loves their prisms,
We really
right?
love their prisms. Then we also have Victor.
15.
Yeah, that's a sizable number, and you can never discount Azalea in this sort of like places because here it's really like the hometown of a lot of the best Ranger players. Southeast Asia, you can never discount the Azaleas because the cult here really, really strong. And speaking of cults, we also have Levia coming right after.
12.
12.
That's a very high number for a calling event. I was not expecting 12 Levi's.
We did see a lot of them also at the top tables as we were just like walking through just now. And speaking of top tables, actually the next one, Enigma at 12. Now, this wasn't really, I wasn't expecting a high Enigma turnout because it's not really the kind of meta that you think should shine in, especially with all these Zens running rampant. But 12 showing up, that's huge. And I believe in our feature match,
We will be having Enigma.
yeah, this is a top table 2-0 Enigma at the moment.
Now the most shocking
This one's interesting.
stat is Hand Riptide.
Yeah.
I think that hero is finally getting some respect, and finally people are starting to realize how good those traps actually are against the meta, like against Zen.
Yes.
So 10, very surprised, but I'm not shocked that it's here.
Yeah, I mean, Pablo Pinto, famously, he did it very well. I think he finished up top 24 at Pro Tour Amsterdam with that Riptide. So showing that there is a lot of game, when especially going to these go-wide heroes like Zen. And even against New, sometimes the ability to just block out turns with hand traps, be able to, reload basically on your opponent's turn is a huge deal. Doesn't allow New to strip a lot of cards or even use cards back against you. The rest of the meta will go down pretty quickly.
It's quite a lot of mech, your 9 dash, 3 dash IO, 2 mechs, 2 Teklo Vossens.
2 Teklo Vossens, some Maxes. Yeah, this is the rest of the spread down below, even though in the single digits, we're seeing a very high representation. I haven't seen 3 Vincents in a very, very long time.
Yeah, no,
right?
it's usually, at that 1 or 2, but
Yeah,
3.
3 is a crazy number. And even Olympia, a deck that we don't see very often in most tournaments, but having that one brave soul come through with the Olympia, I hope he or she does pretty well with that deck.
Now, the hero I have not seen in a very long time is that one Viserai.
Yeah. Well, poor Viserai, we hope that the next set will give him some new tools, especially since a Rune Blade heavy set. Maybe we'll see the rise of Rune and Blade once again. But yeah, this is our meta breakdown. Quite a diverse spot. The top few don't really surprise us that much, aside from Kayo. But, the day's just started. We're only on round 3 at the moment. So once the players are ready, we'll be shifting down towards the table to talk a little bit more about this matchup. Our players for this round, Xincheng versus Shing Tsang. So you guys are not any strangers to Shing. He's been doing so well throughout the circuit, losing only to Shoma at the top 8 at Pro Tour Amsterdam. And Xincheng Ho here, looking very swag, I have to say, wearing these shades. He's on holiday mood, apparently. Look at that.
Shing has had a hot year. After coming second place at Worlds,
It's only been up and up for him.
Yes, won Hong Kong Nationals, top 8 in Pro Tour, just putting in constant results.
Yeah. And he shows that he puts in the hours alongside the entire Team Blue Pitch. They've been really on that grind set for the longest time, and the results really show. We saw Pudding in the last match really put on a very methodical masterclass in playing that Zen. And Shing here still sticking to that new that he's grown very accustomed to. But this is one of those matchups, right, against Enigma, where traditionally I think people would say Enigma is very favored. But a lot of news have talked to us about it and said, like, hey, there are actually a lot of little ways to inch up in this matchup. Using things like Vambrace is a huge part of getting rid of things like Mirror Guy. Being able to also use things like looking for scrap to go a little bit wider, making it a bit more tricksy for Enigma to block in this one.
Now, I know you're the Enigma expert.
I do love Enigma.
I do believe you topped your nationals with Enigma, right?
Yes,
so
I did.
What are you... How are you approaching this matchup? What are you waiting for? What do you want to see? And
Yeah, I think in terms of trying to build a board state, you need to lose some life, right, to set up a board state. That's very much an illusionist game plan. I think you need to find cards like Dense Blue Mist in order to not just turn off the daggers, but sometimes in very crucial moments, turn off the on-hit effects.
So the one he just pitched.
Yeah, the one he just pitched. So he has it in his deck. That's always a great start. These wards are very important because you'll be sacrificing a lot of them in order to prevent the on-hit effects from the daggers. It's very difficult for Enigma to strip a lot of cards from New's hand because, in order to get rid of wards, you gotta keep cards. So you gotta, Shing's not gonna be afraid of taking damage here, but once you start using these wards up to soak them up for like ward 1s and ward 2s, the real game plan happens when you're able to amass a bigger swing. You need to transcend as fast as possible. And every dagger pitch here, like you're seeing right here, getting rid of key cards like Rage Spectre. Very, very offensive. I think for Shing here, he's going to be as aggressive as possible to strip cards and also catch Xincheng off guard when he only has no block ward cards in hand. And it's up to Xincheng to build a wide board state. So cards like Coalescence is going to be huge. Like Fat Cat to me is the thing that you need to look for in order to create in a massive spectral shields. Use those things to stem a lot of the bleeding. And when Shing has those attack reactions, you're ready to kind of use both board and hand to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, so another power play for Enigma is that tunic counter on 3.
Yes.
And then popping the Traverse Search Chief for Murray to swing for 8, right?
Yes.
We're waiting for that window too.
We're always waiting for that window.
That can swing the game, right?
That can absolutely swing the game. The biggest part of using Mirror Guy as your key card in this case is depending on your list, whether you're running with the shimmers, you can make these instant speed plays not only to catch Shing off guard, but then have a very defensive turn. You don't have to keep protecting the Mirror Guy in order to close the game. In fact, a lot of the attacks that can come from Xincheng's deck, we might see stuff like Spears of Surreality. So these gold-white cards tend to be quite powerful. Miraging Metamorph, which is just a 1 for 7, pairs very well with the Tunic. You can be blocking the entirety of the way. But in this case, using things like Rage Spectre and Haze Bending, Spectras, famously very difficult for assassins to deal with because they don't want to just poke with the dagger and then end their turn. They don't have a lot of go again on their actual big attacks.
But Haste Bending is a powerhouse.
It's a powerhouse.
Right?
It's going to make the Spectral Shields.
Preventing one damage each turn.
Every single time. So I think depending on how this Enigma deck is built, you're going to notice a lot of either trying to spam the board with Spectras in order to make Shing's life a little bit harder in terms of the decision matrix, or you're going to try to amass a board of weapons and abuse the fact that you have the, what's this called? The Uphold Tradition in your arm slot. It's very clearly this face down card's Uphold Tradition. Sometimes you'll see waves of Aquamarine being used, but in this case, it's probably Uphold Tradition in order to make that Mirror Guy go to 10. If you can do a gold white turn, it kind of makes it very difficult for Nu to just keep cards.
Right, so we do see Shing play down the hurl. Inherent, good, go again, assassin card, right?
Hurl, very good assassin card
You're
in this
looking
case.
for the hurls, you're looking for scraps, right?
Looking for scraps.
Go wide as possible against Illusionists.
Yes, go wide as possible because, you know, the thing that you want to do is to undervalue the amount of ward on the table, right? If it's like Mirror Guy and it wards for 4, even if you do 1 damage, that Mirror Guy is gone. So you want to try to use these gold white turns in order to bait out very inefficient blocks from the Enigma's hand. And here's just a Sink Below that's blue, and he's going to use a Rising Sun Setting Moon here in order to transcend. It is going to be, you know, kind of popped like by the Rage Spectre here, so that's no damage coming through from Xincheng's side, and being able to transcend, that's really, really huge. Not only that, he gets to trigger his Haze Bending, so refunding 1 life.
Yeah, I love how Xincheng is really sacrificing his auras. You know, I see a lot of Enigma players that, you know, try to keep the auras alive as much as possible, but then it just really turns out bad. But for Shing, he's really choosing when to let it go and when to protect him, right? And I think that is super important as an Enigma player to realize those lines.
Yes, it's very, very key for you to know, as Brian Gottlieb, you know, famously says, you have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. In this case, using that hiss to go wide once again off the, this is Out of Desire's Mind. Very good. So this is going to be now 4 go again.
Most likely hitting the blue?
Using his slitter, hits a blue.
Is that
oh,
blue sift?
that is a sift. One of the cards which I think has gotten a lot more popularity within the Enigma community, just because not only does it filter hands, it turns on your Transcend cards.
Blocks 3?
Yeah, blocks 3 as an NEA. Very, very helpful in a lot of these cases where you... Only one of the big issues of doing that in this matchup is that against Nu,
They can play against
they can play it against you. And when they filter their hand, they can find a lot more potent attack reactions. So Shing still holding 2 cards. This Mistblade now also another threatening piece on the table. Once you don't have wards on the table and you're not running footsteps, it's so pesky to block the beckoning Mistblades.
Ella, this is his 3rd attack this turn.
Yes,
right?
yes. This is the widest can get.
Started with the hurl into the Art of Desire into another beckoning Mistblade.
Yes. And still holding on to 2 cards in his hand.
So potentially 4 attacks this turn.
Potentially 4 attacks. Well,
it
looks like he's just gonna pitch for the dagger to hit. Yep, to hit the Haze Bending. It doesn't produce 1 more Spectral Shield. I would say great turn from Shing here. very slow, methodical play, knowing exactly how to clear the priorities and trigger at the same time. And on Xincheng's turn, he's using his first, inner chi, activating Enigma, creating the Spectral Shield of +1, and then going to Lost in Thought. Wow.
Is that something new?
This is quite new tech. I mean, it's usually good because it gives you a lot of information. And while your opponent has an arsenal card, the ponder might not always be extra helpful. But this is a pretty interesting hand from Shing, right? There's attacks like levels, which is generally paired very well with a inner chi or a transcend card. But because the other two are red cards, they don't really necessarily have that sort of synergy. It looks like we're opting to put the levels at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, Lost in Thought I have not seen since.
It's been a long time
Dromai.
since the
Right,
Dromai
yeah.
era, yeah. But it's very helpful in terms of giving a lot of information to the Enigma player. How you block matters a lot in these games. So Lost in Thought just giving you a little bit of advantage, while if you're trying to swing, let's say with a Spears of Seriality, which is a Phantasm card, it can tell you whether it's the right time to push that button or not. I think it's quite common tech now to see these go wide attacks from Enigma, because even in the mirror, you're not just winning based on wards alone. You need vanilla attacks in order to break through this ward
I guess
shield.
it does work well because he is playing a lot of cards that have Phantasm. Your Mirage Metamorphs, your Phantasmaclasms. He's even playing 2 Phantasmifies.
That's actually quite sick. Yeah, that's actually
And Spears
quite
of
sick.
Sorority.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I expect that from a lot of these modern day Enigma lists, especially in a meta where things are so aggressive. Shing being able to hold on to 3 cards in his hand, and of course there is a weakest link as well that Xincheng needs to respect. The only issue with playing Lost in Thought is that you can't really predict what your next hand is going to look like in this case. And here we go. Oh, pitching 2 reds to send the weakest link from Arsenal, and then he's gonna
really utilizing that ponder.
really utilizing that ponder.
Really wants that edge.
Yep, and in some ways you can actually kind of pitch stack this, which is always very nice.
Okay, blocking with shimmers and then
Yep, so
using
it's a flat
Fate
6.
for scene.
Yep, this is a flat 6
Blocking it
block.
clean.
Very, very nicely
Ponder.
done. Shing holding tempo extremely well, and normally I would say 39 to 30 life points isn't that big a deal if you're an Enigma player, but that's also the caveat that you don't have, that you have some auras on the table. In this case, just that haze shelter, that haze bending, it's not necessarily the best one, but it's pretty good when you got Miraging Metamorph coming for 7.
Card's so scary, having the 2 floating, being able to flash an aura if it gets popped, right?
If it gets popped, you can flash some stuff in.
Like sometimes
Waxing
you don't even want
Spectres.
to pop this card. That's how scary it is.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't have a choice. Honestly, some of these decks, when you run poppers and you look at your hand, it's like really clunky, because if you do pop it, you need to block the card, you're trying to block the popper.
Yeah.
And it's a mandatory effect to check for these things. So I think it's a very interesting spot to be in for Shing. He is on a 5-card hand. Taking 7 here isn't the worst case scenario, but there is a transcend card as well, which he's hoping to. Oh, this is not.
Oh, yeah.
This is a hand where
So he
if
does have the popper?
he has the popper, and it's a card that he wouldn't mind blocking with,
Yeah.
but he can't afford to block with it.
And he has Codex too.
Yeah, so it's one of those cases where, like I was saying, sometimes when you don't draw the low attack cards and you know that you are like, okay, this weakest link, easy for me to give up. Miraging coming in. Now it changes your entire blocking plan. Yeah, Shing really having to think about this one. And I think he knows that, I mean, depending on what's in the arsenal, that Codex might not necessarily
Be live.
at the moment, and might be something just to pitch down for the daggers. What he'd want to do if he had another blue, yeah, so having to eat 4 here, that's a really good sign, being able to get rid of a levels of enlightenment, something which new out of most of the heroes has very little trouble activating all 3 modes once you transcend.
I think the Enigma players just try to trade damage as much as possible and just wait till that end game where you draw your cheese, you draw your
Mirror guys, yeah.
and then just overwhelm your opponent from there, right? Is that
There's like a little kill range.
Xincheng's plan?
Yeah, I think so. It's very important for Shing to keep a high life total, because at this point in time, he can still use it as a resource, especially once Xincheng builds up a board state. once you're at that late game, Siren's Call, a perfect card in this scenario, because once he shows
Oh,
it to me. He shows the red hand with a
Blocking
one.
with the hold the line
Yeah,
and showing the red hand, not letting him draw a card from
yeah,
Siren's Call.
that's right. We
Very
have
good.
one Coalescence and then 2 red cards in hand. So not getting the extra value, but getting information. That's important. Even though you can't draw a card from this, it's still kind of value play. Being able to now finally use that Codex.
Don't think there's leave no witness in the graveyard.
No, I don't think there's any leave no witnesses in the graveyard. There might be a couple of attacks like the levels of enlightenment here.
Or weakest link.
And-
Yep.
But the weakest link
Unit.
along with the tunic
Yep.
is going to be a very handy 6. Although we do know that from Xincheng's hand, it doesn't matter. Like, he's not going to be dropping cards from this. But
Yeah, it's just 6 vanilla damage, right?
it's technically 6 vanilla damage, no additional information gained. Problem is, if you do take that 6, you are now, what? A total of 11 points behind? You don't want to be there. Not in this matchup in particular, where health parity is pretty important.
Does have a pummel in the arsenal.
Yeah, what an aggressive list coming from Xincheng. I know I expect a lot of attacks. I really wasn't expecting pummels in this list.
Pummel just makes everything more
It's just
fun, you know?
Yeah, Value Town all the way. I agree. So is he just going to give up this entire hand here?
And it kind of and the pummel kind of gives you a that surprise factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It does give you that
Playing a
surprise factor.
bit, like playing a CNC and you just in your brain it's like, oh, I'm gonna block for 6. You're never expecting that pummel from the Enigma.
Yes.
Like you're not versing a Guardian, right?
Absolutely. So just playing out the Coalescence here, dropping in the Miraging Metamorph. This is coming for 7, so it's not coming from the arsenal itself. So everything's hunky-dory. We're doing the same play we did the previous turn, just that we're getting a lot more value. Shing left up the haze bending that last turn, and we're going to see this small snowball effect. Unfortunately, the Restless Coalescence didn't have like a counter on top of it in order to get even more value from the Spectral Shields, but it's going to refund 1 health in total end of this day, and it wards 2 by itself. Yeah, if Shing doesn't clear the Hazebend in the next turn, we're going to start to see a little bit of the accumulation, and that's exactly what Xincheng needs. He needs Shing to be a bit distracted by hitting his face and ignoring the
getting
board
doors.
state of it. Yeah. Like, keep sending these 6 attacks to the face where I can, block 2 cards, play a Spectra, block 2 cards, play a Spectra and a 0-cost ward aura. It could be any of these different things. And I think by that metric, once it hits the late game, if we can see a Sacred Art come out from Xincheng as well, then the entire board is now live and ready to go swinging. A bit of an awkward hand as well from Shing in this case. Yes, he has the blue, the path well traveled, I believe, alongside 2 blue attacks, but without many attack reactions, I don't think this is a super potent launch. Yeah.
Kind of looks like if he wants to keep his hand and line strike into a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, that's very possible as well.
Even line strike, drawing a card, using the
Stilettos here,
stilettos.
yeah.
Giving it a go again.
Tons of options here. But yeah, with the board state as it is, 29 to place 24, having what is Ward 2 with the Coalescence on the field and being able to refund 1 HP from a Spectral Shield, that's going to be huge. It's much closer than you think it is. Now, one of the few issues, I guess, with the Lost in Thought, however, is that it's a 2-block most of the time. And Enigma likes 3 blocks a lot because it covers a lot, it protects the wards.
I think every deck likes 3 blocks.
Oh, yeah. Every deck likes 3 blocks. Yeah. You're right. Well, 3 is better than 2.
Yeah, but I know Enigma is a, say mid-range?
Yeah,
Mid-range
I
deck?
would say she's much more mid-range in the sense that, unlike other illusionist decks where once you build a permanent, it has to be dealt with in a very alternate sort of manner, like Droma, you have to hit the dragons themselves. Well, Enigma, it's like both your hand and your board do the exact same thing. So if you want to protect your weapons, you got to use cards from hand. You can't just, people just can't clear them traditionally. All right, so getting that refund. Mistblade not active at the moment. Triggering the haze bending, getting that 1 health. The Spider's Bite here also not going to be super effective unless the Vambrace is used. And it's these moments the Vambrace become very, very helpful. With Shing's hand, he's got that E strike still. Question is, does he want to transcend this turn and maybe you'll use that Mask of Recurring Nightmares to banish cards? That's always a very fun way of getting rid of the potential threats from Enigma's hand. Put them in a tough spot. Make them sweat a little bit and not give them space to build a board state.
Make them feel very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yep.
You got to put them in these tight chokeholds where they don't feel like they have the breathing room
Really?
to.
Is that quite early?
This is a very interesting block because I don't think he has a Mirror Guy or something to use the Chi on just yet. Yes, he's blocking with cards that, when banished, don't do that much. In this case, the Warmonger's Diplomacy. But unless this has a follow-up, a big follow-up with the Chi, maybe the Arsenal has a Mirror Guy. I can't remember at this point in time. But unless it's the case.
That prognosis will be gaining Shing alive because of
Yes,
that Warmongers, right?
because of the Warmongers. Now, the big worry is whether or not there's a Transcend. Yeah.
+1.
That +1 is coming in. This is a go
that's
again,
go
I
again,
believe.
sorry,
This
yeah.
is go again, I believe. But more importantly, that makes the mask come online. And I am, you have to be a bit worried when you were planning for this big pivot turn.
Hey, it's lost in fort.
All right, getting rid of a 2-block. Yeah, a 2-block can also be banished, so easy street. Now, what
Getting the
is the
Warmongers too.
follow-up? Yeah. We know that there's an E-strike in hand, so it's not going to be able to do that much. But is he going to IP himself in this case, or are we just pitching to swing that dagger on the haze bending? So we can pitch away with that one floating, with the E-strike. Oh, it looks like we're going to Arsenal the E-strike. Very heads-up play. If Shing is predicting that a Mirror Guy is coming, you want to keep your E-strike so you can go wide on the next turn.
No. His Arsenal has been there for a while. Oh, no, it's still the pummel.
It's still the pummel. It's still the pummel.
Oh, so
So just using it for... This is one of those things where you feel really bad using the Traverse. Traverse kind of reads to me as the card that says, draw the exact card you need at the right time. And in this case, if it's a resource, then fantastic. But this is a CNC pummel. We're going back to Guardian Gaming here, Newson.
this is probably like one of my favorite combos.
Yeah.
CNC pummel. It's
This is
just
CNC pummel.
So backbreaking that this losing Arsenal,
Losing
a
another
in
card
hand.
from hand. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm excited to see this. I don't think Shing's going to be expecting CNC pummel in this case. Hey, man. Enigma can have attack reactions too.
He's like, oh no.
And suddenly, we're looking at 4 damage,
This
getting
is-
rid of a good go again card.
So backbreaking. Losing 2 cards from your hand from blocking. You're still leaking 4 damage. You're losing your Arsenal and you're losing another card.
Yes.
You lost 4 cards this turn.
Yeah, that
from
pummel
this
is
combo.
worth close to about 10 value in total, just because you're getting rid of 2 more really powerful cards from hand and in Arsenal.
Yeah, now looks like Xincheng has
Now it's just pass.
got
It's
him,
Arsenal pass.
got him back the tempo, right?
Yeah, this is good. Xincheng here, really using the double transcend turn, and being able to use Preserve Tradition in this case also very helpful. Not only are you taking targets away from stuff like the Sacred Art from Shing, so say for example you use a levels earlier on. Well, you don't want to give that to Shing, so on his new go off turn, you can activate it. So put that levels back into the deck. Say sayonara. No time for you to activate it. But this is such an aggressive play. Placing in a Miraging Metamorph into the deck. Wow.
Now, do we want Xincheng to see, possibly a Mirror Guy utilizing these 2 Chi cards that he just got?
This is the perfect turn for Mirror Guy, Newson. Not only do you have the resources for it, you are able to activate it with the Uphold Tradition. Uphold Tradition is one of those cards that, remember, it also has Ward 1 on it. And this is going to allow...
Block a dagger?
Yeah, block a dagger, and it forces Shing to eat the 8 from, or the 10 from Mirror Guy in that case. Because if you don't keep cards, those daggers cost a lot of money. So just a 2 go again. We'll just have a humble Spectral Shield with the first one.
Oh.
And here we go. Oh, it's just a Phantasmaclasm, but Phantasmaclasm, very good when trying to figure out what are we getting out of here.
Does still look like he has 2 cards in hand.
Still 2 cards in hand, yeah.
Does it look like
Another pummel?
Maybe, possibly.
It's
Elliot.
possibly another pummel. In this case, I think taking, he's looking at this hand. It's pretty red, except for that surgical extraction. And what Phantasmaclasm does best is say, hey, do I want to take that risk of taking away that blue and hoping you draw into another red? That turns off your Venomous Bite. It kind of still makes the hurl into Leave No Witnesses still pretty good.
But you know it's coming.
It's very heads up. So Shing hoping here to draw into another aggressive card. I think that's a Bonds of Attraction blue in this case. So, and the problem sometimes is that when you sync a card from Phantasmaclasm, they can draw into a popper.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
I hate when that happens.
Oh. No, when you play it, you rip their popper out of their hand, their one popper, and then they draw the other.
Another popper,
and
yeah,
then it
he's
pops it. And it's just, it feels bad, but
it happens to the best of us.
it has become such a good stat line card. Free cost, 9 attack.
9
And
attack.
having hand knowledge too.
Yeah. I would say Xincheng is in a very good position at the moment. Not only is he, brought that life disparity all the way down, he also has 2 ward on the table. The first Fate Foreseen coming down, opting from the top. And this was the same play that he was going to do anyway, so I think in this case...
I was wondering why he would Fate Foreseen the Herald when he knew
Wait,
there
he
was
knows Enigma was this? Yeah.
Just have both.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh. So just doing the entire shindig of blocking
wow,
12. Wow. And Shing didn't get value from that Venomous Bite in the sense that he couldn't, from the hiss in this case, because no blue was pitched. So he didn't get to Arsenal the Slither in this case.
He's choosing to use the uphold tradition now.
Yeah. So we're just using the Coalescence in this case, swinging in for 4 go again.
So he's really building up an army right now, right?
Yeah.
He's got the 2 Spectral Shields, he's got the Restless Coalescence.
This is exactly the commanding position that you want to be as Enigma. Make it so that no daggers are going to get value off of Shing's turn. Force him to hold cards in hand so that he has to use it in order to get over the ward threshold to deal any sort of meaningful damage.
It's kind of forcing him to take this damage to deal with it.
To deal with it, yeah. No cards equals no resources to go over the line. And this Restless Coalescence is going to block a total of 4 damage throughout this game. He can make 1 more shield after this, and on Shing's turn, make 1 more. So, blocking a pick to pieces
and
here.
the Uphold Tradition is still alive to protect the shields as well, right?
Absolutely.
The ward 1 from a dagger.
Absolutely. So many things going very, very well for Xincheng at the moment. You have a total of what? By the time it comes to Shing's turn, you can make a total of ward 7 on the table.
And we haven't even seen the Mirai guys come out.
Yeah. They're sleeping at the moment.
They're sleeping.
Yeah. Let sleeping dragons lie, as they say. Speaking of which, and drawing 2 transcends on that same turn, this is the board that you want to see it on. A Drop in the Ocean as the card of choice in this case.
Elliot, I think he drew 2 Mirai guys.
And he's going to go to Tunic 3 after this.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very expensive turn.
do you think Xincheng's going to give up his board to establish this new board?
He has to. He can't block with this hand.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
He can't block with this hand. This is where you are so happy that you have that ward lead on the table. Worst case scenario on this turn, you can actually transcend, play the Mirror Guy, activate the Meridian Pathways here, get additional 3 more ward on this turn. So Shing here, the only way Shing can get past this is to use a pick to pieces with some attack reactions. He needs the pick to pieces, otherwise the sun's gone. Wipe the entire board, right? And damage will still go through. But he has to ask himself, am I feeling lucky? Am I going to be able to go through 2 Transcendent Mirror Guys?
Yeah, because Shing doesn't know that
Shing
hand.
doesn't know this.
He doesn't know that hand doesn't block. Right?
He doesn't know.
Right now he's probably thinking, how do I deal with these auras on the board?
Yeah.
Not even in the hand.
He has to account for like an average of like 9 block from Xincheng's hand. So he's just thinking, okay, I need some pumps. Like that's one of the issues in the new Enigma matchup is once their ward accumulation is very high, there is a cap to the amount of damage assassins can do without using the new ability. And Xincheng's deck at the moment is not running any. We haven't seen any of the blue attack actions. So sometimes we've seen stuff like Enigma Chimera in the blue slot. That's a great card for Shing to use if he banishes it. But in this case, none to be seen. No aggressive cards.
Most likely you started out, right?
Yeah, 100%. I would say don't bring those in. If you can afford to not bring levels in, don't bring it in. But, you know, I'm super excited to see.
So he did have picked pieces in the hand.
He did have picked pieces. In fact, he blocked with one previously. He's pitching one now. And if he plays another, I think that would be extremely worrying. Ooh.
No blocks?
So looks like no blocks.
But
probably thinking about whether to use Van Brace at this point in time. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 shields gone.
Using Codex here.
Oh, that?
Codex is really good because I think if there is an attack, it disrupts the turn.
Double Moraga hand,
Well,
right?
it sort of disrupts the turn. What you can kind of do in this case is just play out the entire hand.
Yeah.
Play out the entire hand right now, and don't let the thing resolve. So you can legally play the drop in the ocean on the previous card, but choosing to just drop the mirror guy. Very interesting. So stirring the pot, dropping in the ocean, that CNC will come for 5 now. Interesting play, interesting play.
So he will be losing the rest of the scrolls this turn, right?
I think even before like the CNC was chosen, before Codex resolves, he could have even used the Meridian Pathways here, clean block out the 6. There are no more tricks up of Shing's sleeve. Drop the 2 mirror guys, use Tuning on your turn, swing for 8, pass. Ward 8 back on the table. In this case, a lot of thinking to be done whether or not he wants to just play out the mirror guy and use the
This does
Meridian
cover the
Pathways.
CNC, right? You know, the 2 spectral shields, the wristless, and the uphold tradition.
And the uphold
right?
tradition.
That's
This is
5.
a clear 5. But I think he's going to activate the pathways here.
Okay.
So in this matchup, you really, really want to keep the low to the ground wards, the ward 1s, the ward 2s, as much as possible. Get rid of the tall wards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are less of a liability. So, and choosing to just get rid of the uphold tradition, great. We want to keep weapons on the table at all times. With the frailty token, however, these spectral shields won't be doing anything per se.
But the Smoraga definitely will.
Yes, 7 damage is still 7 damage.
7 go again. Has the
Seven-
has
has
an
the
attack.
arsenal.
Has an attack from the Codex from last turn, thanks to Shing.
Yes. So this is just one of those spots where Shing has no choice but to take.
So he has
that
to take the 7.
Yes.
Probably
yes.
has to take the Arsenal one too, right? To clear the Moraga.
Yes. If he doesn't, then we're in for a world of pain because 6 damage is
yeah.
a lot, and you can't afford to pop it. Depending on how Shing's hand looks like, it's grim. 25-3 at this point in time.
Wow.
And the health lead on the board is what, 6 health additionally? Yeah.
And he still kept this tuning.
He kept his
He
unit.
can block his whole hand. swing for 8.
Yeah, this is the Enigma dream when playing into new. You want to be able to hold your hand as much, and I think that's the third. Oh no, it's a Phantasmaclasm with a double transcend. So we've lost 1 mirror guy to the Codex already. This mirror guy on the table is 4 counters on it, so warding 4.
Attacking for 8.
Yeah, attacking for 8. But really good card coming from Shing here. The looking for scrap is not an easy block in this case. And nice. I love this play. It's very proactive. You are basically telling Shing, do as much as you can to me this turn because my hand is going to be able to pressure back. Somehow.
Especially when Shing's only on 3, right?
Yeah. When you're in 3, every card is a
And I'm on
block
25.
card. Yeah, I'm on 25, mate. Okay. Taking 3 here, seeing whether he wants to attack or react in this case. There are opportunities here to do things like Siren's Call still. Hiss, yeah, it's just to go wide a little bit more. It's a lot of damage. The question is the damage enough to make Xincheng panic at this point in time? And using the Slither at the same time. So this is always a very nice play if you're on the news side. Playing the Slither doesn't say a lot. Either you're playing the Slither because you don't want to clunk up your arsenal and IP yourself, or you're playing the Slither because you have another 0 for 3 or 0 for 1 on the back.
Yeah, or maybe he just played the Hiss because he wants the +3 damage, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to do, right? Like it's very much the case where Xincheng is still in the driver's seat. The Bloodrock Pox extremely relevant because it makes it very hard to keep a ward at the end of the day. You have to pitch for the Bloodrock, if not it just destroys the ward. And we're double transcending in this case, both giving the go again to a go again card and passing over.
Very huge. I think that's his only Leaf No Witness in the grave. So
there are no
a potential codex won't be as powerful as it normally is.
Absolutely, Newson. Just being able to get rid of the one card plays from Nu is massive.
But good for Shing. Now he knows that, all right, Xincheng has two cheese in his hand. So potentially being able to leak damage with the last card.
Yeah, but this is going to start off with, I mean, the way I read this, it's going to be Spectral Shield into Phantasmaclasm. And that's not great. It's like 11 damage with full visibility and full information from Xincheng's side. Yes, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Shing to still use his armor piece, like the Mask of Recurring Nightmares that blocks for 2. But here we go, going to Arsenal.
Okay.
Yep, closing the combat chain, going to Arsenal. Let's watch as the Enigma activates, makes a Spectral Shield.
Takes for 2.
This is free. 2 go again.
Oh, looks
2 go again is massive here. You don't want to go down to 1.
looks like Shing doesn't have a popper in his hand.
No
and,
popper.
and that Phantasmaclasm.
That
Ripping
Phantasmaclasm.
that looking for a scrap.
Yeah.
Huge.
Massive turn, massive turn. Now the only thing is the Phantasmaclasm, if it gets rid of a card and brings a popper, that's gonna still be, I mean, the 20 life lead is still very, very nice to have, and he won't have the Spectral Shield at the end of the turn because of the Bloodrock Pox. But giving up this mass, that's losing a massive win con in this matchup. Yeah, here we go.
Shing not happy to see that.
I wouldn't be happy either.
I don't think anyone would be happy seeing that.
If you get rid of any of these cards, and I think actually that's a pretty good one. Getting rid of a 3 block in this case and forcing Shing to draw a card.
Drew a Transcend
and if he
card.
draws I was just gonna say if he draws a Transcend card, it kind of means he has no choice but to block with the rest of his armor suite. If not, that's certain doom. Keeping a 2 block in hand, having a 3 block, that's 5 only. You have to give up the Tunic and the Vambrace if you want to stay alive.
Pay for the Vambrace.
Yes, pay for the Vambrace.
So that's another card from his
He
hand.
can get rid of it because the Chi cards don't do much at this point in time, so he's happy to get rid of that. But 9 damage is just spicy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, potentially drawing a popper.
Yeah, provisional drop popper, that'd be actually really
From
nice.
Rising Sun.
Yeah, from Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Yep. So this is an attack. The trigger has resolved. He's drawn his card. Priority passes back to Shing. He's now using his double Transcend turn. And if Rising Sun, Setting Moon helps him find another block or a popper, I think that's where the money's gonna happen. No, it's a 3 block though. It's a 3 block. So we're probably gonna have to sync out the Chi in this case.
And probably throwing 2 cards in the Tunic, go down to 1. Right?
Yeah. Not the exact spot that you want to be in as Shing. And particularly so because the other card that you're blocking in hand is the looking for scrap. That's only a 2 block in this case. So essentially, if you block with a 3 block, a 2 block, and the Tunic, you're still dead.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of give up more than that.
But luckily for Shing, that Bloodrock will clear out that Spectral Shield,
Yes.
right? That's
Thankfully, there is ways to get rid of stuff on the board. So, options. Shing thinking to himself, is there anything he can use from Xincheng's Banish Zone? Is there a hold the line somewhere that I can just cheekily scoop up at this point in time? But looks like that's not the case at the moment.
Potentially being able to play out Moraga, right? Because he did use News Hero ability.
He did, but he doesn't have the chi anymore because he had to pitch. He pitched it away.
Yeah.
So he can play the mirror guy to
So
get.
Wards.
It's the Wards 2, yeah, in this case, which is not bad. But you know,
He might be throwing his whole hand down.
he might have to throw the whole hand down and still play the mirror guy for 2, because he used the pass over to get rid of. Yeah,
So that blocks. Yeah, that should be blocking for 10.
this would.
But then
Yeah, but you're going to
Xincheng
pass
has
it
to
back.
pass it back, have another 4-card hand.
Yeah, this is such a tight spot for Shing, but he's really showing his mettle here, right? Being very meticulous, making sure he's exhausting all his options. Yes, he's losing the Mask of Recurring Nightmares on this turn, but new can do new things every single time.
Enigma have a brick.
Enigma can have bricks, but we're not looking at one right now.
Oh.
We're seeing for ourselves this is a one card play, so it's going to be Codex into a Death Touch. That's actually really, really helpful coming in from Shing. He played the Codex from Arsenal. Honestly, what a great out for him at this point in time.
But I think Xincheng's just happily take that Death Touch, right?
A little bit.
He
has the Frailty
Sacred
token.
Art.
He has the Sacred Art. It allows him to go wide on this turn, but the Frailty token is the thing which you're worried about the most, right? Just because you have the Sacred Art doesn't mean that you'll be able to get max value. Most of the time, you want to be able to do like 6 damage across the board with the Sacred Art turn. But in this case, it would just be 3. Whoa, and do we see a Cosmic Awakening being pitched at the moment?
Elliot, has that tide ever text you for 20 in your Flesh and Blood?
I have to say, it's only happened in Limited. Which
Limited.
that felt so bad. But it's such a cool card to have. And as one of those outs in longer fatiguier matchups, I can see why Xincheng's opting to bring it. In a Zen-filled meta, you're also hoping to pair into Guardians and whatnot. That card, not only is it a block 3, but it's going to give you value in closing out the game when you're just like bricked up on cheese.
So these shields will be coming in for 1 instead
Just
of the
1.
2, right?
Yeah, just 1 go again. It's for free, but every single time we swing this thing, it's Kodachis, right? They're just Kodachis with go again.
And being able and having the extra blue to play for the Blood Rod at the end of the turn, keeping his shields alive.
Keeping his shields alive. I think that's going to be massive in this case.
And he's going to be sending the Miraji Minimal from the Arsenal as well.
Yeah, that's right. So this is going to be another...
Making
another
so
shield
shield?
first. Well, I think he's just going to go 1/16.
Yeah.
So forcing Shing to actually respect this.
Give me cards.
Give me cards, he says. Yeah, so Shing just showing that he knows exactly what's going to happen here.
Even if you pop this, it creates a shield, right?
Yeah, it creates a shield,
so
and you don't want that to happen. If he does the double block here and pops it, that's gonna feel so bad. Because he's showing he's showing that he's trying to block with the Command and Conquer and another card. Yeah. Making another Spectral Shield is not what you want to do at this stage in the game. So popping it, making 1 more Spectral Shield. Yeah, it saves him for another turn, but
yeah, 12 life difference, 2 shields.
yeah, 12 life, that's almost like a 14 life difference, and Shing had to give up cards that turn. It's this stage where every single card matters. Spears of Surreality. He's drawing the cards, like Xincheng here is drawing the cards in the right order, and I feel that's such a key thing in this matchup. When things fall in place, it almost feels unlosable, honestly. All right, so second Siren's Call, but we're going to use our 1 chi to make a Spectral Shield and then show 2 more red cards in hand. Not being able to get 1 more card off of this and just using the Spider's Bite here.
That will clear shield, right?
It will clear shield, but I think just using a card here and flipping it up for the Fate Foreseen. Excellent, and we're still going to poke back. We're going to poke back for 4 damage this turn because we were so conservative about the Tunic, right?
Yeah, excellent play from Shing. Just Xincheng realizing that, hey, I have Fate Foreseen, I have free block. I can't play any of these cards. I'm just going to block your dagger for free and then just Fateful Scene because you have one card, the max damage you can do is 4.
And not greedy at all, right? That's a very some people try to hold onto cards like maybe I'll Arsenal this Fateful Scene. It's like no. Yeah, we're gonna play it very tightly throughout this entire thing. Just a nick. Looks like we're gonna use wow, Unravel Aggression, drawing a card. That's I mean, having the chi to go with the Unravel is devastating because it just refills the entire hand.
This turn's probably he's taking 3 cards, right?
It's definitely taking 3 cards.
Yeah.
And Arsenal passing, and then I think Shing's gonna Arsenal pass back. The writing's on the wall.
Yeah,
the writing's on the wall. This is the Kodachi lock that you're gonna be looking at because I don't think Shing is going to be able to do that much. And we have a Restless Coalescence coming in again afterwards. And then just showing, you know, that's going for 5. So really well played from Xincheng here. Shing having an uphill battle in that one. But really, what a methodical game from both sides. I think Shing at the earlier parts of the game was really in the driver's seat. He was able to do a lot of board control, getting rid of the haze bendings, making sure that Xincheng here couldn't build that big an aura board state. But there's that one turn. Once you leave that haze bending up for one turn, like I was saying, that snowball effect becomes very potent. And Xincheng here on his holiday glasses and ready to cruise into round 4 after this.
Enigma really showing up. A crucial turn that game was that's Command and Conquer Pummel. That changed the whole pacing of the game. Gaining back that tempo, and he never lost it ever since then. Just ripping 4 cards from Shing, and then just being able to establish boards with 4 cards, right?
Yeah, like
so
I was...
That's probably why he plays Pummel, for those spots, to gain back that tempo, right?
Yeah, I've got a lot to learn from this matchup. Very interesting plays here. Like I was saying, one of the win cons is to start taking cards away from Shing because you don't want him to be able to build that board state or use his cards to kind of like destroy your board state as you're going along in the matchup. So you're right, CNC Pummel here just giving you a lot of breathing room, and that turn with the mirror guy just really cemented his victory. It gave him so much leeway, not only to just chip life at him, but we saw cards like Miraging Metamorph just come back over and over. And that Codex of Frailty was doing some very traitorous things.
Yeah.
Just keep bringing it back, swinging it for 6, putting you in an uncomfortable position.
I think he played Miraging Metamorph maybe 4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 times that match.
game.
Yeah. He played it, his own Miraging Metamorph, I think he played it like once, and then the rest of it was just Codex of Frailties.
Yeah. Great Codex target, right?
Great Codex target.
1 for 6.
1 for 6, and you can lose your whole hand and still play off the Tunic. So I think that was an amazing match to watch. We're only at round 3. We still have 4 more rounds for you guys for the end of the day. But what we're going to do is I think we're going to jump into a very interesting giveaway. So thank you for tuning in to Calling Manila from wherever you are around the world. So since you're from around the world, why don't we do a little something for you? LSS is doing a promotion right now. If you buy the Fabled package before September 6th, so you still have like, what, 2-3 weeks?
2-3 weeks?
Yeah. We're going to give away flights and hotel stays to you to come attend and join us at World Championship Osaka. Newson, this event, what does it mean for the game in general?
It's a pretty big milestone.
It's a pretty big milestone.
Japan's a very, Japan's famously known for their trading card game industry, right? And Flesh and Blood being able to get into Japan, how Tokyo was such a success. I can tell you, Osaka is an event you do not want to miss. It'll probably be the best event so far.
I am so excited. Yeah, Worlds every single year has done, we've gone all the way to San Jose. We went to Barcelona. And now we're coming to Asia, in one of the cultural cities of the world, Osaka, Japan. Just so happy to be able to celebrate this with you guys. We have a video for the play view, so check it out. Don't go anywhere. Here we go. All right, that's right, folks. You don't want to go anywhere. Osaka, make sure you buy your favorite packages before September 6th because you'll get a chance to win a free flight and hotel stay in Osaka, Japan. I think we did a very similar giveaway for Calling Phuket, our holiday destination for the year.
I don't think that was with flights though.
No flights. So
That
we're
was just
upgrading
hotel.
this one.
Now this is a huge upgrade, you know?
Well, sign me
Flights
up.
and
Sign me
hotel.
up. Yeah, flights
you-
and hotel?
So are you buying one, you know?
You know me, I've got to be there. I'm definitely going to buy my flights and hotels. So I don't want to brag, but I did manage to qualify for World Championships this year. So very excited about that.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Looking
very
forward to seeing you on the top tables.
Yeah, about
Yeah,
that. We'll try our best. But yeah, we will be going down to Osaka this year to play at this, one of the milestones of Flesh and Blood. Not only its entry into Japan this year with World Premiere Tokyo, but also, having our first PT champion out of Japan, just straight from inception.
And the thing is about the World Championship is, it's not just the World Championship, right? There's a calling, there's a battle hardened, there's countless side events going out from 3 days, and there's just multiple things. There is that 5th anniversary pack
Yes, the 5th anniversary pack. How could we forget?
that's only limited to Worlds, and
The road to Worlds as well in Japan.
I'm telling you right now, you do not want to miss
You
out on that
said-
pack.
Come on, man. The face that he's giving you right now is like he
I don't-
knows.
No spoilers, but you do not want to miss out
He knows,
on
he
that
knows.
on that pack. It is something very special.
Yeah, this year we've had so many cool banger things coming out from LSS. I was so shocked when we saw the gold pack from the first time from the Mistvale boxes as well. Part of the Mistvale was such a hype set, and it got even more hype when we learned about the golden pack. So these 5th anniversary boosters, and they're boosters, right? Which card gamer doesn't like opening booster packs?
And it's only at the World Championships.
You have to be there,
You
guys.
have to be there. That's the
Book.
only way you're gonna receive them. And yeah, look
Yeah,
look
book.
how prestige that pack
I
looks.
want those. Okay, I'm gonna make sure. I'm going to bring all my friends. We're gonna come down. Those of you who have participated and qualified already, this is gonna be given out to like the world's participants as well, I believe. So very exciting.
And you'll be
time.
able to win these at side events all over the weekend.
Okay. Time to bring your friends, bring your families, come play these side events. I'm sure you don't want to miss out on all the cool promos. October 31st to November 3rd in Osaka. There'll be a lot more details coming soon as well for where the event will be held in. But it's a great city to tour, a great city to eat your way through, and as well to visit all these cultural sites. I try to go there once a year as well. All right, so with that, thank you for staying tuned. We have more spoilers coming up for the rest of the day. We have more things to talk about, and especially more Flesh and Blood. So we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back just in time for round 4, and we have a very interesting one. You know, we've seen your request to put some local players on the stage, and we have a really good local player. He goes by Dodge over here. Dodge Marquez. He'll be playing Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, and he's going up against another Japanese. The Japanese really showing up at this event.
No, I honestly love how the Japanese players travel to so many events. That's great to see.
In this short period of time, they're just going all over Asia,
Yeah.
playing these events. So he'll be playing against Koji Hamada, who will be playing Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. So we've seen a lot of Kayos throughout the day, third most represented deck. But against Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, this is going to be a fun one. Dash obviously looking to do a lot of explosive turns. We want to see whether this is the boost dash variant or like the hybrid dash with, you know, the item packages. So we'll kind of see how this goes along. A lot of interesting cards coming out from Dodge's list.
Yeah, it does look like his Dash's list is aggro. I don't think you can afford to play the control.
Not in this meta,
Not
I
in this
think.
meta, right?
Yeah.
It's just you're 50% of the time you're probably versing Zen. The other 25 you're probably versing Nu. But then the other matchups, like you can win playing that aggro dash. You don't need that you know the old chamber and purify package as before.
Yeah. In this case, I think like, you know, just running in, probably starting off with like a Teklo Pounder can be really good. You're getting basically just double might tokens every single turn,
plus
right?
6, right?
Yeah, +6, you know. Off of blue, you can't ask for more than
And
that.
then if you start and you're lucky to find the other one, oh, man, that changes the game so much. You're
That
getting
changes the game.
+4 every turn on your first boost attack.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that sometimes is more damage than most decks can handle and block.
Absolutely. Even with KOs in this case, like, yes, they have the fridge, right? That helps them block very, very well. But Dash has, if there's one thing good about Dash, it's that it's a very consistent sort of deck, right? You're always being able to boost. You're always getting that go again, as long as you're not running in, you know, your sync blows and stuff. But I don't think he's got any of that. Everything's a mech card. Everything just is gas all the way till your opponent is flat on the ground at 0.
Yep.
So-
And the thing with KO is he has a Brute, and Brute does have a lot of cards that destroy items.
Yes, that's
And
true.
Unfortunately, Kouji does not have any.
We're not
Because
seeing,
you know
yeah.
you're not seeing enough dash.
Yes.
You're not
yes.
seeing enough dash IE. You're not seeing enough dash IO. So you wouldn't really respect
Yeah.
dash that much, right? Starting committing, you know, maybe 3 to 5 cards just for that certain matchup, and maybe he's just happy and comfortable versing dash, right? KO does output similar or sometimes even more damage.
Oh, 100%. The only card which I think is pretty relevant in this matchup from KO's side will be the weakest link. I know we've seen a lot of KOs try to gravitate towards that because of the Zen new presence as well. Weakest link, a very powerful card. It can get rid of items from the hand itself, and that can result in an Arsenal card. So here you guys have your 3-0 bracket. Dodge Marquez going up against Koji Hamada. Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, who's so close to Living Legend at this point in time.
Very close.
She's just a couple more points, and we're going to see her graduate to the status of all the hollowed heroes in Living Legend. So we'll see which of the players is starting first. And Dodge here, opening item, as we predicted, Tekla Pounder. So it's going to be a fight all the way to the ground. I love the arm piece choice here, though. We're looking at the gauntlets, right? The new gauntlets of, what's it called now? It's called the Stonewall Gauntlet, that's right. So Stonewall Gauntlet, really nice when you're trying to block the first attack, especially for the might token. But nothing's really stopping KO from just closing the combat chain. It's a nice 2-block generic gloves. I feel.
That is a good start.
What a crazy start. Gives an opportunity for Kouji to discard this Mighty Wind-Up just to make, you know, 1 might token, but still very relevant.
And that card you just arsenaled is a high octane.
Oh.
Finding those cards super early is so crucial in the aggro.
100%. This might token could be quite relevant depending on how we start the matchup. We only managed to filter 1 card as KO, and sometimes you have those really, you know, Brute, you were saying, Brute does Brute things. And this pulping is going to come for 7. Very unlikely that it's not going to get that go again. Yeah, super unlikely.
Yeah, super unlikely.
There's no D-reacts in the arsenal. So we'll be discarding another blue Mighty Wind-Up here, making 1 more might behind. Most importantly, I mean, you know, you're not getting rid of a power card from Koji's hand.
Yep, just good old 7 dominate going in.
Yep. So taking it, I think
Okay,
it should be
well-
taking 7 in this case, so it should be at 33, but we'll get that checked out. as well as a Beast Within. So just sending some vanilla damage in this case.
Yeah, so not the best hand for Kouji.
Yeah, not the one that you want to start with.
You know, probably wanted to discard the Beast Within or Pulpin, but
of course.
you do not want Beast Within in your arsenal, right? And you don't want to keep it in your hand.
Yes.
So playing it out makes the most sense. In this case.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So yep, just happy to take all that damage that turn. So taking should be on 27.
Yeah, you should be on 27 at the moment.
Oh,
A double high octane
sheesh.
turn. So going to a
I think he drew a third one.
Oh my! No,
no, that's Twin
That's
Drive.
Twin Drive.
Alright.
Okay, close, but no cigar.
Oh, that's pretty
That's
even
still
better.
it's a very good hand. The Twin Drive is going to give him 4 action points. So we're going to start with a T-bone over here.
And now like, those high octanes were free from
They were
those technical claws.
free. Yeah, so
From
just
those two
netting
flames.
cards.
Just netting cards, netting action points. Just
Yeah.
good free value.
So very interesting play. Using the Scalding Flashback very early on, right?
I think he has to at
He
this
has
point.
to, he
not
has to.
not against double high octane turn.
Yeah, when you are having a 6-card hand, this is absolutely intense. So I think players are just checking out making sure the life point total. I think they're just making sure whether it's the correct amount. Yep. Okay, looks like, I mean, the players are sorting out on their own at this point in time.
Oh, but must have been yellow. Okay.
Okay, no, it looks like it was correct all along. So it was a
yellow
total of a
pulping.
yellow.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, very good, very good. So very interesting, running the yellow pulpings as well. So wanting to go for a lot of the go again attacks
Yeah, yellow
here.
Pulpin, yellow wild ride.
Very strong,
Go
very
wide.
strong.
What's that?
So coming in for another
T-bone.
T-bone after that. One of those attacks where generally good into Zen, but not always very good into KO because
I think you're happy to block with your equipment on the T-bone. You're saving life, right?
yeah, seeing life not straight
And
cards in hand.
and you know Dash doesn't have any on hits. That's the most important part.
Yeah, you're only worried, I think, at worst for like the Pulse Wave Harpoon in this case.
But that only rips the card from your hand. It doesn't actually have to hit. So
Oh yeah.
your
That's-
equipment in this matchup is basically preserving life.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. The issue with only blocking with the Savage Sash, however, is that if it comes to another turn where it's like Rainbow T-Bones again, and you have to block the Savage Sash the second time, that's when you lose a lot of value from it. It is a tempered equipment, not battle worn.
What I'm very worried about is Dodge having enough resources to make use of those action points for the technical plasma
That's
pistol.
true. That's true.
So it looks like he pitched a yellow
So he'll go up
to
to
3 resources.
3 resources in this case. Yeah. So probably just looking for more dice. You know, dice is nice.
So
Yep.
the high octane turn, not the biggest attacks, it's just 2 T-bones, right? So not the zipper hits and the throttles that you want to see with the massive damage, followed up with the plasma pistols.
Yeah, but in total we're gonna see
8? Like four,
That's-
four?
yeah, we're gonna see 4 pistol shots in total over here.
So not the worst. I think the Scaling Flashback was very important. Like
What he intimidated
what
mattered a lot.
intimidated, I think that card mattered a lot. Even if it was a red, he could still play it as an attack or even just use it as a resource card. And he could have just played that zipper hit
Instead,
if he
right,
had that
yeah.
card, right?
Yeah. Playing that zipper hit would have been a much taller turn, essentially.
So this is the second.
Oh, instead of using the entire high octane here,
Just
we're
playing throttle.
Yep, playing
Yeah,
throttle.
More damage, right? So
More
6,
damage.
6 instead of 2 pistols, which is only 4.
Yes. And no need to boost here, right? We're just going to use the action point. It's going to be thrown away
So
anyway. So
looks like Twin Drive in the arsenal.
Very respectable.
And maybe if Dodge can find a maximum velocity mixture,
Yeah, we
that's
haven't
when
seen
the
those
damage.
yet.
Yeah, that's when the damage can really stack up.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially because we have the Teklo core still up and running.
Oh, pop in the Savage Sash.
Yep, it looks like it's go time here. We're gonna start with a CNC.
7, go again.
7 go
Pretty
gets pretty good. Yeah, 7 go gets pretty good. Especially after you've arsenaled the card
That you want.
that you really, really want. I mean, in this case, we also have stuff like the Stonewall Gauntlet, the Balance of Justice, and the Teklo Heart. The good thing about the Stonewall Gauntlet here is that because CNC got pumped by 1, its effect is turned on. So it'll -1 from the attack, still block 1, and you can use the rest of your equipment suite to kind of like just pad it through.
Yeah, just take Foundry Heart, 1 card, and Stonewall Gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
Cleanly bulking the 6.
Yep, absolutely. Once you can block that 6, it feels pretty darn good. Here we go, committing that armor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, choosing to keep
gonna
the
save
Stonewall
it.
Gauntlet, yeah. So we're still blocking for a clean 7 over here and not using the Stonewall. And now it's time for Bare Fang. So we do get rid and we get a +2 on this, coming in for a nice,
8.
yeah, meaty 8 damage.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna
We're
block
gonna have an off turn.
we're gonna have an off turn. I think there's an item remaining in his hand.
I believe it's. Oh no, yeah, I believe it's Tickler Pounder.
Yeah, it should be Teklo Pounder. So the core itself, that 2 resources,
We'll pay for it.
we'll pay for it. Yeah.
So not the worst. Just sitting up,
Setting
having
up.
a more explosive turn,
Mm-hmm.
giving him another chance to find the maximum velocity to go with that Twin Dragon Blast.
Ooh, that's gonna feel so spicy afterwards. And that what a simple turn. Simple turn. We managed to get past the CNC and additional damage from Bare Fangs, only leaking 2.
Oh,
But wow, back-to-back turns. I mean, Kouji here really making sure he presses gas as often as he can, as much as he can. This Blood Rush Bellow here could be very strong. He really took out the Might token. He knew whatever it was going to be a hit.
so having the pitch yellow, not the best because
Mm-hmm.
you want to pitch the blue to go with the Mandible Claws, but should find enough resources with the additional 2 cards that he just drew.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
Interestingly, last turn with the Savage Sash being popped, yes, we did a very explosive turn, but we suddenly did a turn which helped, bridge that gap a little bit closer and try to steal as many cards from Dodger's hand as possible.
Dodger drew a very great card from that Balance of Justice. Drew Spark of Genius
That's actually what you want to see.
to go with to go with the Achilles, just extending your play, setting up another Teklo core for next turn.
Very nicely done. And wow, just saying no blocks over here and going straight down to 26.
So the Spear Fangs should be coming in for 10.
Yep. It looks like a red,
Red,
yeah.
yeah.
Getting rid of an E-strike. So we're going to look at a total
Yeah.
of 10 damage.
But taking
here.
10 and you're dropping yourself to 10 and your opponent's on 26. That's a big life
It is a very big life gap, for Dodge
But
to deal
yeah,
with.
Dodge
Now he got the double pounders, man, and he's ready to.
Dodge wants to play with his 6-card hand.
Yeah, he wants to let it rip, and I can't blame him. You have essentially the explosion suite on the table already. You have the Spark of Genius to, as you say, extend the combat chain a little bit more and find more powerful attacks. So the resources look to be in his favor.
All right, starting with a zip hit, coming in for 9.
This would be 9 damage, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. 5 plus 4. And yeah, Bare Fangs for 10 is pretty good, but Zipper hit for 9.
Yeah, and the zip hit for 9, go again, 3 cards left in hand.
It's still going very
not
good.
too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby. 3 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal. I think Dodge is thinking like, the only way to win this matchup really is to return the favor. And he can do this across multiple turns. Blood Rush Bellow is off 1 turn, Teklo Pounders across 3. So we're going to see this as a little bit more of a value play across time.
Yeah, even next turn, his Tickle Pounder, there's still 2 Tickle Pounders live. To gain that additional 4 attack from his next boost attack.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've ever seen like a 0 to 60 come for 8 at the start of the combat chain, you're like, well, what do I do here?
Have you seen on Throttle for 10?
The throw for 10, yeah.
Yeah,
You know, just casual. Yeah, so this Zipper hit coming in for 9 damage, just eating straight to the face. The twin drives, are we going to use the Spark of Genius to find a protocol? I'm not sure if we have a max velocity
In the I don't
in the
think I've
discard.
seen it yet. Oh,
Yeah.
Is that Pulse,
Pulse
Wave?
Wave.
No, that's very good. Isn't
That's also a
That's-
banger, yeah.
it? Yeah. But he gets to see the whole hand, right?
Yeah.
He's boosted 3 times.
He's boosted 3 times, so he'll get to see every single card, choose what card he wants to place on the table. If that Spark of Genius is going to find something powerful, we can still activate the Foundry Heart, and then bam, send in another big attack. If there's something that's going to happen this turn, is that Kouji is going to have to give up at least a card, maybe even more. And he's not wanting to, right? Hence throwing out the equipment suite at the start.
He definitely doesn't. Yeah, you definitely don't want to lose cards. You just want to use your life as a resource, right? It's just,
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't matter if I go down to 1. As long as I have 5 cards to come back and Fred and lethal, I think that's
I think that's all it takes to
That's
win,
good
right?
enough.
Yeah, that's good enough.
because he knows that those Tickler Pounders are still staying for at least 2 more turns.
Yeah, the clock
And-
is it's ticking fast for him.
And you don't want to deal with your opponent having a first attack that comes for 7, 8, 9, or 10, right? And then still have so many cards left to attack you.
Ooh, here we go, the Pulse with Harpoon. So leaking 1 damage at this point in time, and we're going to see his entire hand. We've boosted a
4.
total of 4 times, so show me the... Oh my goodness. This is such a difficult hand to play with.
Yeah, that's not a good hand.
That's not a great hand, but we're going to get rid of the Blood Rush
and
Bellow, which was probably the card that you wanted to keep the most. But essentially, what, a Savage Beatdown and 2 Cast Bones? Yeah, this is not looking great.
I mean, you can just rip this.
You could take the
The
Savage Beatdown and then
you
make
can't
him...
play the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, if you can't play the Blood Rush Bellow, and I think that's probably the right play in this case.
But no, you can take the Blood Rush Bellow because that hand is...
It's
You
still
can't
unplayable?
play. You can't
Yeah.
play anything. The best thing you can do is probably have to block with 2 cards and then play the Cast Bones out, depending on what his arsenal is.
Yep.
But yeah, but most boot attacks do cost 2 or even 3.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
I doubt you're gonna not block 6 and send 6 back when your opponent's still on 10.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to Spark of Genius over here. Try to find 1 more card. Look, we could find 1 more Pounder, but in this case, we're getting the Teklo Heart. Yeah, we're not spending any resources for this, so yes. Teklo Heart it is.
Now, well, we probably won't see the Achilles Accelerator
No
pop this turn.
reason
There's no
to.
need, right?
Yeah.
And that's how important it is, knowing what your opponent has in their hand. Probably he would have popped it if he didn't have that knowledge. He wants to rip cards out. But knowing that Kouji has 2 Cast Bones and a Savage Beatdown, not threatening any sort of damage whatsoever, he's happy just to set up and go again next turn.
Yeah.
Even better.
He's going to be able to draw a card off the Spark of Genius as well. So we're looking at another 5-card hand potentially. Depending on what is in Koji's arsenal, however.
Maybe he just draws Max V. That's probably
That's the whole idea.
He
That's
might
the whole
pop
idea.
it.
Yeah.
Drew's great card to
0 to
Arsenal,
60 to
right?
Arsenal, yeah.
0 for 8 go again.
0 for 8 go again? We love that. 0 to 60, more like 0 to 8. 8
80.
0, yeah. 0 to 80.
0 to 80,
yeah. That Pounder really going to do some work here. Chances, I think he's thinking whether he wants to pop the Achilles just to do 10 damage at this, to do 6 damage at this point in time. But Arsling, this is probably the right play here, and Dodge here showing a lot of restraint in how he wants to use that Achilles for a big turn.
Oh, no, Drew.
And the Max Velo is there. A question. So
That's a crazy hand.
It's a crazy hand. There's a bunch of things he can do. He can always use the.
Hold
Spark
on,
of
we're doing a
Genius.
scab skin roll.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Ladies and gentlemen, drum rolls, please.
Roll it.
Scabbies.
2 action points.
2 action points. That's
Double
double cast
cast
bones.
bones.
That's double cast bones.
But
Sometimes that
can he?
happens.
But the thing is, does he can he live to use those 12 might tokens, right?
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case though. Double cast bones is one of the times where the yellow pulpings actually become really sick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, no, 5.
Oh, we hit 5, but we are going to have double cast bones, so it doesn't really matter. We're going to show the same exact 6 once again, and then we'll get all the way up to that agility token.
Very interesting how Kouji decided to lead cast bones in this matchup. It's a card that's more of a
When you want
mid-range first control. You don't really have time to play that in an aggro matchup, right?
Well, interesting enough, I think it's because he's running a lot of the yellow. We've seen cards like yellow pulping, yellow wild rides in the deck. So sometimes it's just, okay, you know what? Luckily I have this cast bones in Arsenal. I'm going to just do the 6 go again, make my opponent think there's something else coming from behind. They'll try to aggressively block it first, and then suddenly cast bones. It's like, IP'd yourself, took unnecessary damage, and the next turn it's still going to be even more painful. So 1 action point left. Kouji here has to decide what is the follow-up. Are we pitching the last 2 red cards to do something, or are we just playing this cast bones? Because, you know, if we're just doing time skip here of doing it twice, yeah. Looks like doing the exact same thing once again.
So going up to 10 mites.
10 mites and 1 agility. All right, so that's the end of Koji's turn.
And keeping that savage beatdown.
I mean, it could become really, really strong. There is an opportunity, if you draw like a wind-up or something, you could start with a savage beatdown for like 22 or something and then go again. Question is, do you have can Dodge actually dent, 15 health at this point in time? Because he's got 6 cards at a max velocity, just ready to go. Yeah, Dodge showing a lot of confidence. This is 8 go
damage.
again. 8 damage.
Well, that's half his life, right?
If you just say no blocks here, that max V is definitely going to be taking cards.
And looking at that equipment, there's only two blocks left.
2 blocks here, not necessarily where you wanna be.
Creating another might. Blocking with the Apex Bone Breaker.
Yeah, ooh.
Going to 11.
11 might at the moment.
Have you ever seen someone have 11 mites and died in exchange?
Oh man, that would be a first for sure. So closing the combat chain, getting rid of the Apex Bone Breaker. Let's go search for a card. Like, what are we hoping to look in this case? Are we looking for the protocol to get more boost cards? I feel like that could be a really good one to pick up at this point in time.
I think he's just playing the Spark just to filter. Boot.
Force more blocks.
Force more blocks.
Force more blocks. Crank it up as well, so we will generate an action point from this.
And drawing a card.
And drawing a card as well. We still have the Achilles. We haven't really used resources just yet, so lots of stuff going really, really well for Dodge at the moment.
Yeah, I really like this new addition to the Dash IE list, adding just the 1 red grenade to fetch off Spark of Genius, threatening that extra 4 damage.
Yeah, 4 damage plus refunding the action point without cracking Achilles is massive. And another 0 to 60? Yeah, why not 2? Here's 4 go again, a break point that actually matters, and our second boost card thus far. Our 2 Teklo core resources still floating, untouched.
3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand. We've just been drawing cards. That's all we've been doing.
So this will probably eat the last block on Scabskin.
Yeah.
Blocking out that breakpoint.
Looks like we're going to throttle here. I believe this is a blue throttle. It looks like a blue throttle.
Doesn't matter if it's blue or red, Elliot.
It's just Breakpoint City.
You have to put 2 cards down.
Yeah, you have to.
Or you're taking that broom grenade. Yeah, and then dropping down the 3.
And then here
Maxx.
we go. Oh, are we going to shoot pistol,
We're going to
break
shoot
Achilles?
pistol and then break Achilles and finish it up with 10. Because he only has 2 cards left in his hand. And he can't block out.
Oh, we're gonna use the Foundry Heart, load it up, max velocity, shoot 10, and then we can break the accelerator after that. Oh, and a
two
block in
blocks,
hand. Yeah, no blocks in hand. Wonderful play here by Dodge Marquez. Really setting up that final turn and drawing the right cards in the right sequence for sure, but the pressure, man. The ability to be so disciplined in the blocking phase and then using these Techno Pounders very methodically. We didn't see them tick down until just these last 2 turns.
Exactly. Taking off turn, sitting to block, setting up the second pounder, and then going off on that turn where he had the Pulse Wave Harpoon, getting full hand knowledge.
Full hand knowledge, exactly.
And then being able to Arsenal that 0 to 60 for another crazier turn, which was coming in for 8. And he knew that because his opponent was not going to do anything threatening to his life.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting to see that that Blood Rush Bellow and taking it away was just such a massive bad draw here for Kouji Hamada. But, wow, we have a local here hitting up that 4-0 table, Mr. Dodge Marquez, going all the way to round 5, undefeated so far. We're halfway through our day, and Kayo has really shown up. We've seen Peng do pretty well, bringing Shoma all the way to 1 health. This was a very this was a win technically for Dash IE, but we also saw that the variance that Kayo can bring to the table. So very highly represented, but sometimes the scabs give, the scabs taketh, the brute give, the brute taketh as well.
Yeah, it's definitely Dash IE, definitely a deck not to sleep on. It has won a lot of nationals.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Actually won my home country. It won our country's nationals, right? Did it win Singapore?
Singapore? No. Singapore came in second.
It came second,
It
yeah.
came in second.
Okay, and won our nationals.
Yeah.
So Dash is a deck that to look out for. It does output as much damage as in.
Yes.
Maybe even more.
Yeah, it outputs very well. It's a very consistent deck. I think most of the time, a lot of the Dash players, one thing that they love is, when times are going rough, it's a Wild West sort of like meta. Just go back to Dash.
Just go Dash. All reliable, right?
All reliable. Absolutely. So that was the end of round 4. We're going to take you through a bit of the upcoming schedules. If you're just itching to play some games, well, the season of Part the Mistvale is coming to a tail dive, but we still have a lot of things coming on. So we'll be at Los Angeles in LDXP, August 16 to 18 for Learn to Play. Bring your friends and try the new First Strike decks. We have Battle Hardened Osaka, which is our next classic constructed format. I think it'll be very much influenced by Calling Manila. So you guys can, keep your eye on the best decks that are performing here. We'll be bringing you all the coverage. That'll be happening August 23rd to 25th. We'll move
next
on.
Week?
That's next week.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. It's back-to-back weeks.
Back-to-back.
All the way till we hit our new set. August 24th to 25th, Battle Hardened San Diego, another classic constructed format, all the way in the West Coast, up in the US. August 21st to 25th, we have Gamescom Cologne, where we chilling up in Germany with you guys. Another Learn to Play, bring your friends down there. Afterwards, we're going to go into Rosetta. The world premiere will be happening not too long after that. Before that, we have PAX West. So another Seattle event where you can bring your friends to Learn to Play. Battle Hardened Lisbon, the last big classic constructed event for Part the Mistvale. We'll be saying goodbye to this card meta, and then bam bam, world premiere Rosetta in Tampa Bay, Florida. Let's talk a little bit about Rosetta and this world premiere. We know there's a lot of hype. We've seen 2 big world premieres this year. One in New Zealand, where we did Heavy Hitters, then in Tokyo with Part the Mistvale. What do we have as exciting stuff to entice more people to go down? Let's show you some exclusive merch. All right, we've been asking a lot of people on Twitter, are you Team Earth or Team Lightning? Well, you can wear that proudly on yourselves with these new shirts. I like the Florian one, very emo. Totally my aesthetic in the corner. Looks like one of those like heavy metal kind of like t-shirts.
I like the Aurora one. The yellow, yellow goes well.
Yeah. No, I think you very much like the aesthetic of that yellow. Yeah. I'm a very big Oslo kind of guy. I can't wait to sling spells, discarding instants, drawing cards. But these playmats, I know you've probably seen some of these artworks for these sigils before, but my goodness, they are blowing my mind. It's so creepy and so cool at the same time.
I know, it's just like, it's a lot going on, but like, it's so epic, right? The lightning, and then it's just like, what's happening, and so on like that.
Very
yeah,
much an
and
arcade
these,
set.
and these playmats, they're only limited to Tampa.
Man, it's such a shame that you and I can't be there to cope these like really, really cool merchandise. So for everyone who's going down, and if you're still on the fence about whether you want to go down, don't forget, you can go there, get your Stanley Cups, get your caps, get your exclusive playmats. The t-shirts look sick. Look, if someone wants to send me one down, I'd be very grateful. But, no, get it for yourselves. Get it for yourselves. Because these things are limited and they will only be there at the world premiere in Tampa Bay, Florida. I'm so excited. That Florian t-shirt, man, 10 out of 10. No notes. Whoever designed the products, you have my huge kudos. Okay, so that is going to be it for the talk about World Premiere Rosetta. There's still so much more to share because I think in a round's time, we should be maybe giving a spoiler to the folks at home.
Our first spoiler.
Our first spoiler? Okay, cool. So,
I
after round
actually
five-
want to see your reaction to it.
I'm very excited.
I think it's something that you would like.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to be so hyped for that. After round 5, stay tuned. We have one more round to go, and then we'll come back. I'll be reviewing our newest spoiler on stream. And then still many more rounds of Flesh and Blood. So, folks, don't go anywhere.
Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Sonora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Sonora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racy to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scrolls.
My name's Azalea, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Folks at home, we're back here at Calling Manila. Very bright and sunny day here in Makati, Philippines. Dude, news said today has been banger of games so far. We've seen so many different matchups, and the next one's not going to be very different. Tell people at home what is the next game we're expecting to see.
Next game is going to be Victor versus Azalea.
Now, these are decks which are no strangers, I guess, to the Philippine community over here, where they are very, very interested in, we know that they have a very strong cult of Azalea players. And yes, Azalea, ace in the hole versus Victor Goldmain, high and mighty. Yufan Liao here playing Victor Goldmain. And we have Junnel Ivan Camacho playing Azalea, ace in the hole. Now, traditionally, I would say that Azalea is a very, I guess it's a difficult matchup for them to play into Victors, especially with all the on-hit effects, things that kind of negate, you have your choke slams that stop a lot of the NAA pumps. We're going to see in just a bit, I know there's a lot of buzz, especially since the Azalea Armory decks came out.
That's exactly what I was going to mention.
Just so many cool cards coming that we saw the new equipment pieces like sharpshooters. Those are really cool because it activates your Judge, Jury, Executioner. I think one of my favorite cards to have been printed in recent sets.
Very powerful effect, right?
Very powerful effect. When your opponents don't want to block, that JJE is just so good.
Is that how you call it, JJE?
I love calling it JJE. It's easy. Judge, Jury, Executioner for my vernacular is just a bit too many syllables. But
so this matchup, it's always been, very Guardian favored in the past. But recently the Azalea's addition of changing the bow into Dread Boar, not letting them use reactions.
Oh yeah,
It has really changed this matchup quite a bit.
that's right.
And we've seen a lot of top players do well with Azalea, having a good matchup against Zen. Not, I wouldn't say good, like having a fair matchup against
They have
Zen.
a fair matchup against Zen. They can lock the
Yeah,
Zens in place for sure.
And being able to figure out the control and fatigue style decks against, like, you know, the Guardians and your Mechanologists with Dreadboard, and being able to shut down the defense reactions, that's
Oh, yeah.
actually very huge when you're attacking for 12 and they just can't, you know, play up sick below fate scenes from the arsenal, right?
Absolutely,
Makes your
absolutely.
dominant attacks makes your dominant attacks having to hit.
Yeah, actually connecting for the damage, even against the illusionist players who like to, you know, put those arsenal cards,
Soul
loading in
Shields.
soul shields, loading in your sync belows, fate for scenes, unravel aggressions. It kind of turns it off immediately, right? Where you only can block from that arsenal, and whatever you draw from hand is just kind of like obsolete in that sense. Cards like Release the Tension also very good at kind of locking up that arsenal in this case. We'll have to see just how Junnel here builds his deck for Victor. Does he have the tools to kind of stop Azalea, and whether Yufan is able to go over the top with this?
So I believe both players are 3-1.
Yeah, both players. No, I think one is 3. Both should be 3 points. Yeah, so both 3-1. And I think we have it reversed here. So Yufan is the one who's playing Victor Goldmain, while Junnel here is playing Azalea Ace in the Hole. Yep.
I'd guess the Azalea sleeves and the Guardian sleeves.
It was a big
tell.
giveaway. Yeah, big giveaway. So yes, Junnel on the left, he'll be running his Azalea over here, whereas Yufan will be running Victor Goldmain. Very, very interesting. Looks like Victor's going to start first and running the Miller's Hammer now. Now, the Miller's Grindstone here is really, really helpful. Not only because Victor packs a lot of big attacks, but milling key arrows can actually make the difference.
Codexes?
Codexes. A lot of your opt options also become a lot, I guess, skewed. You can't really set up that well all the time for the next turn.
So we do see Junnel playing Death Dealer instead of the Dreadball option.
Yeah, so trying to go for those taller attacks in this case. Essentially, the death deal plan is quite simple. Bunch of NAs, shoot an arrow. If you can go wide with Bolton shots, we do that. But if not,
Like right now?
like right now, yeah, we're going to just put as many things as possible. Also noticing here that Junnel is using the bullseye braces instead of the sharpshooters, the new equipment piece. So this kind of tells me he's not running a lot of the aim counter synergy cards like Judge Jury Executioner, at least not for this matchup. A bullseye bracer, much, much better when you have Bolton shots, Rain Razors, your traditional set of go white cards.
Well, that's
We're going in for the...
a lot of things are happening right now,
yeah.
but let's look at the trounce.
Yeah, the trounce. So first one goes to Yufan, and the
Thunk.
second one goes to Yufan as well. So the Thunk going to give him an extra might here, and then he's going to win the trounce to give him might, go, and vigor. And that's going to duplicate from the Thunk as well.
So creating the gold will draw Victor a card as well. But like I said, how many things were going on. He shoved his equipment turn 1
Yes.
as a Guardian player. Now, I only sense fear from that if you're committing your equipment turn 1, because you're going to come back with a lot of damage back.
Oh, yeah. And winning that trounce was huge here, right? Not only are you coming back big, but you are coming back with 2 free resources, 2 might, and probably an on-hit effect that actually matters. Once you get that first gold on board, it does a lot of things. It turns on Golden Sun. You don't have to use Aurum Aegis to crack if you, just in case you lose one of those clashes. But the 2 resources here are going to be massive at the start of this turn. I will say, though, he is running the Tunic instead of the Tectonic Plating. So in terms of equipment suite and blocking, we're already down quite a huge number.
Yeah, only maybe five left on the equipment suite. And Azalea really hates that equipment. But
Yeah,
if you're committing your equipment turn 1, Azalea's super happy to see that.
absolutely. And this is really nice, right? He gave the Quicken token, kind of giving false hope to Junnel, saying, hey, maybe Mixon can go a bit wider,
Now,
right?
this Final Crush, very, very...
Oh, this is significant,
Dodge.
for sure.
It doesn't look like it's just a Smile Crusher. He has 3 cards left in his hand.
3 cards left in the hand. You know, it could signal stuff like pummel. Once again. Just it's a real brain teaser for Junnel at the moment. He's gonna have to really, really think a little bit about how he's gonna utilize this. Safe to say, this Quicken token, it's not gonna be doing anything.
Yeah, that just doesn't matter, right?
It just doesn't matter.
Maybe if he plays in Lion Strike, but to give it a go,
Oh, yeah.
draw a card.
Draw
and
a
then
card, yeah.
Use the Quicken for go again.
But yeah, no.
nah.
Once you're being faced with an 11 damage Spinal Crush, I think there's so few options. One of the things that Azalea is known for is your equipment suite does not block. Like, it blocks for 1 at best, right? Maybe Tunic and your skull, your cross reps.
And you don't want to block with early.
Yeah, you don't want to block that early.
Okay.
Very nice. So
There's no pummel.
No pummels here. Probably just went into his hands thinking like, maybe he's going to use the Quicken token, or he's going to try to go again after using a Bolt and Shot. Because it was a Bolt Shot for 7 that had go again naturally. Maybe think he might just waste the Quicken token of another attack that turn. So kind of giving out that equipment for no real reason in that sense. But, you know, this is that back and forth game that Azalea needs to play.
I think Azalea would be very happy how that turned out.
With this Spire sniping and activating the cross wraps, we probably will see a dominated attack. And these dominated attacks become a lot more potent. Just a simple Spire sniping.
I've not found the 0-cost arrow on top.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate part about this. Didn't want to activate, couldn't activate the Azalea in this case. Couldn't find a good arrow off the top of the head. And we're going for double trounce.
So, not the best.
Not the best.
Especially when you hit pummel.
Yeah.
But
So
we're going to use Victor's ability to redraw again. Yeah. Okay, that's better.
that's good. That's
Winning the first one.
Command and Conquer being the first one.
Second trounce.
Yeah, that's definitely going to win because we've got Cradle Crush on the top. That's an 8. And I don't think there's anything that Junnel's deck has that's bigger than a 6. So here we go, making up that juicy amount of tokens, and we still have 1 more trounce to go. So it's the same card on top.
Same card, yeah.
Yep, but it's just because Yifan drew a card. And the second one, the Thunderquake,
So that take aim should be
should
going
be
to
at the bottom, and then we'll show another one from the top. That's right. And that's a Remorseless, but it still loses to Thunderquake, so we're doubling up tokens once again.
So you won't be able to draw another card
Yes.
because Victor's hero ability is once per turn.
But this Spire Sniping fully blocked out. Junnel has no Arsenal as well this turn.
But honestly, I think I'd be pretty happy seeing all 3 trounces gone this early.
Yeah.
And I'm still in 3-8 life.
It's a 3-card hand with 1 Arsenal for Yifan over here, going up to 3 counts of Tunic. Gotta find that green dice, Yifan. That's what they're made for. Very cool. All right, so cracking over Might and Vigor. So 2 resources at the side, +2 to the next attack, and 2 gold in case we need to filter. Now, those 2 golds, very important. Like I was saying, they do turn on Golden Sun, but more importantly, when your hand is looking a bit, as we say, bricky, we're able to filter out a little bit more.
Australia turns on the newest Victor card. Visit Gold Main Estate.
Oh, yeah. Visit
2
your
gold
rich
is what
friend's
you
house.
want.
Yeah.
You'll make the 3rd, you'll draw a card, and you'll make 3 might.
Yeah. Visiting a rich friend's house is always a good
That's
thing.
always nice. It's such a strong card from heavy hitters for Victor.
Really powerful stuff. Really powerful stuff. And it counts the Aurum Aegis as well in this case. So if you have cracking the goal here, if he does Gold Main Estate at some point, we will be able to still make that, might tokens because we have Aurum, which counts as goal. This hand in particular
Doesn't look the greatest.
Yeah, there's not a lot we can do in this case, but probably sending out the Cranial Crush here for 10.
So this crush ability is if it deals 4 more damage, your opponent cannot draw next turn. So it kind of turns off Death Dealer a bit, right?
It does,
Yeah,
it does. That's a nice one to have, honestly.
It's actually that's good, pretty good on hit.
It's very good on hit. I mean, it does cost 6, which is why most of the time we don't see it played that often, or at least, you know, it's usually used as a resource for the late game, but these games don't go super duper long. But where you can send it in this case, thankfully, drawing a card because of the Vigor token, it gave us a lot of leeway to cast Cranial Crush.
Yeah, Junnel being very patient. Just he's happy to throw 3 cards down, 3 cards down. Just wait for that turn victor. Just text him with a vanilla-ish kind of attack, and then that's when he'll choose his time to go off, right?
Absolutely. And no crush effect, more importantly. So we will be able to use Death Dealer to load this, draw a card out of it, and it's a fatigue shot. This is a respectable one.
Probably one of the best arrows against Guardians, to be honest. An on-hit that makes them have to block, and it halves their next attack action card, right? So, your
any point of damage.
Your Thunderquakes that usually come for 10. If this deals 1 damage, it's coming in for 5.
Yeah. I mean, it saves you so much life, right? Fatigue Shot, easily one of the best Ranger cards to come out of Everfest. I can't believe it's been years since we had Everfest, but look where we are now, right? Azalea still relevant in the meta, still doing all sorts of cool Ranger shenanigans, and coming in for, it looks like 5 damage, but Yifan has to think very carefully. It's not a crush effect, it's just an on-hit.
Throwing the Arm Aegis, so he's ready to use that as a gold when he may need to.
Yep. Every time you block the Orb Aegis, it also tells your opponent it's I'm not losing clashes anytime soon, hopefully.
Coming in for Red Choke Slam.
Every single turn, we're watching Yifan send in over and over again these relevant on-hit effects that actually shuts Azalea's game plan down. Saying no to drawing cards, saying no to pumps, saying no to arsenals, weakest link, saying no to rain razors in your hand, right? Lots of these very powerful on-hit effects that the Guardian provides, and we just haven't seen a lot of it recently. But this is also not a super great hand from Junnel's side. We only have, what's that? 1 pump and a couple of arrows. So taking 8 also means pumps are ineffective this turn.
So he might be just firing off some arrows this turn.
Trying to launch, just launch an arrow. Pitching away this amplifying arrow. I love the new addition of amplifying arrow, and there's no real use to use it right now. We draw a card and... Ooh, we're playing Codex of Bloodrot. So giving the Bloodrot to his opponent and getting a ponder for himself to filter a little bit more. But more importantly, it's just the effect to essentially be a yellow. Here's 2 damage to you.
It won't really be utilizing the effect, but I think he wants to get it out of his hand to make use of that ponder and make use of the cards.
Yeah, try to set up for a better turn.
But he does have 2 cards in hand. Kind of says he might be using Snapdragon Scales this turn.
That's very interesting.
No?
No?
Okay.
So, kind of a bit of a strange moment where he has to IP himself. Probably not really figuring out, maybe he likes that card in hand a lot. A lot of times, some of these pumps, you don't want to get rid of it too much. But CNC, that's one of those cards that Ranger players love to hate.
Yeah, CNC's good enough, but I hate it when it's in a Guardian deck. Just because of the chance that it goes with a pummel.
Always. Everyone hates
CNC pummel.
Yeah.
Everyone's most favorite combo, right?
Yeah, Guardians love it. Everyone else hates it.
Yeah.
CNC pummel. A tale as old as time. The life lead is getting wider and wider here. Yifan at 40, Junnel at 29. And the Azalea player has not chipped a single point of damage so far. And now he has to think to himself, what cards am I blocking with in order to gain some value?
So this would probably just be a 2 card. I think you respect pummel that much in Azalea. If they have it, they have it. You
If
just
they have it,
can't.
they have it,
But
yeah.
you can't always play around it. You can't always just throw 4 cards.
Yeah.
Right. You just gotta bait it out.
And if anything, you're at this part of the life lead or the stage of the game where you're still okay losing a bit of that tempo. You still have life. You don't want to have that moment where you're at single digits and you have to kind of respect the overblock. If not, you're going to lose. In this case, it's like, hey, I'm happy to lose my arsenal. Let's take 3 damage. If you got the pummel, you got the pummel, right? We'll lose the arsenal. We'll just reload it with Death Dealer. Yeah, I don't get the opt value from the cross reps, but that's fine. we'll just go on our merry way, try to send some damage over.
Yeah, so the blood rot ended up doing 2 damage.
Yay! All right, we got
so it's
first
not
blood.
clean 40-0.
We got
But
first blood.
Here we see our first like relevant big arrow attack. You know, Remorseless coming in for 8.
Yes, and this was loaded up face up, so there are no defense reactions that can be played from the Arsenal this turn, and he has to respect the 8 damage coming in for both the Seek and Destroy and the Remorseless. Now, the Remorseless on-hit effect, probably not the most relevant against Guardian, but the secondary attacks of, loading it face up to prevent the D-reacts from playing for Arsenal, paired with a Seek and Destroy, is massive.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
Just losing the defense reaction if you don't block it right.
Yeah, you just straight up have to, not even just inertia it putting it at the bottom. This is discarded. This is completely taken away.
It's gone.
It's gone, yeah. So 8 damage. Yufan here has to be very careful. I wonder what kind of D-reacts he might be bringing in for this. I know typically they don't run a truck ton of them, especially because the more D-reacts you put in your deck, it kind of muddles up.
It muddles up the clash.
The clash ratios.
Right,
You already run, your 3 trounces, your 3 tests of strengths. Those are pretty darn good in this case.
So cleanly blocking at 8 with the Sick Below, Choke Slam, and Stonewall Gauntlets.
Wow, okay. Yeah, fresh 8, no Arsenal for Junnel here. Not being able to set up one of those like really crunchy Azalea turns where you're going wide and then using the snaps plus bullseye. But we're sending a blue.
Playing the blue, debilitate.
Yep, debilitate.
Not a bad card, actually.
Not a bad card.
Saving two damage.
Yeah, you save 2 damage most of the time. It doesn't really turn off a lot of the bolt and shot targets. What it does do is that it turns off bolt and shot with rain razors most of the time. So that can be quite relevant at some stages of the game.
It's actually just relevant that it's -2, right? Like you're actually saving 2
You're just
damage.
saving life, yeah.
Yeah, right.
yeah. A blue card that's worth about 8 value most of the time can be very, very helpful.
And sometimes when a card comes to like, there's annoying breakpoints of 7, -2, 5.
5.
Right? That's 2 cards
It's
easily.
2 cards easily. No equipment needed for that.
Going with the Codex of Blood Rot.
Forcing Yufan to
Oh,
load a
that's
card.
so cool. If he plays Codex of Blood Rot, that's from the hand. I was thinking of that inertia.
yeah.
If it was inertia and then getting a block card from
In the Arsenal, yeah. It's very cool when you put the block card in Arsenal. It does jam it up, but just for that turn, because the inertia will send it back to the bottom of the deck. But this released the tension into Fatigue Shot plus another Seek and Destroy, I believe, at the start of this. We're coming in for a nice, chunky 9 because of -2 from the Deliberate.
I was like, should be 11, right?
Yeah. Generally, the math is 11, but thanks, players, for showing us on the dice, the Deliberate effect. So this is coming for 9. No crush effect. This is just on hit. And it's a very potent on hit. No defense reactions from Arsenal. Once again, because of released tension, Seek and Destroy will be online. Kind of
matters?
Yeah, kind of matters in this case. You can't set up, right?
But most importantly, it's the Fatigue Shot, halving the next attack action.
Incentivizes Yufan to really throw a bunch of cards to block this out and take a little bit of an off turn. But he has the Blood Rod as well, right, sitting on his side. So
yeah, if he wants to block this out, this is a free card. He needs 3 cards to block it.
Yeah, and Yufan only has 3 cards in hand at the moment because he had to load one with the Codex of Blood Rot. So very likely we're going to see maybe a 2-card block over here. He has, a Thunderquake, Macho Grande, and a Spinal Crush.
So we haven't seen Yufan's, test of strengths yet. Yeah, we've seen maybe a couple of D-Reacts, so he still has those for later in the game. So he's throwing the Balance of Justice and the Aura Mages.
So that's blocking for a clean 9. But most of his armor is exhausted.
He's got two more armor. The tunic and the last point on Civic Steps.
Yeah. But this is one of those points where, okay, so looks like we're just doing this for, what, 7? That's good. That's pretty good.
But the life totals, as the gap's getting bigger and bigger, 38 to 20. The likes blocking a lot. So Azalea really needs to start dominating those arrows.
Yeah.
You know, getting that damage in.
Yeah, 100%. Without leaking through, there is a very good chance you can just get fatigued out anyway by the victor. But this 7 damage, very relevant, bringing Junnel down to 13. 13 playing 36 in this case. Man, this is like playing a CC hero up against a Blitz hero at this point in time. So the clock is ticking for Junnel to try to make a big explosive turn, activating the cross reps. That's a Lace with Frailty, a nice card to have in particular. It's a cheap pump, has a relevant on-hit, makes things like Miller's Grindstone go down to a 3 naturally. And more importantly, we'll get more information because now we can pitch for the Death Dealer loading up. Wow, okay, this could be a possibly good turn because he drew into a Rain Razors, I believe. And that is potentially a very big attack.
Oof.
Wow, we're sending the kitchen sink, man. We're
13?
on, yeah, and this is every single Outsider's token that you can think of, right? 1 Frailty, 1 Blood Rot, 1 Inertia. So we're coming for 13 damage on hit. Open a box of Outsiders.
Yeah, you're right, Elliot.
And then go again. And then go again.
And go again.
Yeah, we still have a lot of opportunities. We can still reload from this. We can reload with the Bullseye if we need to.
I think it's the Rain Razors in his hand.
Oh, it's the Rain Razors in his hand. So
but the thing is, Yufan doesn't know that.
Yufan doesn't know that.
Could be a Codex. Could be another arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so something that you probably would think about blocking, especially when you're getting the Inertia, Frailty, and Blood Rot package as well, if you let it hit.
Yeah. It's like you have to play this cat and mouse game, right? And calling his bluff. Do you have a follow-up? And even if he were to hit for, say, block for 13, if Junnel really wanted to, he'll just push it over the edge with the Rain Razors at the end of the day. So very flexible amount of plays going on here. I mean, I could even see him arseling this Rain Razors and just like...
Save it for next turn.
Save it for next turn, yeah.
You know, Rain Razors is better with, 2 arrows.
2 arrows? Yeah, 2 is better than 1. A yellow card for 4 points is pretty good. 13 damage. This is probably the biggest arrow he's sent in this entire game so far. And choosing to just, throw everything to the wall.
It.
Yeah, throw it to the wall. So
15.
15 damage. So I'm assuming this means Yufan said no blocks. And he said, yes, we'll bring you down to 21, give you a suite of things to deal with. Essentially, this is, 17 damage in total when you think about it?
It does have the sink to mitigate some of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
And drew into a E-strike with a pummel in his hand. So maybe sitting back in the line strike for 7, arsenaling the pummel to close out the game maybe later on.
Yeah, so up front taking 11 here, but also getting a Blood Rot Pox, getting Inertia and Frailty. So this will be relevant.
It's interesting how, with that hand, he kept 3 cards because he does know you got a Inertia, so he won't be arsenaling anything this turn.
Yeah, but he has the Tunic counter up as well. So I think we're sending pummels this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, can he send a pummel? I don't think he can, yeah.
It's double and line strike pummel.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, maybe a bit of a think about how he wants to use this. Because there's no go against Source in this case. Yeah, so it's just going to be 5. Well, it looks like it's going to be 7. And then Inertia is going to put the pummel back at the bottom of the deck.
7 is still pretty good when you're taking someone with 13 life, right?
Yeah, that's more than 50% of your health. I think that's it's not a bad spot to be in, honestly.
Blocking with the Tunic, all right.
All right, so taking down to 6 health. Precarious spot here for Junnel. The moment, the Blood Rot's going to trigger here.
Pretty good. Blood Rot's done 6 damage this game.
Yeah, Blood Rot's done 6
damage.
damage.
Against the Guardian deck that runs mostly blues.
The fact that you can chip away at this, honestly, very, very useful. But the problem with Azalea right now, or in this matchup, the spot that Junnel's finding himself in is once you are forced to give up cards from your hand to block these Guardian attacks, that's when things go south really, really fast.
So we we will have our first Codex of Frailty. this
Very
game.
nice.
Very nice.
Floating that one resource, we can send out a fatigue shot if we want to, something that's really threatening. We can also find, believe he has infecting shot in the graveyard as well. But this is just spicy.
And lining it up with two pumps, right?
Absolutely.
Probably coming in for 11, stripping a card from Victor as well.
Stripping a card for Victor. I don't think Junnel's at that point where he really can afford to do a blind Azalea in order to go for that Hail Mary, but still, we're going to be representing a total of 11 damage this turn. 11 with a very good on-hit effect. And this hand has like, what, Test of Strength?
Clash of Might, Thunderquake, and Disable.
Oh, okay. So we will be able to block a good, healthy chunk of this and maybe even get value out of the Test of Strength here.
Yeah, so I think it's coming for 11, so just probably throw down 2 cards, throw down the Test of Strength, and maybe commit the Civic Steps to it as well.
To the last one, yeah.
If he wants to keep an arsenal. Oh no, sorry. We're still using the Codex. so he has to lose the card.
So here we go, looking for a card at the top of the deck. We're only sending out this fatigue shot, so no Azaleas over here being activated. We're going in for 11 damage.
All right, throwing everything.
Like you said.
And the Test Strength, if he should be winning this clash. It would be very bad if he does not win this clash because he needs that card for Land Strike in his arsenal.
So that's a Cranial Crush. That is going to be a win, and not just a win, but you're going to draw blue out of this. You draw the blue, you make a goal. You also have goal to crack now in case you want to do more, funky shenanigans. But we have options.
That Quicken actually is pretty good for Junnel at this point. Just being able to go again. He still has access to Bullseye Bracer and Snapdragon Scares as well.
So he can send 8 over here, right? Like that's kind of nuts. And options are running very low for Junnel. His only equipment piece that can block with is the cross wraps. He doesn't have the tunic to help him try to maybe stem the bleeding, block a little bit more, and then maybe eventually find, a one turn where he can activate the tunic for a free Death Dealer reload, draw a card, send a 0 across arrow.
So coming in for 7.
Yep.
The might cancelling out the frailty. And that is lethal, Elliot.
That is lethal.
That does require a card on the block. Either it's 1 card from hand, maybe the Skullbone Cross Wrap.
Giving out cards here is kind of a must. We're leaking 1 damage. Still well in this game.
Might be leaking 2
Oh,
3, Elliot. That's
right. That's a premeditate.
Premeditate, so that blocks a 2.
So he
goes
blocked
down to 4.
4, yeah.
Using the Skullbone.
Activating. Okay, we're fighting really low path.
Really wanting to find that arrow.
Yeah, you want to find arrows. You want to make sure you can use Azalea.
So it looks like he's found it.
Nice. What card
Zeratos?
is it?
Oh, Drill Shot, not pretty good.
Drill Shot's pretty nice because in the late game, this actually helps you invalidate that armor piece that hasn't been blocked with. Yes, this is a go again, and we have the Death Dealer active, but no cards left for Junnel to use. So
that's coming for Tingo again. Ponder on hit.
Tango again with Dominate, Ponder on hit. Deciding what here, we can block with 1 card this turn. And taking 7. Bring down to 16. Like, this is much closer than what it was initially. But is it a little too late? With 4 health left, Junnel has to hold on to as many cards as possible. This Ponder definitely going to do some work in the sense of giving him more information. He can play with a wider hand on the next turn. Because it definitely feels like he's going to have to give up cards regardless. Worst case scenario is like those 2 golds. Every time, we haven't seen a Golden Sun yet, but if a Golden Sun were to come, that would be disastrous. We're going to my
Oh,
friend's
that's-
house. Party at the house. We are gonna make a goal. It's going up to 3, making might, drawing a card,
Man, this
cantripping.
does everything, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Right,
it's-
draw a card. Next +3 next turn.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just
right.
cycles itself, man. If you want to crack a goal right now to draw another card, and find a blue back, it's as though you did nothing that turn. So
Yeah, and Command Conquer coming out.
6 damage.
damage.
We still have a tunic counter, and I think only one
I
card in
think it's
hand.
one card in hand, so it can't,
So
be, it can't be the pummel.
It can't be a pummel, but we're gonna be setting up stuff.
But it's forcing 2 cards.
It's still gonna be forcing 2 cards. What a spot to be in. You know, we talked about how decks really like 3 blocks. Azalea is not one of those
Yeah.
decks that has a truck ton of them.
Majority of that deck is 2 blocks because of the pump.
Yeah,
of
because
the
all
pumps.
these non-attack actions that pump. So we're finally giving up the cross reps. It's blocking with the endless arrow, blocking for 3, a pump for 2, and finally the cross reps for that 1 more point. So clean block for 6. And all we can do right now is to try opting as much as possible. Knocking on the door. What are we finding? Because we have no resources left. We desperately need to find a 0-cost arrow that's effective. Probably endless arrow in this case. We need to find something that will either give us an arsenal card,
Yeah, and the Sarah, maybe.
or maybe not. We don't have the cross
we
reps
don't have the
anymore. as
crossover
well.
anymore, so it's pretty dangerous putting that in there.
Yeah,
Because you can't guarantee what you're going to get from the top, because it will be blind from now.
it'll be blind for that on. So I guess this Bolton shot does a very similar thing, because we'll be Azalea-ing this thing in, shooting it for 7 go again, but then no actual follow-up after the fact. I think that endless arrow wouldn't have been too bad in some cases. Probably one of the options they could have done, but bolt and shot, same amount of damage, just doesn't have to recycle the card. So we're looking at 7 dominate.
He might not actually have any left, because he only runs 2.
Oh,
And I've seen him block with 1.
yo,
So and he's
that
been
might be the
blocking a
case.
lot this game, so
That's true.
I wouldn't be
that's true.
surprised if he doesn't have any left to search off that knock. So looks like he just
Just
like he
said
took the
sure.
Bolton shot. You fine?
Yeah, you just said, okay, I have 3 might. I don't want these to go to waste. So let's, beat chess, take some damage. And I don't mean beat chess in a brute way, but he's going to go to
Boom. Let's
he's
go to
gonna
his friend's house again.
Yeah,
He
go to
doesn't
his friend's house one more time. He's like, hey, can I borrow some money? And he say, sure.
Bring another gold,
More gold,
More might.
might,
drawing a new card.
drawing new cards. Yeah, borrow from your neighbor. Sometimes you'll never know what goodies they'll bring. At 4 health, if he can find a golden sun, we'll be looking at 13 overpower. And I don't
Yeah.
think that's something he can deal with. We haven't seen a single one just yet. But with 3 might behind, it's going to be asking for a lot. Yeah,
I like this, cracking the gold, trying to find new cards.
trying to find more cards. What is that? Oh, it's another
Debilitate.
blue debilitate. Not exactly what you want to see.
Can
this
crack
moment in
another
time.
gold, Elliot.
Hey,
Just saying he has heaps of gold.
Let's
right
go.
now.
Yeah. Keep cracking that goal. Casino time. Oh,
Oh,
looks like we're
that's-
selling Miller's Grindstone for 7 in this case. Not doing any risky plays. Keeping the test of strength as well. Just to block out the next turn if possible. Maybe filter a bit deeper.
Might be bluffing a pummel.
Might be bluffing a pummel as well. That's actually a great point, Newson. Oh, yeah. This is one of those weird moments where 4 health and fully blocking is not enough to save you from that pummel itself. All right, so blocking, I believe there should be 6 over here and probably taking 1.
Yep, looks like okay. Does
That
have the pummel
pummel-
from the Arsenal.
And I think that's game. Just going over the top with 11. Yifan going 4-1 in our round 5 game this time.
Yeah, Victor, still a very strong deck, very contended.
Yeah.
I can win against the end. I can win. A bit hard against Nu, but
Yes.
but it's not unwinnable.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I think I've seen some victors that are like currently 4 or 5-0 on the top tables as well. So do not sleep on that deck. Anyway, Elliot, it's up to round 5 now.
Yes.
We promised the audience
Oh, yes, we promised the audience.
a Rosetta spoiler.
Okay.
And
I'm hyped.
I want you, you haven't seen it yet, right?
No, I've not
Alright,
seen
I
it
want
yet.
you to read it out
Okay.
loud and then just tell me what you think.
Okay, sure.
And I hope you like Warrior.
I love Warrior, man. That's one of my favorite classes in the game because I'm an illusionist player. But yes, we'll show up the spoiler in just a bit. We'll get production site to flash it up for me. This was a fantastic round. Round 5 is over. We still have 2 more rounds for the day and 1 more spoiler card. Our first one for the day is Unsheath. A red warrior action. It costs 0. Your next sword attack this turn gets +3. And when this attacks, if its attack is greater than the twice its base, so greater than twice, okay, it gets go again, and it has go again. This is just crazy. It blocks for 3 as well. This is a banger card. Like, this is so fire, right? What it says is most of the time, let's say you're pumping this on a Centauri Saber, which has base 2.
2, yep.
This automatically gives it go again, right?
And +3.
And +3. If it's a Dawnblade, which is another sword you can use it on, you still need a counter on it because it needs to be, basically it needs to be X equals 2 + 1 most of the time, right? It needs to be greater than twice its base. So this is actually such a nice addition. Probably helps with getting more go again effects from stuff like Warrior's Valor. Those on hits. Unsheath and the Kasai art, man, dude. This
Looks
is
like a
sick.
Kasai card, right?
Looks like a
Yeah.
Kasai card. Certainly very, very good with the Centauri Sabers at all times because it's automatically 0. It's sharpened steel with an added bonus most of the time. I think this is really, really strong. It only works on swords though, so not going to be that great on hatchets. But Dawnblade, man, I'm really just like thinking about Dawnblade and Centauri Sabers, giving so many more options for Dory and Kasai players.
I feel like Kasai needs some love.
Kasai needs some love. And this is certainly a great card to give some love. Most of the time, unconditional go again is very, very important. And there are very few cards in the game that give like minusing effects, right? Like, we have like drop in the ocean and stuff like that. So it can kind of take away the go again bits if you -1 on this. But by and large, when you place on the table and you have another pump, you're going to get unconditional go again. That's huge. People love Spoils of War. Well, Unsheath is just an additional copy in red.
100%. And yes, coming out of Rosetta, 1 month.
Yes, 1 month's
all
time.
All our Warrior fans,
Sawyer May did this art, and I'm a big fan of Sawyer May. She's done so many of the cool angel stuff.
Yep.
A lot of the Prism art is done by her. So I want to get a copy of this 100%. Get her to sign it when I see her, whenever I see her, because this looks playmat worthy. I feel if I'm a Kasai stan, this is a playmat worthy card. So exciting! Thank you so much for sharing this, Newson. I hope the viewers at home also enjoy this. But you know, this isn't our only card for the day.
can't just have one.
You can't just have one.
But
no.
the second one, we'll have to make you wait just a little bit.
Yes, just a little bit. We'll do it at the
End of round 7.
End of round 7, our final round for the day. And that one, Newson will be bringing in a special guest.
I'll bring a
to talk
special
about it.
guest.
Because
Yep.
apparently, I mean, I haven't seen it myself, but apparently this is going to be a huge one for a very specific class that has been asking for help for a while. So, very exciting times. We're going to go for a short break after this. You guys can go wild on X or Twitter, whatever we call it these days. Talk about this card, share it with your friends. We're leaving it up so you can screenshot it. I'm sure we'll share on the official FAB TCG Twitter as well and all our socials. So go ahead, brainstorm time, hit the Discords. We'll go for a short break and we'll come back. Our penultimate round of the day.
Life givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
to us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. beauty lies in death.
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Sonora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for round 6 of Calling Manila. It's been a great day. I can't believe we're at the penultimate round already, Newson.
Yeah, time goes fast when you're watching great games.
Yeah, Flesh and Blood is one of those games where I could sit down, talk about it for hours on end. And no doubt, we're almost coming to the end of day 1. But still, 2 more banger matches as promised. And the next one you won't want to miss. It's going to be a Maxx game versus Prism, Awakener of Soul. So 2 heroes that, one, we definitely expected, right? Prism to
Yep.
really do very well here. But Maxx, this is an X1 table, I believe. So this Maxx is really putting in the gas and really showing it to the authorities what its deck is made of. So we're going to try to get the players to set up real quick. CK Lee here from Malaysia. Normally he's quite a known Azalea player, but so bringing in the Maxx the Hype Nitro. Oh, I'm so excited to see this. Very rarely do we see the animated GIF of Maxx on these screens because we don't usually get that far. But
I think you're more excited to see the Prism Awakener of Soul.
I'm always excited to see Prism Awakener of Soul. Just such a fun deck. 32 HP. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work out, but time and time again, always proven wrong. And Kazuma here running 4-1 as well. Running a very yellow-heavy Prism list here. And I might say quite aggressive, right? We noticed from some of the tables that we scouted, he's running more than just he's running the Angelic Wraths in this list. So you're going to kind of notice in this one because I think it's going to be quite an aggressive matchup. And no one expects the Angelic Wraths when they come in. So
His deck list does look like he runs a lot more red cards than a usual Prism deck list, right? But, you know.
Absolutely. A lot of red cards, very flexible list as well. So the players are setting up over here. I think Max's game plan in particular, especially with the arrival of Part of the Mistveil, and one of the cards that we've been talking time and time again is the Supercell, right? So I expect to see 3 Supercells in this list. The Nitro Mechanoid also full and running. Players are determining who's going to start first. So, ta-da. Oh.
Yeah, so as a big Prism fan, have you ever played this matchup before?
I have played this matchup before, and I will say I used to play a lot more before the Supercell era, and you know, it kind of puts a lot of pressure on the Maxx because they don't have as many poppers as, say, like another Mac like Teklevossen or even Dash IE because of the things like throttles and stuff. But this Maxx in particular, I think is packing in just a bunch of great aggressive cards. You can expect to see the Maxx velocities. You expect to see the red throttles. And being able to aggressively block and banish those construct Nitro Mechanoids and then get him back with a Supercell, I think is just huge advantage for this current meta. Now, only big question is, can Kazuma set up like either A, a loop, or B, can he get down a bunch of auras and get a lot of value out of them?
Yeah, the thing about Maxx is it's just not always solely reliant on the Nitro Mechanoid, right? It has so many boost cards that kind of make it, not kind of, it makes it an aggro deck in some kind because you have that access to all those red boost cards that, you know, 060, zipper hits, everything like that. It's like a normal Dash turtle deck, but built with a built-in Mechanoid package as well.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a side plan that you're going to use. We're going to start the turn here from Prism, pitching away one of the Figments. You love pitching Figments because they're always going to activate your Luminaris Angel's Glow. It's just a 5-go again, but every time you send a Herald to your opponent, CK Lee has to think to himself, do I really want to let him tutor a Figment from his deck?
Yeah, I think letting Prism tutor Figments super early can go very wrong.
Yeah, and you know, this is exactly what you want to do when you're Kazuma seat in the early parts of the game. Try not to leak damage. Remember, you're only at 32 health. Make sure you send a threat so that it forces your opponent to block a little bit, and then bam, lay an aura, pass the turn, leave it to CK Lee to think about, do I have to really spend this 1 resource at the end of each turn, or 2 resources in this case, to load the pistol and then shoot at the passing Mirage? Feels really bad.
A good thing about about Mechanologists is they do have access to extra action point action points to get rid of the Spectres, right? You know, you have your high octanes. I don't think he's playing Achilles Accelerator. He's playing the...
I don't think so, actually. I think it's
playing
playing the
Cogworks
Cogworks
base
base
legs.
legs. Yeah, so that's why it's a counter
Yeah.
on this. Very nice for Kazuma to also have the footsteps in this case, because not only does it stop against the high octane turns, can stem a lot of damage, it secondarily allows you to fight against when the Nitro Mechanoid is also doing its game plan with the high octane. So lots of damage can be prevented.
See a T-Bone and then Halo of Illumination blocking that.
Yep. I mean, blocks for nothing, but still, it is a valid target, so you don't have to waste any of your powerful cards. You don't want to. You definitely don't want to throw the Vestige of Soul in front of this. You want to find a great turn, place a card into Soul, maybe try to go off on the Tome of Vestige, and then flood the board as much as you can.
So he is using the Cogworks base legs,
Trying to find more cards.
gaining that action point.
Gaining that action point. Also activating the Techno Foundry HUD. We're boosting away 2 of the recharges here, which, you know, those are great pumps because they really give a lot of value into your existing hyperdrivers. But we're going to see CK Lee very,
Very well played.
very patient.
Establishing another hyperdriver and clearing the Passing Mirage, which is or you must get rid of.
You must get rid of that. If not,
It's
it just
probably
serves
one
no
of the
purpose.
best auras in a Prism deck, right?
Absolutely.
Just removing that Phantasm is so huge.
Oh, yeah. Well, I like to think of it as there's no bad auras in Prism most of the time. Whether it's Pierce Reality that gives you the +2, the Passing Mirage that takes away Phantasm, they all kind of add up over time. And this Herald of Judgment, the on-hit effect, not extremely relevant at this point in the game because we're not really playing anything from the Banish Zone. But 6 damage off of 2 cards is still, you know, that's why Phantasm exists. It's an overrated card. Overrated in terms of damage, not that's overrated. And it might help you find another Figment. We can't find Rebirth, but that's fine. We haven't used any of the Heralds of Eruditions yet. We're not at that stage where we're really looking to do anything explosive. But every time, you know, the tricksy thing about looking at Prism is if this Herald hits, it just opens up the game plan so much. CK Lee has to worry about Vestige, has to worry about ALS, right? A Vestige of Soul activating, so he has to worry about Tome of
we haven't
Divinity.
even seen the crazy Prism turns yet.
No,
you know,
not
the
yet.
Tome of Affinities, drawing multiple tomes, just really cranking it up. Okay.
Yeah, committing all the armor at this point in time.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's really good, right? If you're gonna turn to the Mechanoid, you might as well get value out of those equipment blocks nice and early.
yeah, and this is excellent. We're going from a 6 into a 7. After showing that, you know, he's committing all the equipment pieces, I think he has no choice here but to just say, all right, eat 7, goes in the soul.
You get your Figment.
You get your Figment.
I'm not gonna play around that all game, right?
Yeah, he
Like
can't afford
Prism's
to.
going to get Figments, whether you like it or not.
Yes, he's going to find Figments whether you like it or not. It's just a matter. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when
yeah.
in these cases. And I think he's going to try to find War, yeah, so that he gets a little bit more of that boost from the Courage token at the start of the next turn. These Courage tokens, fantastic. Since your deck's a bunch of yellows, which normally is, you know, just average rate, this makes them to reds. It kind of gives that.
But those
little bit of
sixes, you
upgrade.
know, turns into 7s, and you know, 7s
We love
break
sevens.
points.
Yeah, Breakpoint City is my favorite city to visit during the holidays. So we're going to go for a high octane turn here. And this is always one of the things about playing Prism that makes me happy. It's Phantasmal Footsteps. It really shuts off the value that Teklo Pistol is going to get. It's trading 1 resource to -1 damage across the board. Every time you
Pseudo
you
Sin
reload.
State.
Yeah, Pseudo Sen State, you're just paying 1 resource. It also allows you to do things like pitch a blue, activate the footsteps, maybe flip the Figment into a Herald. So you end up not being too wasteful by pitching a blue in most cases.
So he does have the Twin Drive and the Pulse Wave Harpoon, only being able to play one of the 2 because,
drawing a red was
he
not what he
is
wanted.
lacking in resources.
He wanted to draw into a blue so he could at least use the Plasma Pistol at the end of the turn to kind of like close out the round. But in this case, it looks like we're only going to be doing the Twin Drive coming in for 5. Are we boosting?
I think he's thinking if he wants to boost
Once or
once or
twice.
twice.
If he boosts twice in this case, he will be able to,
It's boosting once.
yeah.
Ooh.
So
Boosted a crankshaft.
crankshaft. So now we get one additional steam counter, right? Because we boosted it.
Apologies when I said that he can only play one. I forgot about the hyperdrivers that Alan played.
Oh, the
but
hyperdrivers
that
gain
generate
resource.
him resources when he boosts.
Mm-hmm.
So he will be able to play the Pulse Wave Harpoon this turn as well.
Oh yeah, that's huge. I always forget about these hyperdrivers,
Yeah.
man. They give so much additional resources, and when you boost things like crankshaft away and what's this, like jump starts, most of the time you get a lot of value back from the deck. So crankshaft, just a very powerful tool here.
It's very interesting. I definitely have seen a lot of Sifs this weekend and a lot of people's decks.
And this is a yellow Sif, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at yellow Sif, blocks for 3, helps him filter cards from hand, so he can put up to 3 cards on top and then draw that many.
You illusionist players, you're always thinking outside the box. We had Enigma earlier running
Yes.
blue Sif. Now I'm seeing a Prism playing a yellow Sif. So
People love Sifs. Sifs are just,
very interesting to see how you guys
oh yeah.
build your decks and find new cards to make it work, right?
You always try to find block 3s that have some value. You know, some of them like running Dissolve Reality in these lists. And it looks like he's trying to opt for a more proactive game plan. Dissolve Reality, yes, it's proactive by ruining the arsenal, but it might not always be relevant. Sift, however, makes a bad hand into a good hand.
All right, so Tickler Foundry Heart banished. So he banished another High Octane from that. So he will only have access to one left.
But we're making more hyperdrivers, and he
He's
can't
set
go
up.
wrong with
Now
that.
he just needs to find a Nitro Mechanoid.
So upgrading that yellow War Tune Herald into a red one. He's a courageous little dude, and we're going to be popping this
Does have the red throttle.
using that
Gonna see-
resource.
Gonna see the
Yeah.
footsteps to Sinsui.
Oh, that is a very nice one to have. Using that passing Mirage, paying for the footsteps, getting that action point back. Yeah, this CNC isn't going to search for a Figment, but taking cards away from CK Lee's hand and buying yourself another turn, that's the Prism way.
Like the 060.
Boosting
Boosting
a
a
Supercell.
Supercell.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
generating free resources.
Three
From the
resources. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So we're left with 2 hyperdrivers back here, but tons and tons of resources for us to deal with.
Yeah, Kazuma's dropped to 15, Elliot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's really using that life as a resource here and trying to hold as many cards in hand as possible.
What's scary about Prism is they can be on, single digit, and you could be on 30, and then they have that one turn that they just establish the whole board and just pop off with, tomes, multiple heralds, herald of eruditions.
Yeah, draw more cards.
It's just a very big snowball effect.
Oh yeah, 100% here. So 2 more damage. So we did crank the hyperdriver that was made using Maxx the Hype Nitro's ability. That's why you only see that it's at a 1 steam counter rather than 2. But next time, the first time he boosts, he's going to destroy all these 3 hyperdrivers. And he's going to make 3. He's going to make 3 resources out of this.
Yeah, I don't think he might be. I'm not sure how he approaches the Prism, if he actually relies on the Nitro Mechanoid.
Yeah.
But these are his last 3 hyperdrivers. He'll have to
Reestablish the board once
reestablish
again.
3 more
Oh, yeah.
if he wants to play the Mechanoid. So this is like his last one of his. He has to see the Mechanoid if he is running it in this matchup. Basically next turn.
Yeah.
Or because he's not going to boost against Prism, right?
Yes, he has to boost against Prism. You can't give the illusionists any space to breathe. What separates, I think, a good and a great illusionist player is your ability to navigate those tight
Oh, it
spaces.
looks like-
This is a very tight hand at the moment. There is a max velocity, I believe.
It looks like he might have. Yeah, it looks like
There's
he
a
found it. Yeah.
he found a mechanoid amongst the rubble.
But there is a Herald of Triumph. Oh, okay, so
We're not gonna give. We're not give the. And yeah, here we go. The angelic wrath, and I believe this should be a blue angelic wrath in yellow. No, it's a yellow angelic wrath here. So giving that nice little +3 pump as a result.
So he probably does have the Mechanoid in Arsenal. You don't defend with one.
Yeah.
And
Putting it in the discard is actually not a bad thing as well. But yeah, it's definitely a bit more telegraphed, and that's one less thing for Kazuma to worry about. With that +3 on hit, it's time to go searching through the deck, and we're finding one of the best pieces within the Prism toolkit. That's a Ponder token, a very cute one with a little brain symbol on it. I'm really digging it. I should ask him where he got it from. I want to get one for myself. But yeah, this Herald of Erudition is here. Most importantly, Vestige is active at this point in time. But he's just going to do that.
Here we go.
Oh, it's time to transform.
Time to transform, pull all the cards together.
Yeah, everything is going underneath this Maxx. Time to start piloting. So many cards. And one big chunky boy.
Oh,
he's got
the Marvel one.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't be here otherwise. So this is a 6
overpower.
6 overpower. Not the place that you want to be at the moment. And now all we need to do is find one of those high octane turns.
And that's when it gets.
And then it's really cool.
There it is.
High octane coming in. Kazuma's time is running thin, so using that Halo, try to make a proactive play at this point in time, hoping to maybe use, and the important bit here is, can he proactively play at ALS this turn, right, to kind of like force an attack that can't be like really boosted away to gain an action point.
So we see the Halo activation being used, searching a Triumph. Do you think we'll see maybe some tomes or a Herald flip this turn? Because he probably has to start applying pressure. It's 30-9.
Very likely the case. I mean, he did pitch a Illusionist card, not a light card, before doing this. So depending on what he's doing,
Vestige is active.
His Vestige is active, so being able to pitch that yellow in order to flip Soraya, draw 2 cards. This has go again, so it's our first Herald attack, first Angel attack this turn. So it is 4 go again, being blocked by the Mechanoid here at the start. Question is, what's the follow-up? It's very important to see what the follow-up is.
Erudition?
Oh, he has a library of Solana here and the ALS. So
oh, he's gonna be.
He's got so much resources. He's going to go to a 5-card hand, and it's going to force the first attack to, he has to use the the high octane.
He's not going to be happy when he sees the high octane.
He's not going to be happy when he sees the high octane.
Is actually going to maybe save him.
Yeah.
4 damage from
4
the first
damage
attack,
from the first attack.
But then that natural Mechanoid will be swinging in your face.
If anything else, I mean, with this library of Solana, this great library of Solana on the battlefield, you're hoping to draw some good block cards.
CK finding the perfect card.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Just devastating when
establishing the board with library and your Herald, and you see your opponent drop his last high octane,
and you get the action point.
Actually, very crushing.
It's very crushing, and he'll still get the action point back because of high octane. Yes, he doesn't get one from boost, but now
and a red throttle for 6
red
as well.
throttle for 6 is devastating here.
So that Nitro Mechanoid will be coming in twice.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're back to getting 2 action points. Yeah, Kazuma here really has to think about what's in his hand, what are the plays. He has that 4 health buffer from Soraya, but you don't really want to lose Soraya this early. It is your biggest card draw engine. Unfortunately, he also doesn't have a lot of soul left, right? He couldn't build up a hefty pool of soul prior to this Mechanoid really going full ham. But 5-card hands, 5-card hands are pretty good. So blocking 2 here, not leaking any damage. We're trying to make sure that Soraya lives to see another day. And we're going to start hitting with another Mechanoid.
Might as well make a Hybrid Driver.
Might as well make a Hybrid Driver, yeah.
3 resources. Then the Mechanoid's going to come in twice.
Banishing a card. Here we go. 6 damage.
Has the Soul Shield.
Nice. Soul Shield is a great card
But he's
here.
stripping so many cards from his hand.
Yeah, but that's why you want to keep Soraya around. Yeah. You pitch a yellow, you use that Soul Shield, banish from Soul, you're back to 2 cards in hand. Yeah.
But that's...
Oh, and...
I think that Soraya's dead.
Yeah, the Soraya is probably
dead. Is it being
dead.
targeted or just going straight to face?
I think it's just killing the Soraya in this.
No,
it's going straight to face.
Face to face.
And then
it'll kill, the ward will kill it.
The ward will kill it.
Because you can just attack the angel itself.
You're going for 6. He can't block with it. So, yep, just leak 2 damage off the top.
Oh, and he just passed. Well, Arsenal passed.
That's tight spot to be
So
in.
now now there's no more high octanes.
Mm-hmm.
So those.
I believe there should be 2 damage leaked here, but we'll let the players sort of deal with their health scores in just a bit.
Maybe attack the angel,
Maybe,
right?
maybe
I think
attack the
that's
angel. Yeah, maybe attack the
Probably
angel.
that's probably what happened.
Yeah, probably. So we're coming in. This is an attack that I haven't seen in a very long time. I believe this is called Rev Up. Yeah, Rev Up. So there's a whole series of like Torque Up, which are all like 0 for 4s, and then Rev Up's the only one that's like 3 for 6 for some reason.
That's pretty good.
I love this
It's actually a
one.
2 for 6 because he had Hyperdriver.
There's a Hyperdriver. Yeah.
It's a popper.
Very nice card to have here. Using another Soul Shield to try to stem as much damage as possible. And also pitching the Light of Soul in this case to activate the Soul Shield.
Man, CK Lee really showing us why he is 4-1 with Max 5 Nitro.
Yeah.
It's
Just
relentless
gas.
attacks after attack after attack.
I'm really, really enjoying watching CK Lee find these hands, find these openings, and really choking out Kazuma's ability to build any sort of a board state.
And yeah, he's dropped down to 2.
Yeah, dropping down 2 is such a awkward spot to be in this case, because anything will kill you at this point in time, right? Any
Oh,
break
I think
point.
that the Mechanoid has overpower Elliot.
Oh yeah, you can't block more than that. I forgot about that. Mechanoid's pretty good
Yeah,
as a
and-
card.
This Herald Urchin isn't threatening because Nitro Mechanoid still blocks for 4.
Yep, so blocks for 4, so you can just put 1 card in front. If it's a popper, then it's certainly doom. Yep, that's not going to do it. And no activation for the Great Library of Solana here.
Rev up.
Yep, we're going to jumpstart this one first.
Let's jumpstart.
Yeah, that's a jumpstart.
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe.
Rev up was the other card.
Yeah, we're going to jumpstart this one. Does he have I don't think he's running any of the traditional red defense reactions. So
He can flip the Herald, the Figment of Triumph.
he can, yes, he can flip the Figment of Triumph, which would be useful in this scenario, but also you have to think about, like you were saying, the overpower from the Nitro Mechanoid. We can't afford to, leak any damage.
Yes.
It's
his hand
it's a
is-
Figment plus a Herald of Judgment. This is such a precarious position for Kazuma. Yeah, just not being able to find opportunities to really send these heralds and build a board state. And now we find ourselves in the spot where, are we really, really thinking of leaking 1 damage here? It might be the only option.
You might have to.
Yeah.
5 is a very awkward number if you're choosing to block with footsteps. Especially with 1 card that doesn't block in his hand.
Especially if 1 card doesn't block, absolutely.
So going down to 1. Oh, yeah, that
Pulse
should
Wave,
finish up this game.
that
Showing
should
2
end.
cards.
Yeah, and one of them can't block. He is definitely going to show. Yeah.
Probably throwing the Herald.
Oh, but it can't. He only boosted twice.
Twice, yes.
So he can't do that yet. But it also means he has to give up
And
the Figment at this point, and only being able to block 3 from hand means that that's the chip damage all the way down.
And the Mechanoid finishes the game.
Wow, just a wonderful game to watch here. CK Lee from Malaysia progressing up to 5-1. He is 1 more game away from closing out the day at an X1 score. And that's really good going to our day 2.
With Max.
With Max the Hype Nitro. So today we have 7 games on stream. Tomorrow, I think 4 more for 11 rounds.
I believe it's
3 more tomorrow?
3 more?
So it's 10 rounds
and then
in
top
total.
8.
Yeah, 10 rounds of top 8. So an X1 score at the end of day 1. You got to be pretty happy with yourself.
You got to be happy.
Yeah, so 1 more game for these players. Kazuma's still very much alive in this tournament as well. His Prism has been doing rather well. He's dropped up to X2.
Yep. It's just very unfortunate for Kazuma this game.
Yes.
Like just setting up the perfect board, ready to fight back. And then he gets met with the final high octane. That
The
was
one
the
card.
turning point of that game.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, it happens, from time to time again, and we have had a very fun time watching these players. It's been a crazy year of of Flesh and Blood, we've celebrated our 5th year this year. It started all the way at the celebrational.
This is the 5th year, yep. We're
Yeah.
going to have some very special celebrations for that. It's coming soon.
I'm so happy. Like, yeah, we got to party a bit in Queenstown, play some incredible Flesh and Blood. Had the world premiere for Heavy Hitters there. We brought the game to Japan this year as well, opening up to more countries across the world. Had more events than ever, and we're going to culminate all the way in Osaka. And one of the coolest things we're going to show you guys for World Championship Osaka, you don't want to miss it, October 31st to November 3rd, 2024. We're going to have a special booster pack just to celebrate the 5th year anniversary of Flesh and Blood. These packs, they look sick. They have that gold pack kind of vibe that we saw in Mistvale, but just so much more hype, dude.
They just don't. They look sick, but what's inside them is even
It's sicker.
sicker.
Okay. I know. You guys never fail to disappoint. You never fail to give us like these cool surprises inside these packs, and it will only be available on the road towards the World Championships in Japan and during World Championships itself. So just really, really excited to see players get their hands on these 5th anniversary packs and open them up.
Honestly, I don't think anyone who gets this pack and opens it up will be disappointed at all.
Oh man,
Just fire.
straight fire. Okay,
Straight fire.
Straight fire. I'm excited. I mean, there's one thing that unites a lot of card game players from around the world. It's the sheer joy of opening packs. For a lot of us during the national season, you know, once you enter that top 4, you get that gold foiled envelope. It's just hype all the way through. And this is like a little gift, right? We don't always get to open gold foil packs. So special booster packs to celebrate the 5th
So make sure
anniversary.
you make your way to Osaka.
We
that
actually
weekend.
have a great promotion as well. One of the fun little things that LSS will be doing just for Osaka, our 3rd World Championship Series this time, is if you buy the Fabled package before September the 6th, you'll get a chance to win a fully played, so flights, accommodations. You'll be able to enjoy your time at Osaka on us. So to get into the draw, just buy your Fabled package. You'll be automatically enrolled. We'll do that entire thing. Look at Verdant's holding that Fabled price ticket. I think that's such a cute graphic.
Yeah, it's very, very neat, right?
Very nice. I love when people do these kind of graphics. Kudos to the designers. But yeah, we had our first holiday destination calling this year in Phuket, where we gave away a hotel stay in the 4-Point Sheraton. This time, we're giving a flight on top of that as we travel to a world of culture, a country where the food is just magnificent and the games are just going to be straight out stellar for our Rosetta season closing out the year. 3 banger sets, a trip to Osaka. So you guys definitely want to be a part of this. Yeah, I don't see a reason why not.
No,
I'm going to be
I
buying
don't-
my pack after this, for sure.
This is the event to go to if you are a Flesh and Blood fan.
100%. We also have a ton of events we'll be talking about later, but before we do that, we're going to take a short break for prepare for our final round of the day. Still, one last game. We're going to try to find an interesting one to put on the featured table. So stay tuned, because after that, we actually are going to bring in a very special pro player that we've seen. You know, we followed his journey for quite a while now, and he's going to be helping us review the last Rosetta Spoiler for today. So you don't want to miss that. We'll see you at round 7.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
From which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great Mother of Life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
To preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent, and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory, the fallen.
Folks at home, we've got a great game to round out day one here at Calling Manila. We have the hometown hero, Justin Koo, who will be piloting Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, going up against also, all the way from Team Blue Pitch, Nova Chan himself, running that Zen, Tamer of Purpose. So Justin is now undefeated, and can he end up the day at a 7-0? Yep. I mean, that's what I hope best for him, right? We're hoping for a Filipino to take down this entire event. And Nova only dropping one game this entire time. X2 will qualify them for J2, so both players are already geared up to play for tomorrow, where we have 3 more rounds. But now it's all about standings. And when you're at the top table, standings are just so important, right, Newson?
Exactly. You know, you want to have as least losses as possible for obvious reasons, as well as just know when you go into day 2, you know you can afford to lose a couple games.
Yes.
Right. But if you're 5-2, you can't really afford to lose that
the mental
many
pressure
games,
is very
right?
different. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So both these players here, Justin has been really prepping this Dash, not a deck that we've seen him onto very often. He's known mostly for his Azalea and even some of his Victor games, but bringing in this Dash IE, honestly, very excited to see what he's packing in this list. Whereas for most of the teams from Hong Kong, you know, one of the big things for them really is they always kind of like narrow it down to like 2 big decks and then chosen like, okay, am I either going to go into Nu or Zen? We've seen, I think, only these 2 decks come up from that region this entire time. So
No, there is one player in Team Blue Pitch who is also 6-0.
Oh.
And he's playing Victor Goldman.
wow,
So
that's amazing.
it's not just Zen and Nu. There is one. There's one Blue Pitch member.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah. So Justin, hometown hero of Philippines. When you mention Philippines, you automatically think of Justin Koo, right?
Yeah.
Calling Taipei winner, winner of this year's Philippines Nationals
as well.
So
yeah.
like, he is the face of Philippines compared to Flesh and Blood.
100%, 100%. I've seen him travel out so much this year and really riding off that momentum with a crowning glory. We watched him do almost what I would say is the impossible, right? In the Calling Taiwan finals up against Nick Butcher, who was playing Dromai at that point in time. Azalea's Dromai was one of those matchups where like, okay, this is so favored for Dromai. And yet Justin, from the clutches of those games, managed to eke out a huge victory against Nick Butcher.
Yeah, I won't ever forget that game. I was casting it with Sam Maroon.
Yeah,
and that finals was magical. It's just the level of play was incredible, and the finish that Justin did was mind-blowing.
It really was. He knows when it comes to taking advantages in small places, that's what separates some of the best flesh and blood players from those who are still trying to claw for greatness, right? Finding little margins, exploiting weaknesses, and then using those little spaces in order to create damage. Chipping damage in this game is something which is so underrated, but when you do it enough, the same cycles over and over again. Dash is one of those heroes that allows you to do so because the way you use resources, the way you're using your deck, all of this kind of plays into an efficiency sort of and value gameplay style. Whereas Zen, Nova's list, I don't think will be one of those which has a lot of variation. We might see a couple of pet cards inside the list, but generally speaking, when you see Zen, you're looking at an aggro beatdown, right? It's just going to be, I'm going to find those big combo power-off turns, hopefully using stuff like Ancestral Harmony to find more cards, increase the damage output, using those Art of Wars, and then when it's time to really go off, shove that equipment suite in front of the table and say, it's my turn to blow 20, 30 plus damage.
Yeah, he does play 2 senses, which is very interesting as well.
And Justin's loadout is very telling of what's going to happen. He's running the blade break legs from Bright Lights. So the proto legs.
Proto legs, right?
Yes, it's called Teklo base legs. Teklo base legs. That's right. So I'm reading the cards off this piece of paper, and it's really
He is also starting with Induction Chamber, right?
Yes.
That's a big towel.
It's a huge tell here. A very defensive equipment suite, using a tunic as well for extra resource value rather than milling cards off the top with a Teklo Foundry Heart.
So Justin is playing a Fatigue Dash list.
Yes.
I've seen those games and it has gone
Oh.
very long, and he's been able to fatigue Zen with Induction Chamber, Plasma Pistol, and Purifier.
Yeah.
So that's a strategy for coming into this weekend.
Oh, and Nova blocking there with an Ancestral Empowerment as well. Ancestral Empowerment, one of those cards which you don't see very often in Zen. I mean, it doesn't trigger any of the Transcends, but it does net you a card sometimes.
There is a cheeky one-off.
That is a cheeky one-off.
in a singles.
Okay. Very interesting. We're using the Wind Chakra here at the start, and then we're pitching Art of War, a card which you don't really expect to be pitched often.
I think Nova's approach is, hey, I'm versing a Fatigue deck. I don't mind seeing Art of Wars later, because what's he going to be doing? He's just going to be blocking me out. I want him to use more defense reactions, more defensive cards first, and then play out the Art of Wars. And the thing about Zen is, even if you pitch Art of War, it doesn't stay in the bottom forever. You shuffle your deck so many times that Art of War can be just anywhere in your deck.
Absolutely. And we'll see how Nova approaches this Fatigue matchup, because you can't really pitch stack against Dash in this case, right? Like you said, you're shuffling the deck so often that there's no meaningful way to pitch stack when you need to go for off turn.
I don't think you can pitch stack in Zen in general based on the hero's ability.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is where we're at the moment. coming in with that crouching tiger, 4 damage, and of course, whoa, they're moving really fast here, but that's all you got coming out of Justin. It's probably going to net him a card because of the...
Because it blocked the
because of
crouching
lock.
tiger.
Yeah.
Another interesting card that we're yet to mention in Justin's deck. He did block with Battlefront Bastion turn 1. We don't see that card in a dash list, right?
Yes. We don't see generics in the dash
Yeah.
list very often. But in this case, yeah, he is using a lot of cards to just try to put the gas out of Nova here. And I think you're right. Nova has identified this very quickly and pitching away that Art of War for another rainy day. The chip is beginning. And oh, here we go.
Here we go, Amnesia.
Really good card into Zen. The thing is that for Nova's side, you know, he doesn't have all that many number of 3 blocks, so sometimes blocking out an Amnesia can feel very awkward. But I think he's just choosing to take that full 6. Says, I don't need names.
I think he doesn't need the life.
He doesn't need a life.
Because
Yeah.
he knows that Justin's win con isn't life, it's fatigue.
It's fatigue, yeah. So chipping 1 away from this spinning wheel kick. None of these combos are going to be activated, so it hardly matters. But we're going to see the Tiger taming Kakara really put in work here. It's by and large going to match the Teklo pistol for what it's worth, especially when you're taking cards out of Justin's hand, but he's aggressively blocking with Spark of Genius, Enlightened Strike. These are not important, right? The end game state, if you fatigue out the Zen, it's just going to be pistol chamber, pistol chamber.
Yeah, it's very good that they're playing each other at such a later stage because you know what he's playing. If you're versing across the dash, you're most likely bringing those different needles. But because this is round 7, you've sat next to each other like majority of the day, and you watch some of each other's games, you know what he's playing. If he brought in those different needles, it wouldn't be as efficient as the Kakara.
Absolutely. And here we go. Sending in a Command and Conquer. Great card when your opponent is technically going to be playing a lot of defensive items in the list, right? So turns off Sink Belows. Now, he has to really think about it, whether Justin is running any of the generic defense reactions. Sending 6. They're just sending 6s at each other the whole way, right?
Oh, blocking.
That's a nice block. I mean,
Well, it has to block the weakest link because it does have a...
yeah, the Aura Horn in hand. Yeah. So we're going to see this just 3 into 2, 3 into 2 most of the time.
Like, he's happy to trade until he finds those spike turns, right?
Yes. And he hasn't transcended yet, which is also very important. Nova, before he goes off, really wants to find an opportunity to activate both the Traverse and to use like Zen and the Strides all in one go. Make an explosive turn, dent as much damage as possible.
Justin is still on 40 life against a Zen.
Yeah, that Sigil of Solace really just, whatever chip damage you took earlier on, we're going right back up the roof. This is Nova just drawing back up. Finally finds a Transcend card, I believe, in his hand. So we might see a little bit more gas coming out real soon. But yeah, we're just going to be doing the pistol plan for a little bit. Taking 2 here. Getting that go again from the chamber.
Loading it up again.
Shooting again. You know, just another day. Oh, looks like we're not shooting another time. We're just going to send this one for, should be 7.
Cool.
Yeah.
Choosing to take 7.
This is when, you know, like Nova has that time to breathe. He doesn't have to worry about boosts coming in, boom grenades, none of that sort.
Doesn't need to worry about getting tech for like 25 damage, right?
Yeah. It's like, I'll take some chip across time, and even when I'm at like single-digit health, the leeway is pretty much there. So I think that's an Ancestral Harmony. So we're going to be transcending, using that Passover, getting rid of some key cards here. I don't think there's anything particular that he needs to worry about from the graveyard itself, unless, you know, we're worried about attacks that could be used from a Protocol Red as well. But
that Passover is going to transcend. using Zen's ability before levels
Resolves. Yeah.
resolves. Most likely drawing a card with Go again.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to search for a Bonds, one of our favorite cards of all time, Bonds Events History Red, the only color it's available in right now. We're going to be telegraphing hopefully a big turn that forces Justin to really just, drop some cards.
Drop cards, drop life, right?
Drop cards, drop life. That's all we need to do. And because, we're not using Art of Wars at this point in time, Balance of Justice not activated at all. So we're going to choose draw a card here and go again. That's probably going to be, now this is a 3 go again.
Free Go again, free floating.
3 floating, yeah. Yeah, just the space you want to be where now there's a Crouching Tiger in his hand. It's 4 cards technically. And here we go, sending a Descendant Gust Wave Blue. This is 1 point of damage with Go again. Justin happy to take this tickle.
Coming with with Nova's first bonds this game.
Yeah, and we're just finding
Banishing.
damage as much as we can, right? We're just finding as much damage as possible. Banishing away that 100 Winds Red. Probably going to find another 100 Winds Red in this case. Just to extend that chain a little bit longer. There is a Crouching Tiger in Nova's hand and 1 more attack. So
I believe it's
I'm assuming
Tiger
it's a
Swipe.
Tiger
Maybe?
Swipe. Yeah, that's interesting. So he gets 2 floating still. Leaves him a lot of space to use either Kakara and the 100 Winds. Still send out a Crouching Tiger and then ending off with Tiger Swipe.
Sink below on the bonds. Cleanly blocking that out. And now 100 wins coming in for free.
This is the big turns, right? That's when we want to see some chip. Justin will be very successful here if he doesn't find, if he doesn't take any damage. But it looks like he also doesn't want to play too defensively in this case, choosing to eat that 3. Now the Kakara coming in for 2. That's a really
Cleanly
good one.
blocked by Battlefront.
Yeah, this is a Shuko coming for 1, and that's nice because it doesn't
Can't be prevented.
can't be prevented. So this Battlefront Bastion not going to be able to do work here. That's just very well played here by Nova, knowing exactly when to try to throw it out. He still has that one, as you mentioned, a Tiger Swipe in hand.
Now it's coming in for 4.
Mm-hmm.
So leaking another damage.
Yes, and also making another Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone, but not very helpful.
And Justin's still on 31 life.
But that was not bad. We actually chipped a lot of damage that turn, right?
And we burned through quite a lot of cards too. Like
We burned
burned through
through.
1 bonds.
Yeah. And now those kind of treat them like Majestics now, right? There's only 3
Yep.
copies of these things. But Justin, the good thing about playing this dash deck is, yeah, we can still keep sending 2 points every single turn. And a little bit more. Nova's life slowly dwindling away, but are we going to transcend one more time? This is a blue 100 wins. That's usually, when they start with the blue opener, you're always worried like, oh, is this time to transcend? And it looks like it is. We're going to use grain that tips the scale, bumping that up by 1, getting that resource from the Kasaya, and after which we're going to pitch to activate Zen once again. Let's go tutoring. In Justin's seat, every card is technically just a block card, right? For this kind of matchup.
Basically, yep. Either blocks for 3, blocks for 4, or gains 3 life, right?
Or gain 3 life. Everything is just a values game at this point in time. But what he shows us is another 100 wins. I believe this should be the last red 100 wins from the deck. And it's a good one because if we're starting with the blue, which is underrate, we want to try to leverage the combo potential of this second 100 wins that's coming through.
Now be coming in for 4.
Yep, that's right. A nice chunky 4. Using Firewall.
Now that's
Nope.
something we don't see every day.
Yep, a nice block 4. The fact that he's running the Teklo base legs in this case also means that sometimes you randomly find the Evo piece for the legs as well. The Evo Soul Steel, I believe it's the towers. Yeah, the towers. And ooh, this is really nice. Setting in a body of aspect of tiger body, making another crouching tiger. If he has a head chase the tail in hand, actually this is the perfect setup for it.
And you're right, he does have.
Yeah, it kind of
He chased
telegraphs
the
a
tail.
lot. It kind of telegraphs a lot of what's going on here. So this will be another 4 into another 4 because of it'll be a 4 into 3 because Shuko's already activated on the first tiger. All right, so
Finally flipping that hold line. It's been in the arsenal for, I think he was waiting for another war turn. But
yeah,
I don't think you can wait that
you
long.
can't just keep clunking up the arsenal and not being able to recycle it. So we have to let go of it. Eats 2 damage there, and now finally crouching tiger coming for 3. Nova is putting in the work, right? The armor is being dented away. We're now only at a 6-point life deficit, and for a fatigue matchup, you got to be pretty happy about it.
All right, we're back at it.
We're back at 2-2. And we've transcended a couple of times now. The thing about the 2-2 is that they can be sort of like eaten up by the traverse and you just don't feel bad about it. It's like, hey, no leaks. I can kind of spread my equipment around if the damage ceiling is so low. Right?
Yeah, and the thing about taking plasma pistols, you're like, sure, I'll take the first few, and I'll take some more. But when you get to the single-digit life, those pistols they add up and they will start forcing cards from your hand. You have to respect it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
They become a lot more. They're a bigger percentage of your actual health pool at the end of the day. So let's see what Nova opts to do here.
Nova's hand pretty red heavy.
Pretty red heavy, has a blue in terms of the transcend, but I don't think the Arsenal's another blue. If it is, this could be a good turn. But otherwise, we're looking at what could be a pretty clunky hand. Searching through every good FAB player that I've ever seen, they will definitely ruffle through their discard pile for a little bit. Just see, what are my outs left from the top of my deck? All right, giving up the Enlightened Strike here. Not necessary for what damage he's going to do. I love this. Very disciplined play coming in for Nova-chan. Just swinging the Kakara. You don't give too much information. You're pitching a Transcend card, so it might tell Justin, like, maybe I have other ways of activating Transcend. Maybe I had a very bad hand to begin with. You're kind of shielding a lot of information in this case.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
You know, those Transcend cards, you want to play them, but they are also blue resource cards, which you can play as well.
And it's very nice because if we see in Justin's hand, he has a Fate Foreseen. What he doesn't know is that Nova's just going to send 2 into 6. He has a CNC in his hand as well. So one of those very bad spots to be in where you think, okay, this has got to be a big follow-up, right? And the big follow-up is a Command and Conquer. It just feels so bad. And you can't afford to use the Fate Foreseen on this first little tiny attack.
So we do see a blue T-Bone, a Command Conquer, and one more card.
Oh, it's the towers.
The
yeah,
tower links.
it's the Evo Soul Steel, Evo Steel Soul towers. Yeah. How are we blocking this? It looks like a hold the line from the Arsenal in this case, and finally sending out that Command and Conquer.
So these hold the lines haven't really gotten, the value that Justin would want, right?
Yeah, and Nova is playing around them very well. Not a single Art of War so far. Not a single Ancestral Harmony. We've basically only been getting value off of Transcends at the moment.
And attacks, right?
And attacks is straight
Break
vanilla
points,
attacks.
break points, free, attack for 4.
Yeah, always with that kind of stuff. So very glad that he used the hold the line from the Arsenal before that, because otherwise we'd be in a world of pain, right?
Now he's sending back a Command and Conquer to Nova. Perfect time for Nova to throw in the fridge.
Maybe if Nova feels like he can get, at 20 health that Justin Koo is at, if he thinks he can present more than 20, probably like a 30+ damage turn, this could be it. But I wonder, right, with the balance of justice still pristine, untouched, still able to block for 2, net 1 more card, is this enough chip damage? Do we need to bring Justin even lower in order to execute that Zen game plan? Because, oh, he has
Is it
a
Chi
Chi in hand. So blocking with the Chi in hand, it's not always that valuable to just throw the fridge in front. Really a twister and taking
the
six.
6.
Very nice. Nova says, send the bill. It could have been crazy for Nova if he managed to use that Ancestral Harmony from Arsenal. So we're gonna search for a card, looking for.
Okay, so he's using Zen's ability on
The end step.
instead of Justin's turn.
Interesting, interesting.
Maybe his hand's too blue heavy.
Yeah, and he didn't want to use too much resources.
Yeah,
here.
does look like he had 2 cheese in his hand.
That makes a lot of sense now. So probably not easy for him to like block that Command and Conquer anyway.
Activating Zen, creating Crouching Tiger, and adding Chase the Tail.
Yeah. So
Banishing Chase the Tail.
we definitely know that the Chase the Tail is going to give us the full 7 points of value at the end of the, oh, sorry, it'll be 8 points of value at the end of the day because
Thanks
of the
to Shuko.
Shuko.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we'll still pitch
Yeah.
that, send in the
Such a
Chase.
blue heavy hand. Oh,
Such
he
a
couldn't
blue-
even block it out without throwing the fridge, right? Because
Absolutely.
his hand didn't block at all.
Yeah, so we're going to go 4 into 2, probably with the Kakara, and then into a 5. So still, I mean, you're turning a taking
Decent
6.
turn.
Yeah, you took 6, yes, but you're going to present more. You're still going to have a pretty decent Arsenal card, hopefully, from this. Or if there's some sort of follow-up, you don't need to play the Crouching Tigers right after playing Chase the Tail. So a lot of opportunities here. But the clock is ticking. Well, at least the life clock is ticking for Nova. At 9 health, you were mentioning, if you just send those pistols 2 at a time, eventually you're going to just use cards from straight hand.
Yeah, 9 goes to 5.
9 5 goes to 1, and then suddenly you're just blocking every single thing that comes your way.
But luckily for Nova, he still has the use of his equipment.
Yes,
He has not
very
used it.
big.
He's been very disciplined on not just using that on weak turns.
It's huge. That's huge. 2 damage coming in. Every time Nova is able to use the Kakara for value and to take a card from Justin's hand, it kind of keeps them on parity for the fatigue matchup that Justin is trying really, really hard to hold on to. So 5 damage. Oof.
Big. That is a big
That's
tiger.
a big boy. And it's still a go again. He drew into an Ancestral Harmony. You can see Nova's hand here. And probably going to Arsenal that for the next one. If he can force blocks here, I mean, I think Nova's very happy to have a bigger setup turn for the next one and just, maybe use Cash in the Armor now.
Yeah, I think he wants to wait for that award to go with the Ancestral Harmony. Getting that +2 to every
Most
every
across the
attack.
board? Yeah. Very likely. But we're
looks like
seeing...
we drew now one.
Yeah, we drew another Ancestral Harmony, which can be used as resource. I mean, it's better from the Arsenal than it is from hand most of the time.
Okay, using the Traverse.
Yeah, we're cashing it in. And he knows that there can't be that much damage coming from Justin's side. At 17 health, Justin has to use the equipment suite at hand. He hasn't been able to use the evil Steel Soul towers to transform the legs, so it might just become a,
Sigil of Solace.
Sigil Solace.
Going back to 20.
Oof. Okay. Let's see if this 5-card hand is going to do it.
Do you like how Justin didn't attack when he could?
Yeah.
Just to play around the strides of Reprisal.
Just play around
not
strides of
giving him
Reprisal.
that value, not giving him that opportunity to block with a
Oh
Tiger.
my goodness, that is crazy. So double Ancestral Harmony. Once again, he drew another one off the top. It's going to use the other Chi.
Did he banish?
He banished one Chi, and then
one
he
key.
banished a Malin Key. Yeah.
So, not bad.
Not bad. I mean, we just changed this blue Descendant Gust Wave into a 4.
Yeah, and this is where the Stonewall
into a
Gauntlet,
3, yeah.
Stonewall Gauntlet comes to reduce the chain.
Yes. So it will still be attacking for 2 in this case. But we're going to go up 1 life. We're going to Transcend once again. We're going to start searching for cards. This double Ancestral Harmony really going to put in the work here.
Going to look for that Bonds.
Yeah, I think Bonds is the card of choice in this case. And then we're going to keep extending this chain as much as possible. if we have another Descendant in hand, I don't think we do, but we have another Descendant in hand. No, we don't have enough targets to find the last bonds, I believe. Yes. So we'll still have to find, there's still a lot of opportunities to search for other cards in the deck. I mean, Tiger Swipe is a
Tiger Swipe's a good
potential.
option, you know.
Yeah.
Built-in go again, right? With your Crouching Tigers, which he already has access to in his hand.
Yes, but the Ancestral Harmony lines generally want you to find combo cards,
Yeah.
right? You want combo cards that give you real, I guess, go wide potential. You need more chain links to get more value of these double Ancestral Harmony turns.
Luckily for you, Elliot, Bonds only searches combo cards.
Oh,
So,
yeah. I'm so lucky with that. Okay, but this is a good one, right?
Aspect, yeah.
Aspect of Tiger Body gives you combo, so it will come for a 0 for 5. Very
Going-
nice on rate.
Going wide.
Going wide makes another Tiger for you, so that Mauling Key is still active. And whatever other cards that we might use with the
And making use of
Crouching Tiger in
Shuko as
hand.
well.
And making use of Shuko as well. So, yeah, we had the Shuko activated especially because of the first Descendant. But also, remember, there's a -1 across this chain because of
Of the
Stonewall Gauntlets. So we're just minusing one of the Ancestral Harmonies. We're nullifying one of those things.
So this is coming in for 4. I expect Nova to close the chain after this to get the Stonewall Gauntlet
Effect
out
off.
of the way.
Yes. You can still use the rest of it to, activate that Mauling Chi. We have the Kakura that we can use to close the chain as well. We can always start the Kakura again, sending another Crouching Tiger. Might even have, I think we have 2 cards in hand on Nova's side. One of them should be the Crouching. All right, blocking with a Spark of Genius, chipping 1 health away. We're back to 17.
And still be able to keep... Oh no, it's still Nova's turn, sorry.
Hey, just closing the chain.
Just closing the chain.
And we're doing this to get that 1 point in from the Crouching Tiger. Sending in, finally, that Kakura. This is 2 go again, 1 floating. We have 1 more Crouching Tiger in hand that will come for another one. This is so pesky. Like, going for the go wide option. Absolutely wonderful. And I think there's another Mauling Key in his hand, which he can arsenal for the next turn.
So this Tiger's currently coming in for 2?
Coming in for 1.
1?
Yes, because the Shuko were already activated on the first Crouching
Yeah.
Tiger. We started with a blue Descendant.
Oh, it was a blue.
Yeah, it was a blue Descendant
okay.
to start the entire chain. All right, eating that 1 point. And here we go, sending Mauling Chi for 7. 7 is not the
With an on hit of
8.
8.
7 on hit 8. We took many cards and we brought the life total down to 13. 1 more explosive turn could really put Justin in a bad spot.
And Nova still has access to all 3 audibles in the deck. He has not played a single one.
Oh, here we go. We're going to start with a Biting Breeze blue. And we're just going to throw the Teklo legs in front, the Teklo base legs. Preserve Tradition. This is a great one because now we get to put cards like Bonds of Ancestry. You like that card? We can put it back in the deck once again. Yeah.
Let me use Bonds one more time.
Yeah, we can use Bonds one more time. We have a Chi in hand which allows us to search it up if necessary. But Nova will have his pick. Preserve Tradition, generally one of the better transcends for Zen because it recycles cards. And there we go. Bonds of Ancestry going to the bottom of the deck, but not for long. So no damage, no Biting Breeze on hit trigger of getting a free Crouching Tiger out of this.
Going to activate Zen.
So not picking up that Bonds of Ancestry, so saving it for a rainy day.
I don't think he might not have the Descendant Gustwave to go with it. So.
Absolutely. So looks like we found Spinning Wheel Kick. That's a very nice one. It's a 1 for 4, go again. Doesn't really give a lot of information about what else is in the deck, and usually just paid off by the Kasaya for that free 1 resource off of Transcend. So here we go. Starting of a 1 for 4. Go again. Firewall shows him an evil Steel Soul controller, the arm piece. So we're leaving that on top of it. And Kakura coming in for 2. We will be pitching cards.
Choosing to block the weapon.
All right. Shuko coming in for 2 unpreventable. Justin here says no blocks. And what are we sending for that one? Another Mauling
clear for
Chi.
5.
Yeah, we knew this one was right there. And it's going to put a real damper in Justin's side because we see a block card in hand. And if he's going to give up the balance, ooh, that's spicy. So we're getting some overblock value in this case. And you're right, man. Like, we're talking about the Kakara's, like, grindy.
The presence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real. It's probably attacked like 10 times this game, right?
And if we're looking at Nova's hand over here, there is going to be some serious price to pay. He's drawn into that sacred art.
Oh.
So the Strides of Reprisal, one of those things that we can say, yep, we had a good time holding on to this, but we need more Crouching Tigers and we need them now.
So pitching Harafindo.
But not getting the health gain from this, yeah.
Oh, and then that weakest link.
Okay, that puts a little bit of a dent in Nova's plans. So we still might give up some of the equipment pieces. We can always do a 3-block alongside Strides and Kasaya. Question is that worth it in this case?
Looks like he is.
It's a very blue-heavy hand once again.
Two blue 100 wins and out of war as well.
And out of war as well. So we have to give up some cards here.
All right, throw in the fridge.
Making that Crouching Tiger as well. So it's time to go out of war digging.
I think he does have it. Here we go.
Yeah. It's time to start drawing some cards. We still need blues in order to make the what's this called? The Sacred
he
Art.
has another one in his hand.
Another one. Well, a lot of options here. We can try to play a blue to transcend if necessary. If not, we're just getting rid of cards and finding more. Getting rid of E-Strike. Draw 2, +1/+1. Did he find the right cards?
Oh, no. I thought he drew a third one.
That would be absolute madness here.
Looks like he won't be able to play the Sacred Art this turn.
He won't be able to play the Sacred Art
Because he
this
does not
turn.
have
Yes.
does not have another blue card to play or pitch for it.
Yes. So that's a...
That hand doesn't really give a lot of go again, to be honest.
So we're just playing
We're
this...
just playing that out?
I think we're just playing it to transcend. Not getting anything else out of this, but we're going to activate Zen, make another Crouching Tiger, search the deck. We found an aspect of Tiger body in hand, so that's a red enabler. With a +2/+2 on board, we can still do some serious work.
Yeah, that spinning wheel kick, for example, coming in for 6.
Yeah, so I think 1 for 6 is a pretty sweet deal. I mean, still a rather unfortunate draw for Nova in this case. Not exactly getting the full potential of a double out of war turn.
Not seeing those 30 card chain links, right?
Yeah, we're not going to go that far today, but this is still pretty nice. A 1 for 6, gonna ask for cards from Justin. Justin analyzing what cards are left in Nova's kit. We've seen a lot of tutors this entire game. We've used 2 Ancestral Harmonies, which helped us hit cards off the top. So the amount of threats in the deck could be quite diluted. If Justin's been playing this matchup the whole day, I think he's pretty ready to see how this goes. Aspect.
Coming in for
5. Yeah, 5 go again. And we're going to have a Tiger for 2 at the same time.
So basically 1 card 7?
1 card 7. And I think we might still have a E-Strike in hand. I can't remember if we banished the E-Strike. I think we banished 1 E-Strike, but might have drawn into another. This is going to be for
2.
2 go again. We got it. That's all you got, which is very nice. And I think we're saying 9 here. 9 is a very difficult one, so taking
Ooh,
6.
6
in
going
this
down to
case.
3.
Going down to 3, but gets a card back. So this is where the Kakara is going to show a lot of prowess, and every single Crouching Tiger that Nova can make is going to be a pseudo Kadachi, right?
Coming in with the pistol.
Yeah, Nova happy to take 2 here. He knows that there's no threat. Wind Chakra into Rising Sun, Setting Moon. We're going to get more and more Crouching Tigers. Every single time we can do this, the Kakara is going to make blocking that 1 point so tricky. And not to mention, because you transcended, that Wind Chakra is going to give a +3. It's now essentially a red card's worth of value. So Wind Chakra, really, really good. Makes the next Crouching Tiger get +3 in this case. So +3, that means your Crouching Tiger's going for 4, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Break
Kakara,
points.
yeah. Free.
Break
right?
points, free life.
Free life, and it doesn't fatigue yourself. I think that's the most important bit, because we're using Crouching Tigers as like a pseudo weapon, right?
Yeah, this Kakara has been so important.
This Kakara has done work, you know. Someone do the math on this, but that Kakara has swung almost every turn in this game so far, which means what? In a 10-turn game, it presented 20 points of value. Coming in, Descendants, these 1 point attacks.
That's
so,
what's the annoying part.
Yeah.
Against.
So annoying.
Just you don't want to put a free block on it. You just not getting the full value. But these attacks for 1, they add up.
They add
The
up.
Crouching Tigers, you are always attacking for 1.
Absolutely.
Even the weapon is attacking for 2, and sometimes you don't even block it for free, right?
You have no choice. I mean, you're stacking your deck just full of these 3 blocks in this case. But I will say, Nova has been very patient this entire game. Coming in, Zenning. We're going to search for some cards now.
Probably looking for the bonds.
That bonds that we shuffled back in Preserve Tradition, now coming back for full effect. Are we going to find Chase? Oh, we're going to find a Tiger Swipe in this case. We might not have any Chase the Tails left. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and that life lead at the start, right? We saw almost like 17 life lead at the beginning of the match. And now, just clutching on to that 2 health. We have
Justin
one
dropping himself
sigil,
to 1.
dropping to 1.
That Tiger is lethal.
Having to throw both of that. And the Tiger Swipe. 3,
Oh,
and the Fist Bump. Wow. Nova here pulling that one out. Going 6-1. Closing Justin's undefeated streak for today. Hometown hero really trying his best, and I have to say, it was really, really close. Nova just showing the patience it takes to get through this fatigue list.
Yeah, I think Nova played that super well. He wasn't just throwing down all his cards. He wasn't just playing out of war when he saw it. Just saving his cards, utilizing Kakara, and realizing, hey, this isn't an average dash play. He's not going to be racing me. I can take my time. I can take 7 damage, right?
Yes.
And just outgrind him eventually.
He used life as a resource, and I think that's a huge, huge thing. That is our final game for the day, but we still have some goodies for you all before we end the stream, right? I think we're going to get a special guest to come into the booth, sit down with Newson here, and we're going to spoil our very last card of Rosetta just for you guys. So we're going to take a really short break.
Be back very soon.
Yes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Spoilers!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am joined by the one and only Pudding from Team Blue Pitch. Pudding, how are you today?
Feeling pretty good, but also I'm so tired because I woke up at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard you're 7-0 at Calling Manila, right?
Yeah.
Just being victor in the last round.
Yeah, but you know, I play against Jack, so we play kind of casual. So,
Okay, yeah. So, looking to get that win again.
I hope I can get it this time. Our team always miss it. We always like finalists, top 8, but we never won a big tournament. So
But right now you are looking good for day 2, going 7-0, maybe 3 more rounds tomorrow, and then securing one win, or maybe even you're even secure for top 8.
Yeah.
Who knows? But that's not why you're here. Today I'm going to show you a card from Rosetta, which I think you will very enjoy.
Yeah.
It is a Katsu card.
Yeah.
And I want you to be the first reaction to this card. So let's pull it on the screen. Now we have Gust Wave of the Second Wind. It reads combo. If Surging Strike was the last attack this combo chain, this gets go again. 0 cost, 4 attack, 3 block. What do you think about this card in Katsu?
Well, this card obviously is very good, but of course it's not like a broken card.
Yeah.
It's like very good in a Katsu deck, but to be honest, I think you guys can print Katsu card more stronger. But yeah, it's a very good card.
Maybe when you play with it more, you'll have a different opinion on it. I feel like this card.
You can't complain with this. You have go again,
Yep.
0 cost, 4
4
attack, 3 blocks.
Yeah, you can't complain,
You
right?
can't
It's
complain.
Good stat, and I think in the future Katsu list, this card might replace some cards that are already in
like
the Katsu list, right?
before I play standing order, maybe there's the slot.
Yeah.
You could play it.
Yeah, and this is the Gust Wave of the Second Wind coming in Rosetta in the expansion slot for the Ninja class. All right, thank you for that, Pudding. Very glad you like the card.
I like it. Of course, I love it.
Good art.
Good art.
Good art.
Good stat. Everything is good.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I know you are one of the most beloved Katsu fan enjoyers, and I think most of the world knows that you are the Katsu guy. That's why I wanted to show you this card first before anybody else in the world. Yeah. And that's it for day 1 of Calling Manila. Tune in tomorrow at the same time, 9 a.m., where we will be going through the final 3 rounds of Swiss, and then going into the top 8, and then crowning the Calling Manila 2024 champion. We will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching the stream today.